live now too, right? If I'm not mistaken, YouTube should also be alive. Right? Oh, that should be a hashtag, not a thingy. I'll fix that later. Anyways, I believe YouTube should be up. Yep. Okay, cool. Right. Let's get our Snowbreak stuff done first then. Oh, stam cap. Yep. Operation. Raining fire. Just dump these here. Alright, Star Master. There's a thing there probably. Alright, let's go over here. Okay, we got Marion over here. What does she want?
Good evening, Adjutant.
Oh, okay, she's doing target practice. Got it. Right, on to the next thing. Claim that there. Now, personal files. Oh yeah, we have this thing, Downward Hope. Oh yeah, we gotta do this. Is there any other event thing we need to do? Oh, that thing increased as well. Okay. Oh, we'll go look at that after. Yeah, those are not available. So, Downward Hope. Doing thermal damage using a skill and one moving. I don't think we have anything that meets all of those, but we do have stuff while moving. Wait, not you. We want to use... Yeah, let's use the new character. Right, we use sticks. And then... Yeah, we just fill her with Riptide again. Because we don't really have anything else to filter in there. Or fill her in. Okay. Just the usual thing here. Right, I'm gonna go kill these guys. Then back over here.
You look really hot.
Then we kill the next batch. Oh shit, we got stunned. Then over here. Surely we can get like a lot of score racked up here.
任せください。
させるか。怒りはもう一つの檻に過ぎん。
Yep, we're getting nice big burst damage.
なんだ悪戦
ここからはお任せください。Oh, that hurts. Don't stop.
Man, the interruptions are crazy.
こんなの
I'm getting interrupted like crazy. Okay, 26k, so we gotta do it 3 more times. Okay.
戦闘終了。手応えのある任務はないものか。
Good morning to you, Tayo. It's 9 p.m. over here. They want hip fire shot. Oh. Interesting. Maybe we switch to a different setup then. Yeah, we got NTE news in about an hour. Alright, let's try a different setup then. They want hip fire shot, so we'll give them hip fire shot then. Where is that Fenny? I haven't used this setup in a long while.
分析員、私から目を離さないでくれ。目標達成。指示を待つ。
足手まといなんてごめんよ。
すべてを滑る。
足手まといなんてごめんよ。
I think they actually want me using Boo Boo or something. They probably want me using Boo Boo,
足手まといなん
which
て
is
ごめん
kind
よ。
of weird. Well, have fun lurking then, Blue
目標の排
Phoenix.
除を確認。
Hi Zedmeister. Welcome, welcome.
足手まといなんて
We're just
ごめん
quickly
よ。
doing Snowbreak stuff before we switch over. We're gonna try the multiverse hunt mode in a bit as well.
足手まといなんてごめんよ。
目標の排除を確認。
足手まといなんてごめんよ。
Yeah, I'm probably gonna go do Ventoria, Fenrir, Annabella's, and Saki's.
足手まとい
That's
なんて
probably the ones I'm gonna do.
また出るだろうからよく覚えておれ。目標の排除を確認。目標達成。
We'll like practice first for them though.
足手まといなんてごめんよ。
弱点か。補給は回収した。
足手まといなんてごめんよ。
補給は回収した。また出るだろうからよく覚えておれ。目標の排除を確認。補給。
足手まといなんてごめんよ。足手まといなんてごめんよ。
Alright, there's the next one.
足手まといなんてごめんよ。
また出るだろうからよく覚えておれ。敵視。
足手まといなんてごめんよ。
弱点か。
足手まといなんてごめんよ。
目標の排除を確認。また出るだろうからよく目標達成。指示を待つ。
Wait, was that about the same score using this old setup?
私たちを阻めるものは
I got more bonuses, right? Oh no, this was like a bit worse. Actually, no, I think what they actually want is Boo Boo here. If I'm not mistaken, this is actually what they want.
大吉のブブが先頭行くね。健康無極、我が陣痛を示せ。天の時に地の利、そして分析員と私。足手まといなんてごめんよ。足手まといなんてごめんよ。我が霊力の足手まといなんてごめんよ。
Oh, one sec. No, I don't want to update that thing.
心は穏やかに、動きは正確に。当たるも発見、当たらぬも発見。足手まといなんてごめんよ。足手まといなんてごめんよ。足手まといなんてごめんよ。我が霊力の前にひざまずくがよい。足手まといなんてごめんよ。足手まといなんてごめんよ。心は穏やかに、当たる。足手まといなんてごめんよ。我が霊力強運が味方なら当然か。足手まといなんてごめんよ。すっぱさましだったらよかったのに。
Right, there we go. Heal up again.
足手まといなんてごめんよ。先急いでるようだったし、足手まといなんてごめんよ。我が霊力の前にひざまずくがよい。心は穏やかに、動きは正確に。見てなさい、本番はここからよ。足手まといなんてごめんよ。足手まといなんてごめんよ。我が霊力の前にひざまずくがよい。足手まといなんてごめんよ。さあ、
Might as well do
私を
this.
称えなさい。この天使様にかかれば足手まといなんてごめんよ。我が霊力の前にひざまずくが
Right,
よ
because
い。
it's like I can cast that off.
心は穏やかに、足手まといなんてごめんよ。足手まといなんてごめんよ。急いでるようだったし、仕方ないか。見てなさい、本番はここからよ。足手まといなんてごめんよ。我が霊力の前にひ
God
ざ
damn
ま
it.
ずくがよい。
Boo Boo sucks, man. She's like so ass to use.
急いでるようだったし、仕方。足手まといなんてごめんよ。
Where's the other things here?
天の時に地の利。
Yeah,
そ
she's
して
like
分析
actually
員
not
と
good.
私。
God damn. It's like a lot slower too.
占い通りの結果ね。
There's so many ways you just get interrupted and screwed over. Like, I'm in the similar scoring range, but like, yeah, nah. Alright, let's see. Yeah, let's just go back to using the new character. We just gotta do one more run. Alright.
人と肩を並べて戦うのも悪くない。私が認めるのはお前だけだ。なんだ、あっけない。
ここからはお任せください。
させるか。汚れを葬ってやる。はっ、まだ続くぞ。
The hell is up with the targeting sometimes? I'm like not hitting everything with the hold skill.
なんだあっけない。
ここからはお任せください。
させるか。
ここからはお任せください。
させるか。怒りはもう一つの檻に過ぎん。なんだあっけない。
Whatever.
ここからはお任せください。
させるか。怒りはもう一つの闇を恐れる。傷は強くなった証だ。よくやった。
ここからはお任せください。Hold on.
させるか。これで布石が揃う。
There we go. Hit these guys.
ここからはお任せください。
させるか。ふんまだ続くぞ。なんだ
And keep the kill streak going.
ここからはお任せください。
させるか。怒りはもう一つの檻に過ぎん。
ここからはお任せください。
させるか。ふんまだ続くぞ。
ここからはお任せください。
させるか。怒りはもう一つのふんまだ続くぞ。私の戦いぶり気に入
And
った
that's the end of it. Perfect kill streak. Okay. So we should have this thing done now.
終了。
Right? Oh, we should have... Yeah. Okay, only slightly worse than our highest score with this one, but whatever. We hit all of those. Oh wait, there's a claim all button. Easy. Alright, we just need this thing to reset. This is not available yet. And then the other thing, all that stuff is done. This event is not available yet either. Right, so we gotta wait for that. And then we have this thing here. And then we'll be done with the Nita thing. Alright. Put it on auto. Yeah, we want luck multiplier.
お金お金。
Yep, hi Quark. We just went live. Again? Okay.
今回はがっつり稼いだんだね。
Alright, what do we want here? Boost chance to trigger luck multipliers. Yes, let's go.
どんぐりどんぐり。さて、今回の収穫はどうなるかな。
Yeah, let's get more luck multiplier.
お金お金。
Yeah, I haven't. That's happened before, man. Oh, I've had that happen to me before, but it's been a long time since I've had that happen. Alright, let's see. Oh, like, I just spent all my chestnuts. Alright, let's see. Fuck, I don't have enough to buy anything here. God damn it. Alright then. I'll take that. Minigame tile, take this. Alright, I bought everything. Alright, let's see. Give me more luck multipliers, yes please. Alright. Any method? Why am I not getting freaking minigames? God damn it, it's giving me like the shit one. This is like a bad run, man. What the hell, that's like the lowest roll. Alright, come on. This is like the worst RNG, man. Alright, what's this dream buffs thing? I have all of those unlocked. God damn it, it's giving me the shit ones. Alright, let's see. Alright, what do we want here? First get that one. And then... Alright. Why am I not getting luck multipliers? What the fuck? The hell is this RNG, man?
塵も積もればなんちゃらって言うし、もらっとこ。
Alright, let's just grab these.
Wow, 金ピカだ。これは今回はがっつり稼いだんだね。今回はがっつり稼いだんだね。
Why am I getting only the lowest
塵
roll,
も積も
man?
ればなんちゃらって言うし、もらっとこ。どんぐりどんぐり。さて、今回の収穫はどうなるかな。お金お金。はあ、今回はがっつり稼いだんだね。
Hi there. Alright, let's see. Grab that. Take this. Take that. Ooh, we can get even more stuff. All event tiles in the next 4 leaf become this thing. Sure, I'll take these. Grab all the curios. No, NTE news.
うわ、金ピカだ。めっちゃついてるじゃない。めっちゃついてるじゃない。後で宝くじ買いに行かなくちゃ。
Alright.
塵も積もれ
Why
ば
am I
なん
not
ちゃら
getting
って
luck
言うし、
multipliers, man?
もらったどんぐりどんぐり。さて、分析員いれば
It's like
売れるな。
refusing to give me luck multipliers,
どん
man.
ぐりどんぐり。さて、
It just refuses, man. Alright, let's do another one. God damn it, you never want to get a high roll. Alright, let's see. Here we go, we got our first luck multiplier. I'll take this. Take that. Take that. Just grab everything. I get more stuff from gift tiles. Grab this. And then I'll grab that. Let's see. Ooh, I want lower numbers. Alright, let's see. Yeah, I'll just grab
どん
that.
ぐりどんぐりさておお一気にこんだけ来ると全部持ってけるか不安なくらいだよね。
Alright, let's see. Grants extra chestnuts. I don't really have much fruits though.
お金お金
Alright, let's see. Take this. Take that.
見るからにいい代物だよこれ。もっとこっとめっちゃついてるじゃない。後で宝くじ買いに行か
And then we're back in here again.
一気にこんだけ来ると全部持ってけるか不安なくらいだよね。
Damn it, it's giving me high rolls. You don't want a high roll in here. Ah, another high roll. Give me a low roll.
めっちゃついてるじゃない。めっちゃついてるじゃない。後で宝くじ買いに行かなくちゃ。
Alright, let's see.
お金どんぐりどんぐりさて分析員いれば
Damn it, no luck multiplier.
どんぐりどんぐりさて今回の収穫はどうなるかな。見るからにいい代物だよ。塵も積もればなんちゃらって言う
It's
し
refusing to give me a luck multiplier.
めっちゃついてるじゃない。
It's just straight up
後で宝く
refusing.
じ買いに行かなくちゃ。分析員いれば憂いなし。めっちゃついてるじゃない。後で宝くじ買いに行かなくちゃ。めっちゃついてるじゃない。後で宝くじ買いに行かなくちゃ。
Alright, what do we got here? Help with the laundry. Get that out of the list. Right, get that one out. Right, so we have those things for her now. We just need one more. And then we don't have to touch this mode again.
Donguri. さて、今回の収穫はどうなるかな。お金、お金。お金、お金。めっちゃついてるじゃない。後で宝くじ買いに行かなくちゃ。
Alright, let's see. Boost the chance to trigger luck tiles.
お金。
Alright, obtain one random material. Nah, we'll leave it like that.
これは
God damn it.
はあ、今回は
At least we're getting luck multipliers now.
お金、お金。
More luck multipliers.
はあ、今回はがっつり稼いだんだね。めっちゃついてるじゃない。後で宝くじ買いに行かなくちゃ。 お
Alright, that makes it trigger twice. I will leave it like that. Okay. Alright, this is busted. This is so dumb. And of course, it's when like I don't need it to be this high anymore. Right, it's when I don't need it to be that high. It just like, okay, sure, have a lot. Might as well get all the curios. Look how low the curio prices are now. Right now, it's just giving me a lot. It is what it is. Alright. Count the stars together. Yeah, we got 41k here. And that's everything from this mode. I don't know why this thing is still like highlighted. But then we can get our Octus drive up. Alright. So she gets some boosts for losing her HP and everything. So now she'll do a bit more damage. Alright, cool. Oh, Hero Games is back? Okay. Neat. No, we'll save it. I don't have to do the thing just yet. Right, we got that done. Time to claim everything here. Right, gotta claim everything. Alright, cool. We can go switch categories again. Right, we're done with Snowbreak stuff. NTE thing is soon. Let's go back to ToF category. Right. There we go. Let's boot it up. Yeah, it's in like 20 minutes. It's in like 20 minutes. So yeah. Do 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 do. Why does it keep turning that on? I keep turning it off. Alright. Yeah, you gotta spend them, man, slowly. Gotta slowly dump them. If you have a Copium Frost setup, man, go do a ground controller. Ground controller is like the best thing to farm. If you want fast. If you want to do it fast. Ground controller is the fastest. Or like, go find groups of people doing, what's it called? Wait, we have this shit to do. Apex League 3 times, VA twice, Aurora Racing. Okay, we got a lot of stuff here. Let me get my alt logged in too. We gotta do all this stuff here. The cloud version of ToF is working again. Well, the Boostroid cloud, but no clue about GeForce Now. Wait, there's something I want to check. Give me a sec. The hell? Alright, let me get my alt logged in. Wait, what the fuck is this launch? The launcher's like freaking out on my alt. I'm like, what the fuck is it doing when I'm trying to open the other launcher? Anyways, I need to find sand onions. He's waiting for Billy Billy. I'm waiting. I think too. Are we gonna also get ours at the same time too? Our information? Wait, those are not sand onions. Those are that thing. That's a sand onion. We need more sand onions. But I guess he's waiting for the CN side. Hi, Snoo Kappa. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, 14 minutes. We should get it in like 14 minutes or so, their drop. Whatever they're doing. A long PV plus CB2 announcement. Yeah, maybe. They already made another. There's another secret NTE Discord. They moved people again. A lot of roles are gonna get deleted off of the main Discord because they're moving people to another Discord. They're making changes to things. We'll see. But they got something planned. We'll see what it is. Alright, there's a sand onion. God. Finding mints to pick is annoying. Is that enough sand onions? I'm pretty sure I already have that. Skate Virtuoso. Yeah, I do. Alright, and then we need to get all this stuff too. Meroria Racing, gotta get that done. I need to get begonias. Alright, that one's easy. At least these ones are easy. Capoella. What does my alt need? It hurts how, like, it's like random what they give us as well. My ult has Eva. That needs to die. My ult needs an Apex League. Here we go. I matched against myself. Alright, let's pick a weapon. That one. It sucks having too many weapons, man. Because it makes it harder to find what I want. Wait. Why aren't Yam Yao's feathers being consumed? What the fuck? That is so weird. Yeah, Yamiel's feathers aren't, like, getting consumed properly. I should have put Lan instead anyways. Hi, Flagger. Welcome, welcome. NTE news soon. Alright, now I gotta get my, ult to win. The hell? Alright, please ban 2 weapons. We'll ban that one. And then I'll ban... Put that in. Alright, let's put in Oscar. And then Lan. Where's Magstorm? Ah, whatever. What the fuck? How'd they heal up so much? Alright. God damn it. But they're still in ToF. This is just PvP mode. That's another player right there. God damn, he's stinky. Shit. Not having like... Shit, I got put in the water. We're getting timeout, man. I'm still gonna win. Yeah. Easy win, but like, goddamn. You couldn't kill me once. I was trying to just, go against my ult, but like, that happened. Alright, who's, do we get this time here? Alright, let's see. Oh, they don't have much. I think we just ban... We ban Ganano. Whatever, banned whatever. Let's take that. We'll take Oscar again. And then we'll take Lan. It doesn't really matter what I pick. We're like low ranking anyways. Fuck. Oh, he's dead. There's a bunch. We'll talk about them later, though. Oh wait, NTE preview should have dropped, right? Alright, we'll go check it out now, one sec. That should give me credit for Apex League, though. Or I think it should have dropped now. The news, we'll see. Oh yeah, we'll hydrate. Let me get some water first. Alright, thanks for the hydrate. Right. But yeah. Well, let's see. Is it available now? Or where's that source?
Awaiting command.
I'm like fixing my OBS layout. Alright, here. Should there be a new source now? Okay. There's a video here. We'll stop. We'll pause that one.
Target eliminated.
Here we go. Wait. Maybe the global one as well? It's not on the global channel. Oh wait, it is. Here. Closed beta trailer. Alright, wait. Here. I'm gonna just press the record button so we can upload it later. Alright. NTE Global just posted this thing, right? Closed beta trailer. Let's see. Yeah, I think they showed it there. Right, sign up starts now. So they're new testing. Right. Obviously we did look at the previous test, right? That was over here. I re-uploaded my stream of that. Yeah, right here. If you still want to watch them, they are here. Right? The VODs of that one. We'll see what's new in there, right? New stuff coming. Let's see, where was the mail MC? We got comments already. A sphere like that in Vegas, yup. There we go. There we get the CBT there. There's a sign up. Right. Best of luck for people getting the CBT. But yeah, the initial D car. They straight up put that in here. Alright, so you can go drifting in your initial D car. Because why not? Which one's this? Oh yeah, that one. Wait, they changed some of the designs actually. I think they changed some of the designs of the characters. Some of them got changed. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we saw her in CBT 1. She wasn't playable. But she looks a little bit different now. I mean, it's just closed beta, right? And it looks like they have more new area stuff in there. Goddamn, you got people commenting that in there. Yeah, that scooter though, I wonder if you still have to like max out the Tion's friendship or whatever his name was. Alright. But yeah. Within 6 minutes, 1.5k views, yep. Where was the male MC again? Let's see if we can find them. But yeah, like, this was a different part of the city that we didn't get to play in the beta. Yeah. Well, that's because, like, it's on this machine. So on this machine, it's when I'm looking up stuff. Yeah, I'll get that here. If I go to the machine in the other room, in my living room, my computer there, it's gonna be like a bunch of food and stuff. It depends on which machine I'm using. Depending on the device. And if I pull out my tablet or my phone, it'll give me a different list of stuff to look at. It's just mostly because when I'm using this machine, I'm looking up certain other things as well. So, like, because of cookies and crap, it's going to give me some of this stuff. Sometimes I'll play music in the background or whatever while I'm doing other stuff. And because of that, well, you see how my feed ends up how it is. The question isn't which mobile GPU, but rather, what power level on them. Right? Here's the thing, right? It depends on what you're playing at and what you're trying to do with it. So, it really depends and what resolution you're going for. Because, like, if you think about it, there are some integrated graphics that are good enough if you're playing on a handheld, right? And they can pretty much get the games you'd probably want running at a decent frame rate. Keep in mind stuff like even like things like the Ryzen the newer Ryzen mobile integrated graphics, like they're on par with like an entry or mid-tier graphics card from like 8 years ago. I guess like yeah, 6 to 8 years ago. They're about the same power level as that. Right? I mean, the Intel HD iGPU is crap, but like their newer stuff, their newer iGPUs are actually pretty decent. Technically speaking, if we're comparing it to the Ryzen integrated graphics versus the Core Ultra integrated graphics, if you're specifically wanting to try ray tracing at the bare minimum level, like with like a very light level of it, the Intel iGPU is actually better than AMD's iGPU, which is kind of funny. But Intel's GPU drivers are still hit or miss, so keep that in mind. It really depends on what you're trying to do. But it's more than just what's the lowest one, but rather everything else around it. That said, I would at least look for at least 12 gigabytes or more of VRAM if I was going to be buying a laptop with an integrated graphics chip. At least 12 gigabytes of VRAM or higher. And then from there, it's like, what? You know, like, for current gen, we're looking at what? 5070, 5070 mobile, 5080 mobile or whatever. Or like, If AMD can get the 9060, not 9060, the 8060 graphics mobile stuff in more devices, that's actually probably the best thing to get. Especially if you care about battery life a bit. The what was it? The Ryzen AI Max chip. If you can find a laptop with a Ryzen AI Max chip, maybe they'll release more of them later this year. If you can actually find one of those, I would get one of those. Especially because if you configure it to have more RAM, you can't upgrade the memory, but you can give the graphics chip a lot more RAM that way. But yeah, like I would look for something with like that Ryzen AI Max, right? AMD doesn't have an equivalent on mobile updated yet, but like the Ryzen AI Max stuff, if you can get that at a good price, I would probably look at that. Yeah, it's gonna be expensive, but like the whole market is fucked because well, there's like no competition, man. And that's kind of where you're stuck looking. The thing is though, not even just buying looking at the graphics chip is important, but you have to look at the review for the specific model. Because the reality is, you could have two laptops with the exact same chip inside, but one laptop can be drastically faster than the other. It all depends on how it's configured in terms of power, because there's no strict requirements. It's ridiculous, but yeah. Yeah, make sure the cooling isn't fucked, yeah. Yeah. Wait, is that the main character right here on the scooter? That might be, actually, yeah. That's the main character, okay. Honestly, like, what I played in the first beta wasn't hard to run. As long as, like, your graphics chip supports a minimum level of ray tracing, it will work. It's just, don't expect to do it on, like, really old shit. But, like, even with, like, Lumen and stuff, like, if you maxed out what I was playing on the previous beta, RTX 3070 can do easy 4K 60 on max settings. That's using the Lumen lighting preset. They're gonna add an actual ray tracing preset later. But with that level, an RTX 3070 can max out all of the settings and still get 60 FPS stable at 4K. So like, you don't need it to be that crazy. It's a lot better optimized than you think. I would say it's a lot easier to run than Infinity Nikki. Surprisingly, it's a lot easier. You just need to have a decent CPU because it does tax your CPU. So like, yeah, it's a bit more CPU intensive, but like it's pretty obvious with the stuff going on in the city. I mean, the RTX 20 series is what? 2018? Yeah, that's a long time ago. The 20 series is from 2018. Right? You might be able to get it to work nicely still. Yeah, but yeah. Yes, 4K 60 organic, farm fresh, homegrown frames. Yes, that's what I was able to mess around with on the beta last year when I was running it on my machine. That is fine. Again, it didn't have the RTX preset. It had the basic ray tracing from the Lumen in UE5. But like, it's actually pretty decently optimized. Yeah, like, yeah, if you had like, let's say one of those older things, it still would work. You just need to be able to support at least the bare minimum level of ray tracing, and you'll be fine. You don't actually need to run it, and you can turn it off. It's just that, like, yeah, the AMD cards are going to struggle. Yeah, no frame drops or anything, yeah. Lua is just really badly optimized, no matter what happens, man. And you can't even throw hardware at the problem. I don't know what the hell they're doing with that thing. But hey, at least it's not as bad as the PGR PC client. If your screen is too high resolution or you have multiple monitors, GG. The game won't even work. But yeah. I mean, there is a 120 FPS mode that was already available in the NTE beta. My main display is a 4K 60Hz panel that I got in 2016. Yeah, I think it was 2016. So, like, it's almost 10 years old on my monitor. Like, yeah, in about, like, what? I think 11 months from now, my monitor that I'm using will be 10 years old. I would have had it for 10 years. This 4K 60Hz monitor. That's why, like, I didn't bother doing the 120, because I don't have a 120Hz monitor. I have a 4K 60. Eventually, I'll probably buy a 4K 120 or something. Maybe when prices get a bit better on those. Because I do not want to downgrade my monitor resolution. I got so used to having the screen real estate on a 4K display. But yeah. Or fancier 4K 144, yeah. Like, I don't really play games most in full screen when I'm streaming. On my own time, I will. Like, do full screen stuff, but like when I'm doing other stuff, I won't. But yeah. Yeah, but I live in Canada, right? I'm looking at like $800 or something. Plus. But yeah, like, I'll think about that later. Anyways, yeah, that's why I just mostly play stuff at 60 Hz anyways, because, yeah, 4K 60 is my monitor. I mean, it's just, Canadian pricing is garbage. Right? Canadian pricing is garbage, and then the fucking dumbasses up here also want a tariff stuff coming in from the US, and here's the problem, right? The problem is everything we buy here, right, for the tech stuff, you know, it gets sent to the US first. And the fucking dumbasses are putting it on they wanted to add tariffs on shit coming into Canada from the US, even if the stuff didn't come into Canada directly. Because no one's doing that, and it's like, prices on things have gone up. Like, the cheapest, like, 9070 XT I could find, like, that I could buy in my area is like 1,000 something Canadian. Plus tax. It's like, what the fuck? Right? Like, 5070 Ti's are like 1,100 for just the freaking card. It's like fucked up, man. But yeah. But yeah, then deal with the customs bullshit. Yeah, it's just pain. Right? The car breaking down there is funny. And this is probably gonna be a lot of people just driving around. Like, they're just gonna destroy their car and not fix it. When your car is damaged, it does get slower. When your car is damaged, like, yeah. Alright, we can check the website now. Alright, let's go check. Let's see. Join beta. Alright. Next page. Desktop PC. Here we go. 30 series equivalent. Yup. They even mentioned, like, the AMD stuff in there. Okay. What CPU? Yeah, they got XDD CPU in there too. Ryzen 9. 7950. They don't have the Ryzen 9000 here. Interesting. Alright, I have 64 gigs of RAM. I mostly play on PC. Commonly used. Alright, I haven't touched a console in like 2 years, I think, now. Other toaster. I mean, you could probably play Doom on a smart toaster, man. Alright, let's see. there's no more than 13 to 19 hours. Surely, like we can raise this higher. All right. Mostly enjoy. Let's see. Mechanics, sure. Management, we'll do that one. Right, because we played this in the thing. Sure, cosmetic stuff. We can do that. We'll go mess around with this thing. Okay, which genres of PC or mobile games do I mostly play more of? Alright, we played some of that. Single player real time, yes. Turn based, yes. We played those. What else we got here? Action adventure, yet. I love how like the platformer genre is just missing. You gotta love how like platformer games are just missing. Because that's like mostly what I play off stream. I haven't booted up Pal World in a while. Oh, what else we got here? I guess we could put that there. We're like literally streaming this shit. We put that there. Oh, we're out of options. We can't add more. Okay, next. Total playtime. There. Final Fantasy 14. I never played that one. I've played a bit of Yakuza before, not much. Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, we're here. Forza Horizon, never played that one. I haven't touched Cyberpunk. I have Cyberpunk, but I haven't played it yet. Around here. And then The Sims, no. Okay. Which of the mobile games have I played? I mean, we got Shooter with, Snowbreak. What else we got here? I mean, I guess, where would they put ToF, man? I guess they would group it there. They don't even mention ToF, what the fuck? You know what, we'll just leave it like that then. That's funny, they don't even mention their other game. Alright, let's see. Total playtime. Pokemon Go. Never played Immortal. I did play that for a bit. Yeah, we did that one. That we literally uninstalled those the same day. Never played those, never played those. Oh wait, there's more here. AGR can go here, Genshin can go there. There. Alright, let's see. Which have I done the following? Played the games, yes. I've watched anime, yes. Not really. I mean, I bought collector's editions of games, and that's about like the extent I deal with. This is basically the extent I deal with this stuff. Okay. Let's see. Official, let's see. Discord. Unofficial YouTube, sure. Official website. And then live streaming, sure. I mean, we're literally streaming it right now. Me filling this out. Let's see. Was invited to the previous beta last November. Put that in there. Alright, let's see. The urban stuff. What else we got here? Sure, we'll put this. I mean, we did play it last year. Alright, here we go. What are the following, what are the most, what are you most looking forward or hope the game focuses on? Supernatural theme, customization, uh, urban stuff, multiplayer stuff here. I will put that. Alright, combat is like secondary, whatever. Like, if you're gonna rank them in order. Oh no, this is the first time I think I've seen. You know what's funny and sad? Why is this the first time in any of these surveys that I filled out for these games where they actually mention this? This is funny and sad. This is the first time these words in that order have been put together. Right? Like, I don't know if it's funny or sad, but this is the first time. This is the first time this thing has ever been brought up. That is actually sad. That is so sad. This is the first time one of them ever brought up that point. This is the first time. I can't think of any other survey that has ever brought this point up. Like, it is both hilarious and sad that it's actually been brought up. That is funny. Again, like, in order, I guess we put in here. Yeah. We rank it this way. Combat is whatever. Customization stuff, all of it, that stuff always great. The simulation stuff, again. But it's funny. It's funny and sad. I mean, oh wait, what was that whisper thing? Sure, there you go. But yeah, it's just hilarious and very sad how this is the first time in one of these surveys I seen that brought up. Right? Customization, enhanced vehicle mods, home decoration, other personal style. I mean, yep. Hopefully they can work on more of it. We've messed around a little bit with it in the beta. Vehicle gameplay, yep. Let's see what they got there. But like, the thing is, the vehicle stuff, that blends in more into the multiplayer stuff here. Because like, you know, you have the driving stuff, how about you go race people or whatever with the vehicles. So like, I would kind of tie that here. Yeah, it looks like Mike's confirmed, yeah. Alright, next page. Oh, here, now they ask it. Currently playing it, yep. How long? 3 or more. They just mentioned it separately. It doesn't really affect my opinion. Alright, here we go. There. And obviously I'm not gonna show you that stuff. So let me just fill that in real quick. Right, I'm not gonna give you guys my actual birth year and stuff. Here we go. Right, survey completed. Easy. But yeah, it's just funny and sad how that was the first time I've seen that point brought up. Right? Right, it's the first time. It's the first time I've seen it brought up. Actually funny. Because they usually forget about that point. Alright, that stuff is usually forgotten about. But there we go. Right, and that should be soon. They just announced the registration for it, not the actual dates of everything. So we'll see when that comes out. It's like if we took Shocky, changed her eye color, and made her older. Right? This is literally like older Shocky, kinda. Wait. Uh. Oh, let me pull it up. Right. It's kind of like older Shocky. Because Shocky's supposed to be like 16 or something, right? If I wasn't mistaken. She kind of feels like if Shocky was older, there's the purple thing there. Yeah, they did. Right? It's like an older Shocky. I don't know. I was just thinking, wait, that's like an older Shocky. Gave her a cloak here on top. You know, there's the purple coming out there, the purple streak coming out. Yeah, Shocky big sister. Right? Clearly that's Shocky. That's clearly Shocky. And kind of like Nanyan, maybe. Potentially. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, like, they reworked her from the beta, this character, too. Yeah, because I think I remember seeing an NPC like that. Hi, Ghoul Hunter. Yeah, here's the GU character. They redesigned her. They changed her hair now. GU got redesigned. Yep, they redesigned GU though. We don't have GU. But yeah, they redesigned the GU thing. Right, I obviously don't have GU. GU, if only. Yeah, I saw your comment, yeah. Mm-hmm. We have GU at home. Oh, we'll see. Right, so we saw Shocky, right? They had Shocky earlier. A grown-up Shocky here. Right, this is literally just grown-up Shocky. They redesigned GU though. We got Tion. Old ass character. Surely he won't kill himself this time.
Do you need me? Thunderbreaker is excited too.
Right? Oh wait, we should go to a spot where it'd be easier if we go to that room. Where's the room? Oh, here. Yeah, we'll see more with the CBT. That's soon. Alright. They have the registration up now. Let me just warp in here. It's been a long time, yeah? 3 T-pose again. Didn't load it properly yet. There we go. Right, because Tion's weapon, where is it? It kills him. Because for some reason he decides that, he likes to drain his health. For some stupid reason. Except, because of stats, the health draining doesn't even matter because no matter how much HP you have, you're only gonna do minimum damage. Well, a lot has changed since then. Right. Here. Yeah, it's Tion over there. Right, it's Tion. Except Tion actually has heterochromia eyes. Heterochromia eyes, you can see. Right, one is yellow, the other one's blue. Yeah, it's Tion right there. It's right there. See, it's Tion. Who's the first banner? Who knows, man? Who knows? We didn't even have a gotcha in the beta. We didn't even have a gotcha thing in the beta. Would be funny though if this character is just... This one is just Nonyan with a hat. If they make this one just... This is like... Wait, no, wait. The outfit kind of also reminds me of Ling Han's thing. They just fuse both of them, put a hat on top. Right? I don't know. But yeah, we saw that character before as well. And this one, I mean, she wasn't in the lab. We'll see. Yeah, gotta learn some middleware catch up sometime else. Okay. See you around then, Snowy Moon. Oh yeah, that's the trailer for that thing. Right.
I need to think of something to distract myself.
Alright, let's keep going. Move on to the next thing. There we go. There's a trailer there. So we can upload the trailer after, a reaction to it after. Lots of stuff coming soon, man. Right, that's the thing. But yeah, but it looks like we will be able to see the other part of the city that wasn't available in the thing, right? Because like we couldn't cross this bridge in the previous beta, so we only got to see the small area. We didn't get to see this part of the city. This part was not accessible in the beta.
I sometimes wonder, maybe painkillers.
They didn't
are
really
the
show any
sleeping
enemies,
pills
yeah,
for
in
me.
here. I mean, yeah, no, that they're just chasing this. Yeah. Yeah, they didn't like show any of that stuff here. Right, that is just oh, they changed her ult animation, I guess.
Sometimes wonder, maybe painkillers.
Okay, so
are
her
the
ult
sleeping
animation
pills for me.
changed. Because before it was just one car, but now we have a bunch of trucks being thrown out. It looks like they changed her animation, her ult animation. Oh, but yeah. Yeah, it just dropped. It just dropped. It dropped like 40 minutes ago or something. Yeah, we'll see what happens, right? We'll probably get into the next beta.
Think of something to distract
Oh, here we go.
myself.
Dear creators, yeah, share the thing on the announcement. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, cool. Yeah, I just got my information on how to get my test qualification. Cool. I'll go fill those forms later off stream. Right, obviously I'm not gonna show you the thing. But yeah. Right, we gotta do the thing there. We should be good. I guess they said spots are limited or something, maybe. Wait, let me read the thing real quick. Here, I'll replay the
Sometimes
trailer
wonder, maybe
while I read
painkillers
the
are
thing
better than
again.
sleeping pills for me.
Let me just close ToF real quick. I'm gonna post my reaction right now, actually. One sec. It's first come, first serve. Let me open DaVinci Resolve. I mean, Gold Nucleus is standard banner. Don't, only use Gold Nucleus on standard banner. Don't use Dark Crystals there. Never spend Dark Crystals or whatever on standard banner. Alright, let me just, put a title on this thing. Alright, let me just quickly spit out a quick edit. I mean, I guess what we can do actually, are you guys curious to see what I'm doing? Here, I can pull it up. Let me add a source. Window capture. I stopped using Adobe Premiere and started using this thing a while ago. I mean, this is gonna be a quick and dirty edit. I'm just gonna grab the thing and toss it in. Right, let me just find the file. It's under my OBS output folder. Today's date is the 14th. Change the preset there. And then my outro card is there. I'm just gonna put both of them together and call it a day. Alright, timeline. This is like, I'm like not really doing much else other than putting the reaction from earlier here. So this is gonna be the laziest edit ever. What channel? Oh, it's the audio balancing here. Right, we can go edit this thing. I think we can just nuke those audio tracks and just keep it on audio track 3. No, we keep that one. We mute all the other audio tracks. Yeah. Oh wait, no. The character, I think the character was talking. We don't mute that one, we just delete that piece. I'll put the outro in here later. Okay, I lock this one. Yeah, so we take this thing and delete that. Unmute this. And then okay. And then I think I adjust the volume of this track down. Alright, here we go. Yes, I have heard of that town. Wait, which one had my... actually get this part of the... Oh, here we go. We didn't have it in the... Alright, NTE Global just posted this thing, right? Closed beta trailer, let's see. Is there like anything we can remove here? Which certain racks that frame run. So the new things are like, yeah, we put my filling of the survey there. Honestly, I think we can just toss this out. Oh yeah, that's the trailer for that thing. There we go, there's my outro. Cool. Now I can go upload this right now. YouTube, upload directly. Public, wait, unlisted first. Gaming. Where's my information first? And then, like, I'll fill it in with the other information after. We can remove Snowbreak from there. Technically, we don't need to have ToF information in there. Oh, my ToF hashtag thing is still there. Alright, where was the thing? Alright, let's see. To Alright, we just put that in here. Export. And then there. How long will this take to, like, render and upload? There we go. It's rendering a thing now. Hi, Tara. I just did a quick video edit of a reaction thing, so I can upload it immediately. And then, we were using this, picture. Let me open Canva real quick. We can make a thumbnail. Alright, why is it not loading properly? God damn it, it's not loading properly, whatever. It'll be done rendering in like 5 minutes. Okay. Oh my god, let's see, like, is there anything going on in Discord? Oh, let's see, people talking about this stuff. Okay. Social feed. Right, they post their YouTube thing, we just looked at that one. Right, the recruitment stuff is over here. Alright, cool, we got all of that over there. Okay. Yeah, that, I guess that's the male MC. People looking at space things to uninstall there. Try in private mode. Alright, cool. Damn, that's an old one. Yeah, we have like integrated graphics faster than a 1060 now. Old shit the people are using over there. Very old stuff. Okay. And then people completed the survey thing. People are just talking about that there. General chat is like this. Okay, cool. Obviously, I won't leak the other thing. Okay, the video is almost done rendering. It'll be done rendering in like 2 minutes. And then I can upload it directly. But yeah, what are the things that we have to look through for reaction today? Later? Oh, what are they? What was I sent? A harder drive? Hard drives we didn't want or need, the fuck? Sure, we got all this stuff. Problem with the collabs. Okay. We got a lot of stuff here. Probably won't be putting these ones in because copyright. I'm gonna guess these things would get claimed pretty easily. We already did this yesterday. The Silver Palace thing. There's a lot of stuff you guys sent. But yeah. In about a minute, the render will be done. Oh, let me boot up ToF again. Alright, I'll get the background music playing again as well. You put a whole bunch of shit? Okay. Oh, you were talking about like what you said on my the comment on my video before? Yeah, your comment was here. I mean, we didn't actually see if we can actually aim and shoot the thing. Because it could just be like auto lock on. Which is the thing some of these games have done. Where they just give you an aimbot. And not that you're actually aiming, yeah. It's a Pegasus. Nah, here's gonna be my joke here. No, and with this polymerization card, I fuse the Pegasus with a Pepega to summon the Pegasus. I don't know. Yeah, they could fix the camera easily, maybe. We'll see. But yeah, being very fair with my potential concerns. Don't want another shell open world Genshin clone. You hate shit that, and also, for the FOV, I'm sure they could fix the camera. They could, but we'll have to see, right? It all depends on how they go about it. Yeah, it's like, you gotta see with this one. The, Silver Palace one. Yeah, it's probably not gonna come out for a couple of years. Probably not. But yeah. Okay. What do we need to get done here? We need field energy, evolution frontier again. I'll just do that. I can do that quickly on my own. Gotta kill Habuella, begonias, poultry eggs, cook 5 times. At least this is all easy stuff we can do pretty quickly. Poultry eggs are around here somewhere. Would be best if we used Entoria, just so we can fly up there. There's usually a bunch up here. Honestly though, with like the redone of this song that's like playing right now, that they did with that Falcom album, kinda wish they like did a full they did the full Pulsation of Tomorrow song with the thing like that, instead of just being the motif at the end. Right? Would have been cool. Oh, there it is. Right, grab that one. That's another one done. I gotta cook 5 times. Oh, that's because I'm uploading a video right now. It's gonna calm down. Give it like 10 minutes. It's gonna calm down. Because I'm currently like using my bandwidth to upload a video to YouTube while streaming. I have like no bandwidth room. That's why. You're playing Nier and you find really annoying you fart you died. Oh, the prologue is hard, yeah. The initial part of the prologue when you're doing the shoot 'em up section, that is pretty hard. Yeah, it took me a while. But yeah, like I'm basically uploading my reaction to the NTE trailer right now. It was like a 47-minute long reaction or something. So that's getting uploaded to YouTube right now. Because I already just did a quick edit. So there's that. And I'm just filling up the stuff here. But at the same time, I'm streaming to both YouTube and Twitch simultaneously. So keep that in mind. Right? I'm basically maxing out my upload bandwidth and everything. That's why my ping is so bad. Yeah. The initial start is actually somewhat difficult, yeah. Eventually he'll beat it, man. Just keep at it. Yeah, it'll be uploaded in 15 minutes. So we're just gonna have to deal with this shit ping for a bit while I upload the video. And then YouTube can process it and everything after. Oh, then we have to decipher the thing, catch 3 fish, spend the vitality, evolution frontier 3 times, vermilion energy. Yes, you will get it. You will get it. You don't have to thing. The matrices are not free. Neither is Lin. But Yan Meow, Zeke, and Ganano are free. You just need to click on the button here. I'll show you. This button over here. You see this one? You get it from here. Yeah, he will get it for free. It's just gonna take a bit of like scratching off here. You just complete the objectives and you can scratch them off. Yan Meow is here. Zeke is here. And Ganano is here. You can get it for free. You just need to scratch these off. And then you'll get like... it's gonna take 3 weeks. 2 to 3 weeks. But like, yeah. You will like, after you finish one card, you'll get the next card. You can scratch that off. It'll give you the other thing. And then you just keep going until you get everything. The only thing that you have to pay for is if you want the Lin here. This Lin is not free. Neither are the matrices. But everything else is in the free one. What you get for spending the $15 or whatever it is, the $10 or $15 for this, is it also gives you Lin. You get Lin and you get their matrices for Ganano, Zeke, and Yan Meow. So if they were interested in any of those, yeah. That's what they get for the swiping. Otherwise, if they just want the character or the weapon, whatever they are free. They just need to be patient and do all the missions. Right, they'll just have to do them all slowly every day over the next 3 weeks. And then they can get the thing for free. Yeah, I know. You'll get them on the other scratch card. There are 3 scratch cards. Alright, you have a good night then, Zedmeister. You finish one scratch card and you get the next one. And you can get them more on the next scratch card. They're combined. Like, the way it works is, the stuff you get on the scratch cards are combined for all 3 levels. So you don't have to get them all on one scratch card. You will get another one after you finish the first one. There's more than enough to get everything on there. There is more than enough. They just need to make sure they do all the missions. But yeah, if they do that, they will get all 3 for free. It'll just take 3 weeks. At the same time, they can't really procrastinate either. Because that thing is like a permanent thing for everyone. You have 3 weeks. Like, the actual thing will last for 3 weeks. Since the first login from their account creation. Or after the update, which is like for everyone 3 weeks from yesterday. Is when the thing will expire. The thing is, like, the next round starts on like the first Monday of the week or whatever. With the weekly reset. So you'll just unlock the next scratch card. You can do multiple scratch cards at once. So like, they don't have to worry. They will get enough for all of it. There is more than enough. You got your money for the Limbus Battle Pass on your Apple account. You already scanned your phone, but it's asking you to verify. Oh, rip. Yeah, that's pain, man. I mean, that's just what happens when you do it on iOS. Stuff will always be a pain on iOS. Because Apple. Alright, I need to find like 3 more of those. I actually have to go around collecting the ball things. Well, not really collecting the ball, but just grabbing these things. Alright, and then there's Evolution Frontier. Can do that after fishing, then there's a Decipher thing. Yeah, just 8 more minutes of this thing. Of dealing with this stuff. And then the video will be uploaded. Obviously, they're gonna have it uploaded as unlisted so I can fix the thing after. Wait, I did not want to be in combat yet. I want to switch to Frost. It just looks so weird to use underwater. Oh wait, my ping is like not that bad here. Man. And the combat is so slow underwater, man. Well, at least it's so weak and it dies very quickly. Right, at least it's incredibly weak. So there's that at least. But I need to get... Okay, I need to get another lens this year. Oh damn it, give me another lenses. But it just like moved, it just needed to move over by one. God, I hate it when they do this stupid event setup thing, man. Because it's just annoying. Alright, we'll go do fishing. The first thing he did was vomiting lava, I know. As soon as I teleport, he just vomits lava in my face. Oh wait, I already had those populated. Okay. I don't even need roaming and inners anymore. Oh, I should have just left that thing in there to claim the thing there. Soon. Tomorrow I get to see if it'll like actually work up. Vomiting lava in his face. Damn. That is funny. That is funny, man. Wait, someone pinged me in Mr. Cake's server, what the fuck? Let me see. Let me see, where is the thing? Mentions me. Okay. Is it still as hot as when it went in? I don't know, man. I don't know how vomiting lava would work. Don't ask me how vomiting lava would work. Because I have no idea how that would work. Let's go fishing somewhere. Oh yeah, we can just teleport to a fishing spot. Right, fishing. Sure, it'll just teleport me to a fishing spot. Wait, there's no fishing pool here. Oh, whatever. We just need to fish 3 times. Wait, one sec. I bet it's hotter because Habwell literally come from inside the volcano, yep. Volcanic temp plus body temperature. Yep. Habwella is from the volcano. Alright, let me just double check something real quick.
Target eliminated.
It should be uploaded now as a video here. Okay, YouTube is processing it now. I'll have to make a thumbnail.
Awaiting command.
Wait,
Target eliminated.
let me just look it up. Wait, what was the thing? Let me just grab their thumbnail and just spit it out real quick.
Awaiting command.
All right.
Oh, that's the wrong thing there. Okay. I'm just making a thumbnail real quick for the video I just grabbed. Google says no, what? No to what?
Target eliminated.
Okay. Google says no. Got it. Well, I'm just gonna quickly make a thumbnail. Where is Canva? That way we can get the video, like, uploaded. They try to eat lava and puke them out? I guess they do. Now you know. Right? Now you know. Alright, set as background.
Target eliminated.
Alright, let me just get the thing.
Awaiting command.
Alright, let me get the color thing on the thumbnail done real quick. I'll make that.
Awaiting command.
Put that here.
Target eliminated.
Yeah, I'll just do that. Very quick thumbnail. JPEG. Current page. Download. Alright, I made my thumbnail. I'm gonna just insert it now.
Awaiting command.
Oh wait, I can just grab it from, I should grab it from my other NTE video.
Target eliminated.
Okay. And then... yeah, thumbnail of it,
Command.
damn. Using the... I was like looking at the... what's it called? The VidIQ's AI thumbnail generation. It's so papega. the things it generates is so papega. I'm just like curious. Anyways, I'm just gonna post the thing. Alright, that's... you wanted to see the response, I won't pull it up. It's fine. Alright, let me just get the other thing up. End screen, just take my end screen from, my NTE video.
Awaiting command. Target eliminated.
This reviewer most recent. Right, keep it like that. Oh, let me just put the label for monetization on. None of the above. Submit. Cool.
Awaiting command.
And then I'll just have it scheduled. Okay, my reaction video has been processed. So now I'm just gonna have it like scheduled. Schedule. Yes, there we go. Saved. In about 30 minutes, it'll go live on my channel. Now I can go fill that form out. With the creation link. Alright, I need to fish up one more fish.
Awaiting command.
Alright, come on.
Target eliminated.
Alright, we should have another thing done here. Right, we need to get the begonias as well. I should get the begonias. Those are over here. Do, 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 do. They were from the Corey event, yeah, probably. I don't even remember, man. They probably were. They probably were. A shonen manga protagonist. I will be uploading my my reaction video to the NTE things shortly. It'll be up in like half an hour from the stream. It'll be uploaded on my channel. Yeah, Apple is a pain to deal with. That's just how it is. Come on, give me Linsis in the other thing. This refuses to give me Linsis as the other thing so I can get the title. God, this... I hate this. I hate these stupid things in here. The freaking box event thing. But you want to like clear out like all of them first, and then you can get the next set. That's kind of how you want to handle the stuff in here. Oh yeah, we can get stuff here. We can get the Joyful Rhythm thing. We unlocked a personal card quirk. There's a bunch of other stuff in here, and this stuff doesn't unlock until later. Okay. Shit's funny though, just using that thing to climb. Yeah, I don't know, man. That's why you don't do shit from Apple, man. Just don't. Right, just don't deal with them. Then you won't have their problems. Well, I don't know, man. Oh yeah, we need to make a group for the racing event. For the racing. I need to do 3x races. Yeah, it was a Fenrir outfit, yeah. It's an old Fenrir outfit. But hey, they brought it back at least, so people can get it if they missed it. Right, it's great for the people who missed it. Let's see, what else is here? Yeah, we'll do the race thing. I need to use the washroom real quick, so I'm gonna be right back in a bit. No, you can't glide, no. It's just a jet board. It works on the water though. It's basically like the jet board relic. It's basically that. I mean, like, if you can still like move downwards and stuff, yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know. Alright, let me get my ult logged in first. Alright, I'm gonna be right back. I need to use the washroom. I'll be right back. Well, that was unfortunate.
Awaiting command.
Right, we can differentiate our marks. Yours are a different color than mine.
All is cleansed. Target.
I don't even do skill damage.
Awaiting command.
Oh, she's like destroying the freaking cards, man. Yeah, if I had her M1, it would have been like destroyed by now.
Target eliminated.
I think we can afford to split up here. We'll cover more ground quickly that way.
The one on the right then. I'll go with you. We'll be safer this way.
In that case, Great Fox Nolan and I will take the room on the left. Honestly though, I think I'll just continue it next time, because like,
Awaiting command.
I'm just really tired right now physically, and I've been like yawning every like 2 minutes. You can't hear it because I've been blocking the sound, but like, here we go. And oh, I really wasn't
Target
expecting that.
eliminated.
Actually, this is really good. Well, now now, you know what this means? My Song of Broken Pines Sayu is completely worthless. Because I just got C. Yeah, and now I have C2 Gene, and right, what I can do is give. Well,
Awaiting
it
command.
would, but yeah, but you. Oh. I legit wasn't expecting this. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Target
Let's see.
eliminated.
Right, I'm back. Let's see. I need to invite my ult and get it set up, prepped up for racing. Let me just check the mission board on my ult as well. It also has Mia's Kitchen 3 times. So I will do that. Oh yeah, I'm gonna do a join ops real quick. And then I'll go through the mission board. Today's join op is okay. That one. Interesting. Alright, we're gonna have to go back to Volt with Ventoria. Wait, actually, probably fine. And Dory will be faster, but like, Gray Fox also works. Right, could also just use Gray Fox. Let me get my ult over. Because we don't have Fantasia. Or, the instant weapon charge. I couldn't use Gray Fox at the start. Which is fine. Because join op is a joke regardless. Alright, like, no matter what, join ops are a joke. Oh, I see. Crystal Vatlin launches on the 28th for people interested in that one. Alright, let's see. I mean, it's fine, man. As is, at least, like, it's quick and easy for people. I mean, it'd be nice if they added a sweep function, I guess, to it. That could be nice.
Awaiting command.
But, you know, it is what it is. Well, it is free, right? Co-op Bygone. Isn't that just Origin of War, man? That's just Origin of War. Without mechanics. It's just co-op Origin... Bygone is just co-op Origin of War. Without mechanics and bigger HP sponges. Right, if you took out the mechanics from Origin of War... made it single player and make the HP sponges bigger, you just get Bygone. I mean, technically here they do have co-op Bygone, for the mentor thing, kind of. But it's like kind of weird. And like it doesn't really matter that much. Because it's not like they're gonna get very far anyways. Raids with more mechanics. Fair enough. That's one way to look at it. I mean, the raids use the same stuff as Origin of War after all. You audibly gasped and cried at NTE's new trailer, damn. Well, my reaction will be uploaded soon. We looked at it earlier. Yeah, they redid her design. She's no longer, she no longer looks like, GU. She's no longer GU. And then they gave her Lan's umbrella. They gave her the Lan umbrella. Yeah, that's GU. I don't have her, but... her old design is just straight up GU. Wait, we can actually go find her. She's like around here, right? Yeah, fair enough. Do 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 do. Someone said she's like always here. Where is she? Oh, there she is. Too bad we can't zoom in anymore in the photo mode. But yeah, she's like right here. There we go. Really? Chiyu. Yeah, she's the goldfish. Chiyu, the lava goldfish. Yeah. Oh, what does she want anyways? Okay, cool. Free dominium. Free dominium. Let's go. Just upgraded, yep. That's one way to look at it. As just an upgraded design. But hey, it upgrades and upgrades and upgrade. Alright, let's go to the racing. We'll get people who want to do a Moroya racing. I need to do 3 rounds of the racing anyways. Right, it's best to start checking things off the Lince's Fanbox checklist sooner rather than later. Right, best to check everything off and get everything done now. Right, we just need we need people for Moroya Racing. Come on, people, anyone? Oh wait, it's 2 out of 4, not 3 out of 4. Come on, people. Just one more person, Moroya Racing. There we go, let's do Moroya Racing. And then like after this I'll do one of the racing rounds on my alt. Probably. Maybe. Just so we can be put in the leaderboard thingy. Hey, it doesn't really matter. I haven't done this in so long. Aurora racist. Yeah, surely. That's one way to word it. Wait, the other player didn't load in? The fuck? Alright, final lap. Alright. Just a little bit slower than the other guy. Got some race points. Alright, one sec. The other person DC'd, goddamn. I'll do it again.
Awaiting command.
Oh, there's in an instance of some kind. They crashed when trying to load into the race. And now they're like inside. God damn it. The race is already over. What the fuck? They logged off trying to get into the race. Did they like bork it out? Because like
Target eliminated.
Alright, we'll do another one. There's also like the other car. I could use the vortex car, it's faster, but like I want the other one. Doo-doo. Doo-doo, doo-doo-doo, doo-doo-doo. How is their car faster, man? I don't know, man. Do, 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 do. Oh, we ran in a YouTube quota. No, this is just the driving sim, racing sim side mode. Oh shit. I went too fast. Other person passed me when I crashed. Alright, there we go. Wait, where is that thing? Alright, how about crossing rage? Alright, let's get on in. Alright, you get to see the racetrack here. But yeah. Well, either way, we ran out of streamer bots quota, man. Oh, the other player is like right behind me. How are they heavier than a fucking monster truck, man? How are they heavier than a monster truck? The fuck? Maybe I should make alts to farm this racing mode, man. Just so I can get the other car. The ultimate car here. Yep, Island Spirit. Oh yeah, my reaction should have just been uploaded now. My reaction video to the thing from the stream earlier should be up. I believe it should be up now. Yeah. It should be up now, my reaction to it. Yeah, it just went up. Right, they posted it 2 hours ago. My reaction video came out 1 minute ago. Now I can finish my application for the thing. Alright, let's see. Provide creation thing between the 15th of May and the thing. Alright, let me just submit it. Alright, crosswalks. God, I gotta do the Google verification thing. Cool. Right, I just sent in my application for the thing. Because, like, there's 2 ways to get spots in for the beta. But yeah. Alright, thanks for the follow as well, Kurojak Gale Karu. I hope I didn't butcher your name. But thanks for the follow. Okay. Kuro is fine? Alright. Alright, Scary does. Alright, we'll do one more race. I'm just gonna do the race on my ult. I'm gonna try to do one race on my ult this time, so my main won't move. Actually, it doesn't really matter. I mean, the thing is, we haven't seen anything from Ananta. Right, the thing is, we don't know if the guys there can pull off the content. But we know the NTE devs can. I mean, like, what do you see right here? Right, what is this game mode right here? You should have seen what I did when I filled out the general application. But I also sent in the creator application just now for the NTE beta. Yeah, they just thing. You can watch my reaction to the trailer later. You know what's funny though? The survey thing, for the first time, they actually mentioned level design, which is kind of funny. First time someone actually mentions level design. Yeah, like, none of these freaking 3D gotchas with the maps and stuff like that. Now, maybe later, I don't know. You guys want to do bingo? Maybe if you send me reactions to reactions, we can do the bingo again? I don't know if you guys really want to. I mean, it'd be too soon to do it, because, like, it was literally just posted. Final lap. Nah, I won't. But like again, like I still don't know what the hell they're trying to do with Ananta. You know, it's not like they have a track record either, because it is a new studio as well. Oh, come on, why is his car heavier? What the fuck is up with the weight distributions on these vehicles? How is his heavy? How is his a heavyweight? What the fuck? I have a fucking monster truck. How is his car heavier? Oh wait, you guys didn't see. I was just chilling on the other thing. I just realized I didn't have the thing in view. Whatever. I just fixed it, don't worry. I didn't even notice. I was like too focused on the other thing. Wilma is not Big 4, man. It is not. Keep coping for that. It is not. What's the revenue website again? They're not. They're not. Yeah, they're not. Look, fucking Pokemon is ahead of fucking Genshin ZZZ woo crap. The Pokemon TCG Naruto Mobile is up there. Like, I'm sorry, what? Love and Deep Space over here? Like, I'm sorry? Right, this is just all the different regions for Love and Deep Space right there. Like, I'm sorry, what? If this is Big 4, well, Big 4 is over here. Nice try. Nice try. Because they're a fucking clown. That's why. Cool, plus 1100 Dark Crystal. Wait, they're giving this thing to us every day? What the fuck? Every day they're just giving us these boxes? What the fuck? I mean, if we're going by popularity, fucking Pokemon's ahead of all of them. If we're gonna talk about popularity, keep in mind, there's also the IRL version of the Pokemon TCG that also has ridiculous sales so bad that, like, they treat you like you're a thief if you're trying to buy some cards. Aster preview tomorrow, yeah. Well, we'll see Aster tomorrow then. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. They didn't. What happened was the number got rounded up and down, and then it got updated. They didn't. People were trolling just to make people laugh. The guy running the website was trolling to make it look like they won, but they didn't. You actually don't know what's going on there. As a joke, the guy who's running the website is like, let's not update this other number just to make it look better. And then they update it later. Then they update it like 2 days later. Just to troll. Also, yeah, when you look at the fact that, like, yeah, Pokemon, Dragon Ball, Naruto is there, like, no chance. No shot. Nothing's beating Pokemon. Not by a long shot. You're not. Keep in mind, Pokemon alone is more than 10 times the size of everything Hoyo has combined. You would need to, like, multiply all of Hoyo's crap by 10 to even get close to Pokemon. Like, if you combine, like, the most valuable and the third most valuable business IP, they only barely combine to the size of Pokemon. The most, like, the two of the top 3 of the Disney's IPs, they only combined, they barely match Pokemon. Like, you have no idea just how absurdly massive that is. Did you forget that there's Pokemon Gacha? We're also excluding shit like Raid Shadow Legends and crap. Which, they probably make a lot more than you think. How else do you think they can sponsor and, like, fund all those crazy ads and crap? But then again, Raid Shadow Legends is owned by an investment group that literally runs casinos and crap. They own, like, so many casinos and shit. That's a fun little fact. They are. The company that makes it is... They literally run, like, chains of casinos all over the world. If you didn't know. Like, actual casinos. At the same time, too, how do you think they can, like, afford to do all the fucking crazy-ass ads that they always do? And sponsors that they do, like, regularly? Because they do it on a whole nother level, man. And again, like, for mobile games, gachas are only a very small part. They're a very small, like, piece of the market. A very tiny niche. There are a lot of things that are just not, looked into. That are a lot bigger. There are a lot. Yeah, they have lots of cash. You think those ads are cheap, man? I mean, yeah, Wu was literally just botting all their engagement. Kuro was botting all their engagement like crazy. You know, if you ever like looked at like the numbers and the engagement rate, it's like very bad. It's like, it's the kind of engagement rate you would see from like botting. It's like botting numbers. Because it's like view count versus engagements. It's the ratio is less than 10%. Like you're looking at like usually on average it's like 2% at best. In a lot of cases, the engagement ratio. When it's like that, it's mostly just ads. Like those types of engagement rates are usually what you would see from ads. Yeah, I don't know, man. People are weird. That's their own problem, not mine. Come on, give me a Linsis. Finally. Okay, we want to get top streamer now. So we need to lock that in. And then there's like all this other stuff we gotta get done. Yes, kitchen, Void Abyss, Evolution Frontier. Right, we can get that done after. Oh yeah, good luck on your finals, right. Yeah, for people there, it's like finals should be soon. It is that time of year. Good luck with your finals, man. Good luck. Yeah, I don't know why people are like went and bombed Google Classroom when it has absolutely nothing to do with whatever's going on. Weirdos. But, you know, it is what it is. You know, I never checked. Wait. Did it like reset the box count for me if I wanted to get Yanawo matrices? Because like I might go and like get the last Yanawo matrix that I don't have. Might be worth. No, it did not reset the box. I have that one too. Wait, do I have that piece? Yeah, I do. I do want to get the matrices just because it'll be good for multiverse hunt. Yeah, fuck it, I'll go grab it. I mean, they're both livestock at the end of the day, man. They're both really stupid livestock. Yeah, I just want to get one piece of her matrices here. God damn it. We'll just do 2 more pulls. They're like the same garbage, man. If they want to act like the dumbass Pepegas they are, leave them be. That's their problem, not mine. Alright, I can grab this one. Yeah, it's good to have Forza Yanomo just for the, multiverse on mode stuff. There we go, we got the new key there. More weapon development boxes. Okay. Where's my Yanawo box? I swear, I thought I had a Yanawo box. Oh, here it is. Yeah, just missing that one. Where's Yanawo? Yanawo matrices was like the only good thing of Yanawo. These things are still- this thing is still insanely broken. Their matrices. I mean, it is what it is, man. If things will still keep getting worse and worse for them, that's their problem, man. Yeah, they want to keep acting the way they are, just leave them alone. Leave them in their shithole. That's their problem now. They've been doing that for a long time, man. It is what it is. Okay, let's see. We're gonna do the multiverse hunting. I believe I want to do Shocky for one of them. I know I want to do Shocky for one of them, so... Where's Yanawo? You know, I'll level her up. Why not? Yeah, what the heck? Why not level her up? I mean, what do you expect, man? You got Tectone and friends in that group doing their weird ass Pepega stuff, man. It is what it is. I think we're just gonna use bioelectric. We also want to get the new food, right? Oh yeah, we have dailies. We'll do the dailies after. Again, there's a reason why people like to kick those type, don't like to gatekeep and keep people like that stuff out. There's a reason why. You know? There's a good reason why. Why was I pinged in Mr. Cake's Discord? I'm trying to see where I was pinged, man. Alright. Okay then. Oh yeah, I should post my video thing where... I'll post in the Discord too. Alright, I just posted my video there too. Alright, cool. I'm pretty sure for Shocking we just like use our thing and then like swap out. Odin's Tavern was where again? Odin's Tavern's this way, right? What in a Miltendo? Alright, we want Frost Pocket Dance above. I'll take 2 of these. Okay. Where's the new food item? Oh, it goes over here, the toothpaste. Right, so we're using this. We're gonna get a bunch of mileage out of the Yano matrices, man. Yeah, so like the 4 that I want to use, that I want to do this week, Entoria, Fenrir, Saki, and then I think Annabelle are the ones I want to do. Because I want to get the eyes first on them. So we'll do Saki first. This one should be pretty straightforward. It's just that, here's the thing. A lot of his points also apply to his thing as well. So it's like very hypocritical. He can say what he wants, but they also just all apply to Wuha as well. Do not track score, let's see. Let's check this out. Yeah, but he's also being very misleading with the shit he says. I mean, that's why you want to keep all the people like that away. Right? You want to keep them away from everything. You want to keep them gatekeep from everything. Wait, does the Icarus bug still exist? The Icarus exploit? Yeah, how much resistance shit does this thing have? This thing's tanky as hell. That is extremely tanky. God damn. That thing is extremely tanky. Yeah, drugs and stuff do apply in here. We had 35.95. Alright, we'll just step. We'll use one to track. I don't think many people are gonna be doing Saki anyways. I might have forgotten to put on Weak Point Titan actually. I don't remember if I put it back on or not. Yeah. It is the Zeke weapon A3, yeah. It has every weak point effect as well, by the way. As you can see, it has all the weak points. This thing has insane resistance though. I'm not surprised, man. If I was Project Moon, I would have done the same. Just on the spot, immediately. Just for safety reasons. Keeping him out of the thing is generally a good idea. Oh, that's better than our previous one. Yeah, it's understandable. There's a lot of people that just do not want to associate at all. And I do understand the sentiment of not wanting to have any association. Especially with how crazy the things are if you see like Gacha Police or whatever, the people there can be quite something. So having zero association, like not wanting any of this stuff over, is very understandable. Very, very understandable. It is what it is, man. Yeah, let's see the ranking stuff on Multiverse Hunt. I have the top score for Shocky. I'm number 1 for Shocky by a lot. Look at this, right? Looking at there's only 4 people ranked for Shocky. But like, look at my score. My score is like way ahead of theirs. I mean, it's Shocky, man. Who's using Shocky? Okay. I also want Entoria again. I'm going after the eyes that I want first. I want to get Entoria. You picked Hilda? I'm just picking the ones I want first. How's Entoria rankings? Let's say Entoria. Surely we have Entoria here. Where is Entoria? There's Meryl. Where the fuck is Entoria? Is Entoria not in the pool right now? I know there's Linces there. And stuff. Oh, you know, here's Entoria. Entoria ranking, we got 5.5. Entoria might be, crazy. I could probably beat that, though. So we want to do Entoria, we want to do Fenrir. We also want to do Anna. I just don't know what the hell I would run with Anna. Void Piercer would be really good to be using. Basically, Maggie said something that, well, she wasn't happy with the anniversary or whatever, and she's, been slowly being burnt out of doing her shit for Uma, right? And then she got removed from the CC program or whatever. Well, rather, she's been ghosted for a long-ass time and stuff. And then all the other stuff ensued afterwards. And then they just started witch hunting her because she was being negative. They're just weirdos, man. You know, I wonder, does fizz damage still work in there? Because I could switch this to physical. And then give the... If I can use fizz in there, that'd be something. Nah, she was fair with blaming them, man. I think it's fair. They did screw things up for her. I think it's still fair. You may not like it, but like I think it's still fair. Right, like it or not. It's because people kept witch hunting her, that's why. If they weren't witch hunting her, she wouldn't have retracted. Sometimes you gotta read between the lines, man. It's because she was being witch hunted. If they weren't witch hunting her, she wouldn't have retracted it. That's really the only reason why. If they weren't witch hunting her, she wouldn't have done that. Alright, we'll give Annabella a shot. I guess Linus 4 could be interesting as well, but I don't know. Oh yeah, that's right. There's mechanics on this one. God, this damage is so bad. I mean, it is what it is, man. What do you expect? Gacha gamers are a special type of papega that'll gaslight themselves into thinking anything negative as well as somehow a positive from time to time. Yeah, that's not great. We could try a different setup. That's 1624. Maybe if we had more Resignor. Void Piercer plus Lin. Yeah, I could do that actually. Oh wait, I just realized I was using the wrong trait. I could have gotten more damage a little bit more with Anna's trait. And then it would be great to have like A6 Yamia for this, just because then I can get the extra dodges so I don't have to use Annabella's matrices. But also because then I get more Resignor. I think what's going on is this content has really high resistance. Yeah, honestly, we'll just put Void Piercer. Yeah, we'll try an S4. Yeah, that's about what we can use there. It doesn't even matter if it's altered. Yeah, I was just thinking of something, but I don't know if that's the actual numbers or not. We'll just do it this way. I don't know if they're still doing it. I don't give them engagement. Like, I've basically said at this point for like, the group of people around Tectone and, St. Tontas or whatever, those clowns in that group, I won't give them any engagement. So if you want me to react to them in any capacity at all, you have to send me to someone else reacting to them. I hate stupid. Oh yeah, we have no not Resinor thing. We don't have any of the. Stupid parry is annoying, man. I don't want to parry. Parry is a DPS loss. Did he find something else to milk, I guess? He probably found something else to milk. Okay. So that's what we have there. Wait, I should have just used Nola's trait. I should have just used Nola's trait for that. Because 2 altered weapons. Now that I think about it, I should have used Nola's trait. For the attack increase. Oh wait, Annabella's matrices don't work because I don't have 2 flame weapons. Fuck. And I don't know who did which damage. But I could just do this. Unless Resignor is more important. If Resignor is more valuable, then I can just use this, actually. Resignor might be more important here. Yeah, because this will still count as 2 flame weapons. And then I get the Resignor. Yeah, it's been pretty quiet with gacha drama lately. Tectone is fighting Hassan and milking him like every day, and Tontas is not for now. Okay. Well, either way, I wouldn't want to engage with any of them anyways. Yeah, this thing is gonna be more damage. Resignor is very important, I guess. I think I clicked the wrong button earlier, though. I mean, I could easily make a video on a topic that, like, will change people's view on power creep and whatever in these games, man. I could probably cook a video on that type of stuff, but I don't want to. Cause like power creep isn't honestly as bad as people like think. I mean, like, the thing is, Power creep does help people in a weird way. It is beneficial to some extent. There is like a silver lining to it that people. Oh, I didn't actually claim the thing. Okay. So we could go with this setup as a thing, or wait, what's flame mode again? If I go to flame mode though, I'll only get one summon. And then Void Piercer becomes flame. We'll try it as flame mode then. And then I can use Void Piercer trait again. And, you know, what you expect, man. Gacha gamers are Papego. Wait, we don't have any food buff left. I need to get the food buff. It expired. To some extent, he's not wrong. It is the player's fault. Because people really don't understand that, like, there's another way to look at it, and, the reality is, you know, if, trying to go after premium currency rewards is shit, and that stuff is whatever. Again, I can do the math for you, okay? Here's the thing. We have the calculator up. Hi there, your angel. Let's say you need to pull you wanted to pull a gacha character. It's 160 premium currency to get one gacha, per pull. And you need 160 pulls to guarantee the character. That is 25,600 premium currency. Let's say, you know, you need to use, you get 700 premium currency for perfect clearing your monthly game mode to use them in. Now, let's say you have to use 9 characters, or you're using like 9 characters in there. How many resets of getting max rewards would it take for you to break even? Well, we do the math here. Oh wait, it's 700 divided by 9. Right, my mistake. 25,600. Divide that by 700 divided by 9. Because you divide by the amount of characters you're using. Oh wait, that's by 7. Because you have to count them as value too. Right? Well, it's 329 resets and a bit of change. That's 330 resets. 330 months. How many years is that? That is 27.5 years. If you're trying to do the content there for the god-awful dogshit premium currency reward, you have brain damage. Either that, or you can't figure out that it's not worth it because you can't be bothered to calculate when you break even. If that's the reason why you're doing it. Right? That type of content is just not worth doing. Let's be real. It's not worth doing. If premium currency is the only reward, that type of stuff is not worth doing, ever. Start looking at things that way. If that's why you're doing the stuff in there. HP inflation does not matter if you don't bother with it. And the reality is, if you're just doing it for the premium currency rewards, you are wasting your time. And you are wasting your resources. You are just straight up being wasteful. It makes no sense. If you didn't already want them, and you're looking at things that way, well, the reality is you should just not do it. And yeah, like, they're always just gonna increase stuff slowly. The amount they choose to do so, that's its own other situation. Same time, keep in mind, you're not using just one unit in these games. You're using multiple at the same time. So the actual impact on them that you might see at the top, you have to isolate for each individual unit. But yeah. The reality is it's both. It is the player's fault too. The player is at fault too. In that case, if that's all they care for. Because they also can't figure out that they're wasting their time. That's why, honestly, with these types of games, if your only endgame content reward is just more premium currency, I do not give a fuck. I'll probably just ignore it and not deal with it at all unless I get everything cleared for free. Because it is not worth the effort for the garbage amount of shit they give you. Especially with how much it costs to, like, buy into it. It's not worth it. Yeah, it's only 300 Jade or whatever, but here's the thing. As a player, you value it. That does not matter. Because it still costs you something to do the pull. Here's the thing. Okay? It costs you 25,600. Right? 300 is the amount you're saying you're gaining here. You subtract 25,600, you did not gain any. You did not gain a single piece of premium currency. You actually lost 25,300 in this situation. You did not gain anything. You actually lost. Again, it doesn't matter. Once you start looking at it from that perspective, you realize it's just bullshit and stupid. It's a terrible reward. If anything, this is what I've said though. They should take away all premium currency rewards from endgame content. There should be 0. Put something else there. Something else should be put there instead. Because premium currency is a god-awful reward. It is. When you start looking at things logically, it makes no sense at all. If that's what you're after. Free-to-play or not. You still have to consider the cost of everything else you put in. Well, they would have to literally like 1,000 extra rewards, man. They're not gonna do it. They would have to literally like 1,000 extra rewards. That's not gonna happen. Because like 10xing them wouldn't be enough. Okay, not 1,000xing, 100xing. But you get the idea. They would have to drastically increase the rewards to make it actually worth it. Which is never gonna happen. They're not gonna do that. Oh, this is like this about the same as the other way. Okay, we'll do this again and just keep the score. Wait, I should have just done Void Piercer's main DPS and just ignored Anna, whatever. They could add trials, man, they could. If they wanted to. Here's the thing, right? Why would you even care about your damage in a lot of these gacha games anyways, or whatever? The challenge, whatever aspect to it, a lot of them is garbo anyways. Because the reality is, no matter what, they sell you power at the end of the day. So your accomplishments and stuff don't mean anything. They sell you power. Let's be real. They literally sell you power. The combat elitism in a lot of these things just make no sense at all. Because again, you can literally buy more power. Unless they were to like design the stuff around it so you can't do that. And like completely remove that aspect. No matter what, like all your accomplishments and shit in these types of games mean nothing. It doesn't matter, they sell power regardless. The fact that they do it is something that you can't ignore. It is their own problem that it takes them, like, that's the other thing that demotivates me. Okay? The fact that they make it so it takes 10,000 years for you to, like, actually level up and upgrade a character, that should be where the complaint is, man. The complaint shouldn't be directed at the inflation shit, but rather how long it takes to do anything. They're putting it in the wrong place. And it's like, to me, like, when I keep seeing all those types of stuff pile up, it's like, I'm completely demotivated to even bother with that crap in those games. Because it's just not, it's gonna take too long, and I'm not gonna get, anything for what I put in. You know, I don't want to, like, spend, you know, like several weeks ahead of time, pre-farming or after the fact I pull something, just so I can make the next character that costs like $400 a guaranteed copy usable. Like, fuck no. Alright, I've like slowly begun to, like, more and more over time not give any fucks about combat content in a lot of these games, man. Unless they, like, ignore and go past some of those bullshit problems, like, I'm not gonna care that much anymore. Yeah, it's like, it's just too much, man. I'd rather not. And, like, the amount of bullshit you have to deal with, it's just very demotivating. I am not gonna be, like, wasting, you know... Let's say, like, I have to spend, like, 10 minutes a day farming materials. I'm not gonna spend... How many is that after, let's say, a month? Let's say it takes you a month to farm all the character skill materials, the ascension materials or whatever, and the weapon materials for them. That's 30 days. Right? Times 10 minutes a day. That's 300 minutes. Divide that by 60. That's 5 hours of your life that you will never get back. That's 5 hours you would never get back. Fuck no. Sure, it's not 5 hours all at once. It's 5 hours staggered across a couple of weeks. But that's still 5 hours of your life that you will never get back. Just let me actually play the goddamn thing. But they do that because they have no content. There is no game. There is no content. They actually make it so you can't just do it, and they push it away from you. All to mask the fact that they don't have anything at all. That is the reality. There is no game. There is no content. They're hiding it from you. The fact that there's nothing. Okay. And that is my my views on the whole thing there. They are hiding the fact from you that they have nothing. They never had anything, and they probably never will have anything. Yeah, they don't tell you that. I mean, I can do that stuff here because I can literally build and upgrade the thing on the spot as soon as I pull something. I literally did that yesterday when I pulled lenses. But it doesn't even matter because this is just like for flexing to level them up, because the only thing that changes is just the base stats here when you level up stuff in ToF. Only these numbers here change. Except, like, you know, considering this is 1612 attack, how much attack do I have? Oh. I have 117k. That's 1%. 1% of my stat right there. 1%. Just to get it to level 200. But they also just give you the materials when you pull anyways. To level them up, so it's like whatever. You don't even think about it. Right, where's order gift again? They just straight up give you the shit. They give you like a bunch of the materials and boxes to go upgrade the thing as well. You don't need to, I just do it because I also mess around with Cactus. But like, I've never had to do a dimension trail and actually claim it for rewards. Yeah, except I don't find the endgame content in a lot of these fun. Do you really think it's fun to just whack the same HP sponge you already did earlier in a stupid circle in a timer with just a bigger HP sponge over and over again? Is that what you find fun? Because the endgame content in these, it's like, I'm just whacking the same HP sponge over and over again in a stupid circle with a timer. If you find that fun, good for you. It's just the same HP sponge again and again. Right? For shit amounts of premium currency that is not worth it at all to go after. If you look at it logically, they're not worth it. They aren't. Okay, Fenrir here. Okay, let's see. How do I want to go about this then? Wait, what I could do is probably put Void Piercer here. Wait. I should just do this. Swap Ray out. Right, I swap Ray, I think. Or do I swap Void Piercer? I think we just swap Ray out, put Fenrir in here. Yeah, then we can just put in Yanua matrices. Yeah, that sounds like a plan. Here, I'll go upgrade Fenrir for once. Like, I have so many of these, like, weapon upgrade boxes, I never run out. I just, you know, if I haven't used them in forever, it's like I don't have them leveled up. But I can just go level them up right now. Yeah, I know, like, Premiership when, eventually. Right, we just swap the Fenrir once in a while just to apply the thingy. Put that here. Which trait are we using? We're using, her trait, right? Yeah, 15% volt weapon. Yeah, I'm rank 1 and Annabella. No one's gonna get close to it. What's Fenrir rankings? Interesting. I wonder what they were using. But yeah, then it's like we wait until next week to see if we can unlock any of the Simulacra's faces. You basically just have to do the ranking and multiverse hunt. That's how you unlock the faces. Do not track score. Oh, right. You have to wait for him to not be immune to everything. So you can apply the Fenrir song world. Right. Fenrir is just gonna be there as a the Resignor buff bot. Not Resignor, the... Yeah, whatever it is. Oh yeah, we don't do Bygone today. Alright, do not track score. Okay, so there's that. What happens if I just play Frost and do a different way? You need Ranky for Hilda, Cheryl, Fiona, Oscar. Okay, what if I change up the elements and try a different setup? What the fuck? The fuck is this? What happened to my animal set? The fuck is that? Altered Noah Void Piercer? Easy damage? How easy is that damage though? I'm trying to like see what I can abuse and take advantage of here. Wait, what happens if I just use this in here? Okay, I have 3 different elements now. Okay, yeah, that should... Wait, no. Spinner is 30-second rotation, right? Wait, no, that should still be... I think that should still work okay. Yeah, that should still work okay. We need different trait. Alright, we need a awaken Lensis' trait. What does she want? She likes... Wait, she takes Vera gifts and Asperia gifts too. Everyday rare item. That's everyday limited store. That's a rare item, but we don't have everyday rare item. Wait. I think I had the Kylo boxes too. Rare everyday item, Kylo.
Everything's good to go.
I mean, for this one, for the most part, I'm doing it after I'm after other stuff. ToF endgame is weird, man. It depends on the content, because like there's so much. The raid stuff is great. The group stuff is like the fine stuff. It's just Bygone is literally just I only do it like once in a while. Right? Sequential, I just do it again for the materials. There's no premium currency there. It's mostly the group stuff that's fine. And then like the raids especially, they just end up being like mechanics focused. It's like okay here. Not the most amazing thing ever, but it's definitely a massive step up from like anything else. But that's because like it's actually just multiplayer the game. Yes, I would change how they're handled. Of course I would. I'd change a lot of how the stuff is in there if it was on me. For some of them, it's like I would just straight up delete what they have. And replace it with something else entirely. Yeah, exactly. We just do other shit here, man. Okay, what was I doing again? Right, I need to get the frost buff. Alright, I need to get the trait. Right. Where's the other Kylo gift box? I had like another one. Okay, let's see. Everyday rare item. They're being sussies. Sussy bakas. I guess. I don't know. Wait, what the fuck? Even blue gifts give a lot? You know what? Sure. Even the blue Kylo give a lot. That's kind of crazy. No, I didn't see it, but I had a feeling. That's why you said that. What the fuck are they showing? I just have a feeling, you know? I just have a feeling. Maybe tomorrow, I don't know. I will do it. Oh wait, I forgot to turn on the trait. I have to exit out again to turn on the trait. I just went and opened gifts so I could get the trait. For lenses. Yeah, we still have Ventoria's trait active. Boss rush and get rewards, cool thing. Honestly, for me, the best rewards are usually cosmetic fun side stuff. Honestly. Especially like when I used to play WoW back in the day, the thing I was like really crazy after was like collecting all the mounts and pets. All like, and then transmog stuff. Cosmetic stuff for the win. Gearing and that stuff is just a means to an end. I would value like something else entirely far more. You know? Oh yeah, simulacra trait. Here we go, lenses trait. Because we're not using Frost Void Piercer. You want inners and NTE? We'll go grab it later in the week. I didn't swipe for that stuff yet. I'll swipe for it when we have the lenses hot culture skin. We'll give this a test run first. Yeah, this is a lot more damage. Using lenses. Gotta love Frostbolt crap, man. Yeah, I'm using lenses in the Fenrir ranking. This is almost as good as my Shocky score. Wait, no, this is better than my Shocky score. This is actually better than my Shocky score. No, Fenrir is literally just here to do one thing and one thing only. To apply Song World for the 25%, not 25%, the 20% defense ignore. I did a bit worse that time. The boss ran away from me too much. Either way, I'm definitely in the lead there. By a lot. I am definitely in the lead by a lot there. Alright. You're just gonna be like, what the fuck? How do I have another billion more than them? Right, this guy is like, you know, I don't know what they're running here. Volt main here. We got this Volt main here. And then I just use big brain setup. I just jump past them. Big brain. Big brain strats, right? Big brain strats. We do them big brain strats. Power crap match. Wait. Where's the crepe? You know, we need like a variant of it where like I have like that French, that stereotypical French hat, and I put like the mustache on top while holding the crepe. Just call it power crepe or whatever. Maybe one day make it as a sticker. For a sticker for Discord, you're just like holding the crepe and put on that type of hat thing. And the mustache. Wouldn't that be funny? But yeah. Right, yummy crepe. Power crepe. Now let me just double check something. What buffs does she have again? Sedge Volt Mango Power Crept. Okay, this is final damage. Yeah, this is final damage buff. Ray works on both sides. What's Entoria's buff again? I thought of something very devious for the Entoria one too. Volt damage bonus? Oh, never mind. It's volt damage. I actually have to use volt. If Entoria's buff was not volt damage but final damage, I could have done something big. I could have done a big funny and put Entoria as a support for Linces. I could have done big funny and done Entoria support for Linces with Ray. I wanted to do big funny. The big funny thing. Yeah. Yeah, it's a shit car. The Changli car is like the same. The top speed of the Changli car is about the same as Usain Bolt's running speed. Human speed. Not even like fast, man. It's human speed. Usain Bolt can run at that speed. Usain Bolt can run at the speed of the Changli car, the top speed. So like that's also funny. It's not even like fast. It's fucking human speed. I mean, we just leave it there for archival purposes, man. It's whatever. We can just leave it there, even if it's dead. Yeah, we'll give this an attempt first. We'll give the Volt one an attempt first. With Entoria. And then afterwards, we'll figure out if we want to actually do it or not. 24G. 24G. A0 matrices. I don't have all 10, 10, 10. I'm still at 9, 6, 10, 10. Yeah. Alright, we'll try Antoria now. Multiverse hunt. Well, we could probably get to like thing after. Frost. The Frost is my highest. It is what it is, man. Eventually, with gear, you'll get caught up. This is like gonna be barely higher than that funny Lince's Fenrir thing I did. I mean, that depends, man. Wait, that's almost 5k. Almost 5k for A0 Matrix. That's actually pretty good. How well does that, like, compare to other people, though? This one is, like, what I'm, like, worried is gonna be the harder thing. Thanks for the follow as well, Kai Bam. You quit this this mode 4 times, not thinking you did any damage to the boss. Now you're out of attempts, rip. Yeah, cause the boss has like stupid high resistance. Resignor is like very valuable here. Thanks for the follow as well, Venki Forever. It has like 60 something resistance or something, is what I heard. So like, yeah, you're not gonna do much damage. So if I kept that score, I would be in 4th place. Oh wait, I should like actually do all the other shit first and then come back. I could get a little bit more damage. Yeah. I use Frost Attack for my Vault as well. So I could go there. or I could put it in multiverse hunt. No, I want the frost attack. Yeah, because I use frost attack either way. Not... You could technically just use like a different, you have to use one of the characters that you pick. Right? So the way it works, right? The way it works is you have... Whatever character you pick here, you have to use. Right? So you have to like figure out how you're gonna play around whatever you put in. Even with like the older like 1.0 units and stuff like that. Right? I think my worst run was the Annabella one, because Annabella is like kind of hard to figure out how I'm gonna like work around with that using Annabella. But like with the other stuff, like my Shocky score, I got like a 3.7 billion. My Fenrir score was also 3.7 billion. Like it just depends on how you're working around the limitations of everything. You gotta like figure that out. How you gonna go about it. And then I guess we can look at the reward thing. You do the 3 runs, you know, like not 3 runs. You get 4 runs a week, right? That's 3,000 of the currency here, so you can buy your shit here. And then after with your excess, you can kind of just buy cosmetics or whatever. Basically, ranking reward is just for the extra rewards. So what ends up happening, right? Leaderboard here, revival right, use all of it. You obtain 4 for free every Monday. Unused will reset after the Sunday tally. Use the Unilite after revival right to upload the total of your current historical scores to the leaderboard. Yeah. You can choose not to track your score, and then the 6th one here. This just tells you when the thing opens and closes. In Multiverse Hunt, activating Benediction Resonance with Pressures 1 does not allow return to loneliness. They actually straight up, like, put a ban on the Benediction Icarus. They actually straight up block it from working. But yeah. How to obtain Smithlight. This is the currency you get reward. You get 750 per entry. Ranking rewards, highest rank only. So, like, if you pick a Dej character, you can easily get the highest rank reward by picking, like, a Dej character to rank in. And then the Simulacrum accessory. If you're ranking the top 100 in, for whatever character you did, you unlock a permanent accessory for the character. Limited time titles. For each leaderboard tally, top 3 ranks will receive the, Astra Luna title. Ranks 4 to 10, you get these, there's also just the weekly titles here. But yeah. So basically just choose a weapon that, yeah. I mean, like, I picked... Don't pick whatever... If you're on North America, don't pick what I pick then. Just, one thing for sure, don't pick what I pick because I'm gonna try to cheese it. This week, though, I'm going to be doing Saki, Fenrir, Annabella, and Antoria. Just don't do that category either of those 4. You could, if you're on NA, don't do them. Because I'm gonna wipe the floor with your rank. Anyway. I chose those ones because I want their accessory first. Yeah, just don't. Pick a different character. You, if you don't want me in your tally, go play Flame. I'm probably not gonna do Flame, the rest of the Flame units for a long while. Okay, let me get the Volt food. Oh yeah, all of the bosses in Multiverse Hunt have weak point. Oh, also, stacking as much Resignor as possible is a good idea too. Depending on what you're trying to do, Resignor is very good to have. It's very good to have in this game mode. Well, we'll figure out what I do for next week, because I'm gonna change what I pick next week. I'm going to change my selection next week to a different set. Because I'm just gonna go after all the cosmetics first. What do you mean I'm safe for now? Okay. You can also pre-charge. Which I'm gonna do it's recommended to do a do not track first. So you can pre-charge. So like, pre-charging, a great idea. I don't know why I just did that. I'm just gonna pre-charge. This one is not for keeps. Right. As you can see, this one's not for keeps. I just wanted to pre-charge. Wait, can I fly around and out? Wait. You can escape. You can escape out of bounds here. It doesn't have the bar. It depends on what boss we have. If we get Nanyan, the answer is yes. If it's a week with Nanyan, you're gonna have to parry. I don't think this boss has a bonus for it though. But if it's Nanyan, the answer is yes. The boss changes every week. Wait, what happens now? Do I just keep falling forever? To the depths of the underworld is red here. It's very red here. No, it doesn't teleport me. Okay. You know, I have to see if there's another way to pre-charge. But yeah, Resignor, very good to have. No, we can't pre-charge like that. Maybe if you die. Alright, come on, kill me. It worked! Okay. We're in business, guys. What do you mean how to download? You just download it from the website, man. The link to the PC client is on the Tower Fantasy website. Or you can get it on Steam. Just make a Steam account and search it up. Alright, we got my score, 47k. Not 47, 4.7 billion. Good enough. That should be easy top 100 for this one as well. But the thing I'm gonna get the full ranking thing for is a different thing anyways. Alright, commissionary. Right, cosmic system, we can get stuff here again. Multiverse store. We are going to buy these. And then do I want exoskeleton shards? Or I think I'll just grab these. And then we just have to wait for the scores to get tallied at the end, and then we can buy the other stuff. Alright, that's basically what we do here. Yeah. I'm not Volt main, but like... Hey, I think I did pretty good. Volt score. I mean, that one's actual Volt main. I outvolted the Volt main though for the Fenrir category. They thought they were slick, and then I beat them with a funny meme setup. Meme rainbow. Fenrir loves the rainbow, right? She loves to taste the rainbow. Alright, we gotta do dailies now. Alright, so where are my dailies? Jerry 85, these things. Fleas. Okay. Those are there, and there's stuff over there too. Yep. More than enough. Right, you should have way more than enough. I mean, you also get the attack buff from Rainbow as well on her. So it's like, you can play around it. Do, 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 do. I can loot this. Nice. Alright, we got fleas over there. Yeah, I know they're for tracking people. Alright. Oh yeah, there's a thing here. Oh, they just put the box here now. Okay. Is there anything in here? Oh wait, there's a thing in here. There's something else around here. The fuck? What the hell just killed me there? Whatever, let's go kill the space pirates. Alright, Jerry 85. Oh, if it follows you if you're not looking, I see. They should have just teleported me out or back to the start instead. Like they do for the ghosts that chase you in the one thing they had in the NTE beta. Oh, there's a thing around here. You know, I wonder how well this mech works on the iBoss. The security flower girl, yeah. It's stuttering a bit more in the new map. Lower view distance, it might help. If you're having issues, I recommend then lowering the view distance. Instead of maxing out lowering it, just because it's loading in more shit. That could probably help. Because the space map is pretty massive. It feels small, but that's because you're moving so fast. That's the downside of moving fast. Everything feels smaller. That's like one of the downsides. Is it just the new area or the old area too? If it's just the new area, try lowering view distance. Yeah, because it's loading a lot more. That's why there's the stutters. The map is just really massive. And it's loading a lot. So you'll get a few of them occasionally. So it'll probably run better for me if I wasn't streaming. Because I'm using a bunch of my resources for that too. Yeah, just lower the render distance. They increased it. Like, you can just lower the render distance. That should fix it. It's not coming. We're not getting supercomputing 15. You're gonna just wait forever and it's never gonna come. They're not giving it to us on global. Gear on global is so messed up that like it makes it even harder for them to balance gear on global compared to CN if they were to give it to us. Yeah, it's because like Tencent changed how gear works before. On global release. Damage percent on gear isn't even that valuable compared to a flat attack and attack percent. Okay, we got that stuff here. Ooh, what's here? I'll figure out how to do those things at some point. Whatever. Oh, what's up here? Alright. So she's looking for her boyfriend that turned into a monster, I guess. I guess that's like one of the things for the missing persons list. Oh, that's a plunge spot. Okay. I guess plunging works for that thing. Cool. Oh wait, we have co-op? Exploration chest unlocks? Damn. They actually put that shit in. Yeah, on a Denge game, you need 3 people to stand on those. Three people for that one. Alright, cool. I killed one of the elites. I almost died though. Is there a repair spot nearby? I almost died fighting that elite. Yeah, how do you do these though, solo? They need the weight on them. Stasis rifle? Oh. Wait, what the hell is this? It's floating away. I think I need to get the stasis rifle done. I don't have the weapon. I don't have the stasis rifle. I need to come back later. Wait, it was the free weapon, really? It is? That's the scanner. I thought it's this one. I don't have this. Oh wait, no, I have this one. Okay, wait. Stasis rifle is on that slot. Okay, we'll go back there. What else can we grab though? I want to grab these. Interesting. The Starlight Blades unlocks a new one. Hold scale the button to cast. Okay. Interesting. I want to just like fully upgrade the scanner then. What's over here? Like more upgrade stuff there. Man, why aren't there chests around here for me to open? The game is too alive. I'm not finding any of those chests. There we go. Now we gotta track the mutant here. It just says strange man. Yep. They just give credits, yes. Okay. He died. Now what? We're stuck in here now. Oh, there was like another one. I'm just a kid, uh-huh. Oh no, they do. You do get the new modules. You do get the new modules from the chest, yes. You do. But yeah, look. We got basic control. We got basic control too. They can also give you the old one, I think, too, as well. But I'm using the new stuff on the Kylo keys. I mean, like, what did you expect, man? Of course you're gonna use them in Kylo. Thanks for the follow as well, Q512. And welcome. Where was the shop again? But yeah, I'm just gonna like grab all the things down here first, and then work on the other upgrades. The bottom stuff first. Oh yeah, I didn't finish the flower thingy yet. We were doing it yesterday. I didn't finish that thing yet. We should do it. Get the weekly flowers stuff. Yeah, gotta go pick the flowers as Volt. Just so I can use Entoria here. Did it get stuck? Damn, the guard got stuck. Yep, I mean, we are stealing their flowers, right? Right, like, is that not what we're doing? Stealing their flowers? Right, gotta steal more of them. Gotta steal them all. We already gave some of it yesterday. There's other reasons why you wanna grab the stuff here. There's other stuff to get. Because he has a shop afterwards. And his shop resets weekly. How many more do I need? Yeah, okay, I need 16. I need 15 more. You talk to him after you give him 10. He has a shop that has other stuff. You give him more. He gets a shop for the flowers. You can get a bunch of credits there. Yeah, talk to him again. You have to talk to him again. And then the shop will open up. Well, you want them, right? I know you can sell the ores, but well, what else can you do with the ores? I saw like a thing where you can sell the ores, but like, is there anything else you can do with the ores afterwards as well? Let me go grab these. Oh, really? Nice. Congrats on getting the Mexican, man. Congrats. Oh, that's more than I need. Wait, I can use mech. Wait. The hell? What in the hell is that? Interesting bug. The AI is less aggressive compared to what it was yesterday. It's not as aggressive as it was yesterday. I think they changed the AI a bit for these guys. Yeah, I know. But the AI was more aggressive yesterday. When I was doing most of it yesterday, the AI was more aggressive. Right now, the AI is like kind of scuffed. Because like yesterday, they would really chase you. Like they wouldn't just chase you; they would like really chase you. They would really chase you. That'd be funny. They imprison you, yeah. Like in Gestos. But you know, it is what it is. I have a 10 pull on standard banner here. It'd be nice if they counted the nuclei again, but they didn't. Do I just shove them here again? I have like nowhere I would really need to put them. Because like I have all of these completed. All of this shit completed. Then there's that. Let's get back there for a sec. Where is the thing I'm looking for? Did they not fix Gestel's bug where you still got... I don't know, we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out, right? Wait, did people not post mine in there? we gotta pause my reaction thing there. Okay, wait. Let me check something real quick. Oh, cool. That's already at 76 views. No one commented on my reaction thing yet, though. Okay. We still didn't do, what was it? We still haven't done the, other thing here. Evolution Vanguard. The Sobkek. I could have gotten this thing to level 10. If I do it, I'll get it to, like, level 10, I'm pretty sure. Alright, let's go get it done now. Alright, let's do it. Alright, let's get loaded on in. God damn it. So Beck does like to dig underneath. Okay. Let's do the fizz now. Alright, next one. Volt burn. Damn it, almost enough to one cycle. But it hits a non-fortitude applies vulnerability. Uh-huh. What do you mean you can't solo this? This is supposed to be solo. Evolution Frontier? This one's the solo one. Vanguard is the group one. There's one of them that you're supposed to solo, the other one you're not supposed to. I mean, eventually you'll get better gear, man. It's not like the content will go away. Right? They just add more instead of resetting. Right? Or did I mix it up? Okay. Yeah, Vanguard is solo, Frontier is the group one. This is the solo mode. Okay, I got the names mixed up. But yeah. Whatever. The newer ones are obviously gonna be harder than the older ones. That's how it works. Right? But eventually you can make your way through all of them. The rewards are there forever, they don't reset. Oh god damn it, we got bad RNG with the rolls. I thought that was gonna be enough. We got bad RNG. Oh, that's cause like I was just spamming the button. What do you even do with the ores? What's even the purpose of the ores? Oh, this one sells these ones. Flame and Frost on that one. That's it? But why can you buy the yellow one for social credit then? Why do they sell you the yellow one for social credit? You can buy the yellow one for social credit here. For some reason, you can buy the yellow one for social credit. But here, you can just sell them. It's so dumb, man. Alright, it locates all of those things now. Too much content. Yeah, game actually have content, man. Imagine game having content. Too much stuff to do. A strange man. Yeah, that is for sure a strange man. Surely that's a strange man. Why is the secret guide T-posing? Oh wait, now it's fixed. Okay. Anchor Infinity CEO, what? Fake anchoring Infinity, yeah. Alien. Because you need a companion cube. Look, we got companion cube. Your best friend companion cube. They even got your best friend companion cube. You just need to put a heart symbol on it. Then you can have companion cube. We're looking for companion cube. Alright, I'll see you around then, Kuroja. You have a good day or night or whatever. Okay, we still need to get these done for my board here. Oh, you could like whack the furniture around. No, you can't clip underneath it. Oh, I just recess after a while. Rip, the screen's just there. Oh, that's just the other item. Never mind. But I can still sell them for social credit. Gotta sell these for social credit. Alright, we got like a bunch of exploration to grab here. There's a lot of stuff. I think we just get started on doing some of those reactions first though. I don't feel like doing all the exploration right now. Oh wait, well, let me alter gravity first. Alright, paranormal telescope stuff. I don't see anything here. Just someone flying on their mech. Right, there was two in there. Too bad we can't go through the door over here. That one's just locked off. Right, that one's just locked off. No, we need to find more like the supply pod thingies. Let me extract this one. Okay. Can't get the thing. There's nothing there. Alright, how about over here? Did we get all the things in like this area, the stuff? Okay, so all that's left is this other stuff here. Yeah, we got these skins, these armor paint skins. And then that stuff there too. Okay. Is it just pointing me to more of the stalls then now? Alright, let's see the thing here. Where's the sussy NPC? Wait, I can still go inside here. Interesting. It still lets me in. Okay. Let's try again. Become the Pie King? Okay. Sure. I guess they aren't the actual Viking. Okay. What else we got here? There's one more. Oh, here we go. Gotta love how they don't notice. I just killed a fake bug. This guy is there. But okay. They don't even notice it. Yeah, it could have been an interesting activity, the imposter thing. Could have been. But it is what it is. Okay, how do I get to the thing that's below us then? It's below here. Alright, we'll see this thing again. Now it says it's above. So no, it's not in here. Alright, we gotta go this way then. Elevator's over here. You know, we'll just do our react stuff now. We'll do the exploration later. Right, I think we just do the react stuff now. That we've been like stockpiling, cause like the list is only gonna get worse and worse and grow more and more the more we keep putting it back and aside. Right, it's only just gonna get worse. And right now all we have to do is the exploration. There's a lot of it. Wait, what? They're actually what? Tribe 9 going to EOS, what? The fuck? What's this about? Are they gonna just release it as like an offline game now then? They didn't even last a year, that's crazy. Not even 1 year. The excuse is very vague. I see. Alright, yo, let's go look it up. Did you post it in the react section then? But that is like crazy, wait. They announced EOS so quickly. End of the year, goddamn. Tribe 9 will be end of service November 27th. Unable to deliver chapter 4. That's unfortunate, man. That is unfortunate. They came out when? In March, right? I mean, at least it's longer than 6 months, but still. Yikes. And now people are talking about making it like X-Dive Online. That'd be good. Was it April? But anyways, that's still 6 months. That's unfortunate. I'm like, damn. End of service already. Right, end of service already. How is the video doing now? Oh, we got comments. Here we go. We got some comments now. Posted my thing. We'll just let it sit there and cook now. Okay, this was before we ended up finding the English version. Right, we had that open earlier. Okay. Oh shit, let's go back to that video.
Fine.
Alright, we'll go with this one first. Factual comparison. And then we'll go through all the other things that we were sent. We'll get rid of these tabs first that I have here. There's like 4 tabs here. And then we'll go back to the Discord thing and sift through what's left of here. There's a lot to do. There's a lot. Alright.
The long-awaited factual comparison video of Wooden Waves to Genshin Impact, made by yours truly, Blazion. Before we start, I will make the following disclaimer. I don't care if this video upsets you. It is rooted in reality. And with factual evidences being shown and linked in the description, without further ado, let's set this question to rest once and for all. First point. Anniversary rewards. Huge community backlash was made towards Wuthering Waves on its first anniversary. Some of these complaints were made by distasted Genshin fans, so let's make a trip down the memory lane. The first Genshin Impact anniversary was on September 28 on patch 2.1. The anniversary in a TLDR gave 10 wishes from the login event, 1600 Primogems from the in-game mail, 2270 Primogems from the Moonchase Festival and smaller events, and also a single anniversary banner of Kokomi. All of this making a total of 34 pulls to be only used on the Kokomi banner. Reminder that Kokomi's Chinese voice actress got harassed by Genshin fans on a stream chat over their displeasure with the character during the anniversary. Massive backlash was also made because the company kept ignoring the player base. The community resorted to review bombing Genshin Impact's app ratings, dropping Google Play from
Keep in mind, they're also forgetting they at least got content.
4.5 plus to a 1.9 ratio. Woothering Waves' first anniversary.
They at least also actually got content on that patch.
Are getting 10 pulls on gifts of Grand Celebration, 5 pulls on gifts of Grand Reunion, 10 pulls on QB Derpy Warm-Up, 1000 Astrites on Cube, Cubic and QB, 10 pulls on Gilded Night Market, and due to the
Gilded one is a Pepega thing,
we also got an additional 10 pulls on another login event, making this a total of 47 pulls. Banner-wise, Woothering Waves...
subtract the other 10 pull that requires you to pull first. You had to pull for something else to get those other ones. so that doesn't really count.
Split into two phases. Phase 1 consists of Zani, the newly introduced 5-star character, and the Phase 1 anniversary banners of Jian, Yinlin, Zessie, Shengliao, and Phoebe. Phase 2 consists of Yakona, the other newly introduced 5-star character, and the Phase 2 anniversary banners of Jinxie, Changli, Carlotta, Rosia, and Brant. Once again, allowing the players further options to spend their acquired pools throughout the patch. Is this not enough rewards for what's expected from an anniversary? No, it's not. However, if you are a Genshin Impact player who keeps throwing jabs at Wuthering Waves, you should keep in mind that your game has more characters, the PD is higher, you're getting only 34 pulls, and you have no choice in what to spend. So don't throw stones in a glass house. Now, I know what you might be thinking about the compensation rewards from Kuro games, and that's the leeway to the next point. Second point, compensations. The most known issue from Genshin Impact was the Zhongli incident. Zhongli had a lot of bug fixes, and the only thing the community got after massive backlash was 500 Primo Gems, a total of 3 pulls. Wuthering Waves at the launch had many issues, so Kuro Games give 10 pulls and also 3 5-star standard banner character selector. Talking about pulls and rewards is another leeway for the next point. Third point, gacha system differences. The gacha system of Genshin Impact has never disclosed the actual odds, but we can get them with an average between sites showing how garbage it is when compared to Wuthering Waves. Now that we have talked about the character banner sites showing how garbage...
Yeah, I mean, it's a 10% discount. It's 10% less. They can say whatever they want, but it's a 10% difference.
Garbage it is when compared to Wuthering Waves.
Rather, they're both pretty bad.
But we have talked about the character banner differences, let's talk about the weapon banners. In Wuthering Waves, the weapon banner is guaranteed. In Genshin Impact, we have 2 weapons in one banner, making an additional 50-50 between winning the limited weapon and also winning the weapon the players want instead of the other. This led to the Staff of Homa incident, where a content creator named Tectone wasted $1,000 for a Staff of Homa. However, had to change how that banner worked to at least guarantee the desired weapon at the third 5-star pool. This got even further changed on 5.0, where instead of 2, you only needed to lose 1. Speaking about more differences of game systems, let's talk about stamina. Fourth point, stamina systems. Noted in my most known video, we have resin and wave plates in both games to time get the players. The crucial difference between Genshin and WoWa is that Genshin's talent domains are only unlocked in certain weekdays. Whenever players have maximum stamina, they can condense their resin so they can use it on the specific days they want. Unlike Wuthering Waves, where all domains are open, which means you can farm whenever you want, so the adding of stored stamina is a good quality of life for the players that skip a few days of the game, not as a crutch to help the players deal with the poorly designed system that Genshin Impact made in the first place.
It's still terrible either way, man.
Talking about stamina reminds me of the gameplay.
He's not why doesn't he compare the difference between how much you get per resin versus how much you get per wave plate? Where is that part? Where is the difference between how much you get per resin versus how much you get per wave plate? Where's that one?
Loop to build your character. So 5th point, artifact and ecosystem differences. The artifact system from Genshin has a lot of RNG built in. RNG on upgrades, and its purpose is only to start.
Let's see how misleading he makes this one too. It is quite misleading, man. They're trying to paint it in a specific way by ignoring. He's trying to prop it up by ignoring other things. They're ignoring other aspects to what's going on. Let's just ignore how much you get. You know, let's just ignore that and just focus on the one point where you can do it on every day of the week. Like, they're ignoring the downside parts.
Boost while being time gated by resin, often yielding bad artifacts and bad upgrades, prolonging.
Yeah, and he's gonna prop up the infinite, oh, you can farm the main stat part, but then he's gonna ignore the substat.
The grind. The ecosystem from WoWa has less RNG built in.
No, it has drastically more. It has drastically more RNG. Having one extra substat on top, having a bigger pool of substats? I'm sorry, no. It is not the case. This fucking clown, man. This is actually worse. Just because you can easily target the main stat, they're ignoring a tiny fraction of the main problem. You thought Genshin Goblet was bad to get main stat? How about every single substat on your thing has more RNG than one goblin main stat. And you have 5 of them. Per echo. Same time, Genshin artifacts have a rule where you cannot have duplicate stats in terms of main stat and substat. You cannot have a duplicate. And it removes that stat from the pool of substats if it's in the main stat. Yeah, he's not gonna show that. He's also not gonna look at the range because that's a minimum roll here. That's a minimum roll. This is like a above average roll and stuff. And then like, again, like middle roll. That's the lowest roll for that one. He's not gonna look over the fact that there's a bigger range as well. Echo substats have a much wider range. Like, they're gonna ignore that aspect to it. I can feel it, man. It looks better on the surface, but once you dig deeper, it's actually drastically worse.
Stats pool to draw from. The substats are maxed from the start. There is active gameplay with the first selected echo on field, and the process of farming artifacts costs no stamina, only tuning, making it possible to farm endlessly boss echoes in the overworld with the right crit main stats. 6th point, mobility.
Yeah, you're only targeting the main stat, which is a very small pool. They basically reverse the thing. There are more, like, the main stat pool in Wuwa Echoes is about the same as the substat pool in Genshin artifacts. Technically, it's slightly bigger, the main stat pool, than the substat pool for Genshin artifacts. Technically. But then the substat pool is bigger than the goblet main stat pool. So, like, you reverse the role, and then, like, you're dealing with more problems. I'm sorry, no. Like, once you actually dig into the RNG and look into the other stuff. No, what's next? He's gonna talk about how he can skip over everything instead. Because they don't actually design the map around the mobility either.
Genshin Impact's movement is a detriment on the overworld, either due to low climbing speeds, fast stamina burning, the fact that quality of life changes are pay-gated in limited 5-star characters, or region locked.
I mean, you're probably not supposed to climb that thing anyways.
While Wuthering Waves movement is far better than Genshin's. Any character can double jump, you can run sideways and upwards in walls, you can even leap through roofs, and you also have access to a grappling hook gadget that is region locked, and also...
I mean, you can only use it on certain spots anyways, so it doesn't matter.
Running doesn't consume stamina outside of...
Like, it's effectively region locked, because if there's nowhere to grapple onto, you can't use it. Like, what?
And since 2.0, the players have flight on the news.
Yeah, you have flight to skip over the fact that there's nothing on your map. You get to skip over nothing. There's nothing here.
Zones instead of...
There's nothing in the air either. You're just skipping over everything here. At this point, why don't we just get rid of the map if they're not gonna put anything in it? Just delete it.
Just gliding. And before you talk about it...
It's needlessly big and it's empty.
Doesn't matter that Cantarella has fast swimming speed. Nobody needs to swim when they can just grab a jetpack and fly at Mach 1 speeds.
That's not Mach 1. This is not Mach speed. But it doesn't matter. You're just skipping over. He's praising the fact that you can just skip over everything because there's nothing there. Yep.
Disingenuous comparison that fails to make a point.
Going to a teleport is Mach 1, exactly.
Rather than the amount of failure you are in life. Speaking of life failures, let's talk about gooning. 7th point, sexualization. Wait a second. Characters are sexual.
Yeah, they don't have level design. That's why.
In a game genre that profits from sexualized characters? God damn it, El Kuro games. Genshin will never sexualize any content. Wait a second, girls can have this body and it's not implied sexualization? Oh, this one's definitely not sexual, right? What about the poses in this trailer? Totally not suggestive. Okay, so let me understand. It's okay when Genshin does it because you wanna close your eyes when you see it, but when other gacha games do it, being more sexual or not, now that's a problem? It sounds like hypocrisy. Sounds like someone is being intellectually dishonest. Speaking of...
I mean, this guy's also being dishonest with the thing earlier. With some of it by being misleading. By not going into further detail.
Intellect. Let's use this as a leeway as well and talk about the color mixing systems that the kids like playing. 8
Combat system differences? Okay.
point. Combat system differences. Genshin Impact has elements. The gameplay revolves around mixing of these elements, creating elemental reactions. Wooden Waves has elements too. However, the gameplay revolves around the forte secrets of each character and the proper use of intro and outro skills. But micro things are also important. Parry and dodges, stun and staggers, and the usage of the main slotted echo from
I mean, you can stun things, you can stagger things in Genshin. Some enemies have shields and other mechanics. Let's ignore the other stuff in Genshin too, and just say it's just mixing elements, and that's it. If he's gonna talk about this, and he's not gonna talk about the other thing there, oh yeah, you have a skill and you have an ultimate skill here. Yeah, Genshin has that too. He's just gonna conveniently ignore them. This fucking clown, man. This clown. He's gonna ignore it one place and then talk about it in the other place. Yep.
Each character in combat. Yes, there are no reactions in Wuthering Waves. The game is designed that way. Whoever says the elements are dual is choosing to ignore the fact that these two games have different combat system identities. If you really want a color matching game, go play Genshin then, you goddamn toddler. One you mix and match colors to make elemental reactions, while the other you are playing a game against enemies that actually attack you, not
And he doesn't even move. He's not even moving, he's just using his freaking buttons there.
like fighting an Illichurl that walks back and forward the entire time and that has a billion HP on the spiral.
You know, here's the funny part. You can literally let go of your directional movement, and you're still gonna get the same thing he's doing here.
Abyss. Now that we talked about the core differences between the game combat systems, we're moving to the ninth point, combat system rework. Genshin Impact in 3.0 got Dendro as an element to not only help bad electro units become viable and revamp the addictive elemental reactions, because all the electro reactions sucked ass, and the only usable teams were electro-charged Child with Fischl, a team that you didn't need to prioritize because Child would always prefer the option to vaporize. Other reactions like Shit Conduct and Overlunch were both awful, one that prioritizes basic non-elemental damage in a mix and match elemental damage game, crippling the hottest girl in Genshin Impact, and the other one, if you're already building Kashin, using power units with Kashin was the least of your problems. With the arrival of Dendro, Dendro helped many units like Kashin, with Dendro and Electro reactions of Quicken, Aggravate and Quicken Spread, until everyone realized that a better reaction changed the meta of the game. The Burning reaction changed the meta drastically, teaching the players the hazards of global warming and to not incinerate plants, but incinerate your enemies instead. Speaking of plants, the actual meta-defining reaction is Bloom, a seed made from mixing Hydro and Dendro. This seed can either explode, or you can detonate it with Hyper Bloom, creating homing grassy missiles, or even explode it with Burgeon in a large AoE that also affects the player. All these reactions except for Burning changed the meta drastically. Vaporize and Melt were now just decent reactions, but you needed Hyper Investment, unlike Hyper Bloom, where the character that triggers the reaction is the only one that needs Elemental Mastery. You know, the stat that was almost useless before? By implementing this new element, it forcefully changed the meta of the game, making old reactions worse and bad reactions obsolete. In Wuthering Waves 2.1, the developers implemented a new combat mechanic named Negative Status Effects. We know of the names of these status, but the only one implemented was Spectrofrazzle with Phoebe and Rover. Remember what I said before? Wuthering Waves is not focused on doing elemental reactions like Genshin is. Team comps are made because of the synergy between the character kits, not elements. Frazzle exists, but it doesn't change the core.
I mean, if it's between elements, that means you can swap in any character, in theory. But if it's between the same element, oh boy. Now you can't. You have to use whatever matches. That's the difference right there. If they're talking about variety, Genshin gives you significantly more. Yeah, sure, we'll put on cat ears. This clown is just gonna turn it into something else, man. He'll ignore some aspects to prop up something else. It is what it is, man. But like, yeah, that's my views as an outsider. It is Cal.
The game, adding an additional aspect of team building. And with this leeway, we're gonna talk about the quote-unquote problems. 10th point. Team building. There will
Okay.
always be an argument that there aren't many Frazzle applicators yet. My argument is that this is not the new core of the game. Spectre has Jinxie, a great DPS that is paired amazingly with Cantarella or Yinlin. Carlotta has a high damage potential, extremely
So he's just gonna ignore the actual damage creep part. Okay.
Specific units like Carlotta, who use the specific best in slot amplifier, are further distinct.
He's ignoring anything. He's ignoring and deflecting. His strat is to ignore and deflect and mislead.
Hence why Zani, a Spectre Frazzle
He's not
DPS,
trying to
pairs
argue
best with
for or
the Frazzle
against.
amplifier.
He's
From 2.1
redirecting.
into 2.3, in the two patches when Siakona comes, we will have 4 characters with Frazzle in their kits. So let's talk about Dendro now. 3.0, Dendro, we got Tignari, Kole, and Dendro Traveler. Tignari is a beacon DPS that isn't suitable for Bloom teams, so let's remove him from the picture. Kole Dendro application, only her ultimate is good. So basically you are forcing yourself to use both Dendro Traveler and Kole in patch 3.0 on a game that specifically focuses on elemental reactions. 3.1, Nilo was released, but the Dendro application was lackluster for the team that needed it the most. And also you would need a healer, either Barbara, which sucked ass, or Kokomi, the better alternative. 3.2, Nahida was released, finally adding the best Dendro applicator to the game. However, team-wise, the game that revolves around elemental reactions tricks certain playstyles to specific elemental reactions. So congratulations, Genshin fans, you guys won a new life skill, self-embarrassment. The biggest issue about this trivialized comparison, the core game of mix and matching elements make specific characters for specific niches, and these characters cannot function outside of their specific niches. Frazzle is a new mechanic that is not tied to the Spectre element. Siakona has Frazzle application on her Resonance Liberation, a character that isn't Spectre in the first place, and also the mechanic was introduced in 2.1. We are still in 2.3, so the lack of team building from Genshin players is the most ridiculous argument one can make. No matter how badly you want to frame, finding anything possible, try to shit on this game, doing everything except playing your own game, from VA's harassment, bomb threats, killing animals, mass reporting games, just to spy on their communities. So it's finally time to say my own opinion that I've been waiting for this entire time. Delusion is the least negative trait you got. The only dopamine sources you get are from pulling characters with your mom's credit card, mixing and matching oversaturated colors, and secretly jerking off to Genshin porn while claiming you hate gacha game sexualization in social media. You are chronically online with no desirable personality traits. And the only way
got
to
him
pretend you're a good
deflecting now.
person is to use that Hutao or Farina profile picture. Because nobody gives a fuck about your disgusting personality if they see how disgusting you look in person. And like a psychopath, masking someone else's personality to appear sympathetic when you only care about yourself.
I mean, here, let's look him up. What does he have here? Yep, of course. How am I not surprised? How am I not surprised? Right, how am I not surprised? This fucking clown, man. It's like, how do we describe what's going on here? Yep.
And getting social media.
I mean, we can kind of figure out the rest, man. Alright, good morning, Zenmeister, but like, no. We got the clown tone test thing here. Alright, we'll go look at this one now. This one's a long one. Hope you got popcorn or snacks or whatever.
This from somewhere before, but I just can't wrap my head around it. I feel like I've seen this from somewhere before, but I just can't wrap my head around it. Saint
Okay.
Tontos. Go-to Wuthering Waves content creator and streamer, self-proclaimed #1 Kurobot, guard dog of the gacha space, and the man who's been the target of many in such a short time span.
Yep.
I don't have any personal stake in what's going on right now, but I feel compelled to put all my thoughts together in video format and see what discussion can be gleaned from it. I think Sade is great personally, and I watch him on the regular. However, there are things I wish to see him do better at, and wish to express so publicly. Especially when most critics of him are almost always people going off either half-cocked or full retard.
You're serious? You don't know? Everybody knows you never go full retard. What do you mean?
Let's make some things clear before I start. My talking points will include positive and negative opinions I have of Saint. This is a critique, not a hit piece. So if you're expecting me to just drag his name through the mud for the entire duration of the video, you will be disappointed. In fact, Saint has far more positives going for him than negatives as a
What?
content creator, and he should be recognized for them.
No.
However, it is because of the severity of the negatives, in my opinion, he has, that I feel compelled to make this critique in the first place.
Yeah, he'll drink.
Secondly,
Yeah.
I think it's important to understand that not all opinions one person has of another stems from malice or tribalism. Drama like this runs deep and spans across so many different videos that can go so far back as to be lost to time for the average viewer. If I get something wrong or misinterpret, I pray to not be accused of acting.
Can you get to the
I
point
will take
already?
full accountability for the error I make and hope that my message can still come across to those involved.
Yeah, I don't know,
Lastly,
man.
if I'm going to criticize someone over the internet,
Why
I
name
feel I
himself
should do
Saint
so
if
as
he's
an
evil?
equal and not do so behind the anonymous veil that is the internet. So, let's get started, shall we? Starting off with the positives, let's discuss Saint's expert handling of the Kurobot label. The
Okay.
bad blood between Hoyo and Kuro communities continues to this very day. The issue is that the Hoyo fans have done a lot to erode their reputation for the last several years and give their community a bad name. Suffice to say, being labeled by a group as disgraced as the Hoyo community can be a badge of honor among certain groups than it is a burden. I believe Saint recognized this, embraced the label of Kurobot, and took full advantage of it to push his brand and content.
This moderation team has been called every insult and slur in the dictionary, attacked daily in mod mail for simply upholding the rules, and gaslit by users who think they're clever by deleting the very
Robots,
comment
yeah.
that earned them the ban in the first place, as if we don't log it, and then claim they didn't do anything wrong. Yeah, this sounds like some, this sounds like a Genshin Impact player to me. This sounds like either a really dumb kid or a Genshin Impact player to me, so checks out.
I mean, wasn't the last time there was like a high-profile brigading on the Genshin Impact community's part? Wasn't it them trying to attribute Cantarella's swimming passive in Wuthering Waves to any of the Natlan characters? I mean, they're already have been off to a bad start for ages now, and they just keep fumbling the bag. I don't know what to say, really.
During the recent anniversary criticism that was taking place, we noticed that users who just wanted to post something completely unrelated to the anniversary were having their posts mass reported and downvoted by the community because it did not fit with their negativity. That's called brigading.
They're never subtle about it, are they? Just treating
He
every
could save a
other
bunch of
post
time
like
on the
it's a
video if he
Google
just
Classroom review page.
instantly.
I swear they could they could do so much more damage if they weren't so stupid about it at times, I swear. It's this kind of behavior that just kind of makes the community
Evil
hard to take
contest,
seriously,
'cause
and
he's not a
oftentimes
saint,
it's
yeah.
just the opposite. So, I mean, when this unhinged community acts this way, but then they go around and start labeling people, you know, no one's really going to take it seriously, and in some cases they might treat the people that are being labeled as the reasonable ones in this case, you know. It's kind of like the enemy of my enemy. This second positive really
Yeah, the one who
shouldn't
cannot
even
see
be
the video on
something
the
I
other
have to
side,
bring up,
yeah.
But unfortunately in the gacha space it just seems like we're so absent of it nowadays, and that's drawing practical and logical scenarios and conclusions. The gacha space in particular loves to jump the gun on anything that's controversial and act on emotions rather than logic. And in these cases, it just clouds their judgment and critical thinking. Personally, I'm all for acting on my emotions at times, but people in this space go way too far with it, acting irrationally or blowing things out of proportions. I think the situation with the Gilded Night Market event in Wuthering Waves was a great example of this in display.
Next up, we got the Predatory Event Shop. This one is an incredible display of self-victimization. I've got the link for it right here, and there's actually 2 posts regarding this. This is a lot of people that are actively complaining about the fact that Kuro's just giving us a rebate, right? That Kuro is giving us a rebate on our pulls.
What he means by that, if I'm understanding this correctly, is that since every character is being reran at the same time, with the exception being Camellia and Shorekeeper, which, by the way, if the reason why you're upset is because you were going to pull for them, I hate to break it to you, they were literally the previous patch. Maybe you should pay more attention to when characters you want reran to be reran. Since every character is running at the same time right now, it effectively kind of acts as some sort of soft reset, so it doesn't really matter. They're not just going to stagger character releases again. It's just going to be treated like it's just not going to happen. The only characters who obviously are going to have the longest time before another rerun are the new characters as part of this anniversary, which is being Zani and Kakosha. But I'm sure immediately after this this patch goes over, we're just going to get 1 or 2 characters rerunning
I'm
in
gonna
the
speed
next
him
patch
up.
that are already rerunning during this anniversary. Probably Carlotta and Changli, since they're the ones that are getting getting the skins in the next version.
They're gonna
that they
speed him up a
revealed
bit.
Recently. Another thing I greatly appreciate
He's
about
like-
Saint is how he goes hard on people when there are individuals who need to be held accountable for their actions in this
What?
space. You may feel differently about this, but I think it's good that we have someone like Saint who's willing to go in on others when it's needed. I have nothing against how others like Tectone, Gotcha Smack, and so on handle these situations themselves, but it's great to have someone willing to hold others' feet into the fire in situations where no one else will. He gets himself in a lot of
Okay, with
arguments because
bullying,
of
yep.
it, though he's usually the one that gets ahead of his opposition anyway.
Not like at the same level as Aircron. So I do think that at the fundamental baseline, it's heavily
Yep,
dependent
send
on
the
the environment
bitches.
that determines if your unit's Honkai Star is
Well,
going
we're
to be
sped it up a
Teams that
bit
don't give a
now.
fuck about the environment because they're just so broken overtuned that the damage ramps up so high in the game, starting with like 2.x, where again you just play fart in the AOE focused MOC and get the same clear time as
What is he talking about? I don't know what the hell they're saying. I don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
an AOE team. You play Super Break whenever the fuck you want, and then you just straight up destroy the entire. You just destroy the MOC regardless of blessing. It's like those teams are.
I don't know what the hell they're saying. I don't know what the hell they're talking about. Like, I don't know what the fuck they're talking about here.
Direct counterpoints to this whole environment thing, and you're saying that the 1.x characters, they have to have like the right environment, literally like one blessing every couple of fucking weeks where they're actually usable, and then you have these fart and follow and Super Break teams where you can just use them wherever the fuck you want regardless of the blessing because they're just that overtuned in the damage department.
Okay, but the main reason for that is really because, not specifically for that DPS, it's because of these supports. And I said it because you keep drawing a comparison of how you want to measure like DPS.
Yeah, very
compared to,
shallow,
like, support. That
exactly.
way,
You're using the
has
same
always been
support in the 1.x
Like,
with the
what
1.x
am I-
DPS characters.
Like, what are they even talking about?
And Babin changed a lot, Rame changed a lot, the way Super Break works, it is literally with a free unit, which is
Like, none of the things they're saying makes any sense at all. They're just throwing out a bunch of shit here. I don't know what the fuck they're saying. Right? Like, I don't know what the hell they're saying.
Harmony MC, everybody has that. You don't need Fugue to pull for Super Break. And I will 100% admit, supports are what solidifies how you play Honkai Star Rail. But the thing is, almost every single player Honkai Star Rail, they pull for supports. Rame has almost a 90% ownership rate. Robin is basically catching up, and she has like 3 reruns by now. And the same thing is probably going to be happening. We are getting Remembrance MC with Harmony MC.
The reason why everyone pulls supports is because supports are contributing to the power creep in a major way. I don't understand this line of logic that, for one thing, that...
I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They're talking about supports, yeah? Supports make your thing do more damage. Yeah? And? Okay. Right, it's like, yeah, they get to raise these things further, but like, what, I'm gonna guess if they apply a buff, they increase your damage. Next one is just going to give, maybe they're gonna have a bigger buff. But like, you know, if someone buffs, let's say 35% damage, and the next character comes in and buffs 50% damage, they are not buffing 15% effective damage more, because the math doesn't work like that. You're doing 1 damage plus 15% plus 35%, or 1 damage plus 50%, right? And if you're actually looking for the difference, you would do that comparison like this, divided by the old number. And the actual effective difference is, oh wait, I put the wrong number here. 1.5, for example, divided by, let's say, 35%. That's an 11% difference. Eventually, yeah, it'll make the numbers look more and more bizarre. But if their target is a different percentage, it's gonna look differently like that. Nah, they're not even doing that, man. They're not children on the basketball court fighting over the popular girl. Because at least that would be easier to understand, probably. And what they would say, what they're talking about would actually make sense. With this, though, it's just a bunch of gibberish with no context. Exactly, like, also, it's probably this clown that brought it up. It's probably him who's bringing it up so he can attack someone else for free views and free engagement. Like, what the fuck, man?
Because they're popular, it's okay. The reason why they're so popular in pick rate is because they have that value that makes people want to pick up. I don't know why Pokey doesn't understand this, and he's just kind of trying to use this to excuse everything that he just said about how certain
Right, hi,
teams
Jose.
just completely
Welcome,
ignore
welcome.
the rule sets that Hoyo puts in place to try and prop up the limited characters available on banner. We always end up talking about supports and well, first off, I don't understand how it's all okay just because the unit that Mr. Poke is referring to, that is the strong one, just has the label support on them. So it's okay because somehow it's only bad if the power creeping units are the ones labeled DPSs. And on that note, we always seem to only ever be talking about supports, and we never really consider other parts of the teams that kind of create the archetype. You know, you've got Lingsha for Super Break. I understand that there's Gallagher.
Again, like, what the hell are they bringing up? Why are you talking about some other game that's completely unnecessary and unrelated? Like, what the fuck is he talking about here? Alright, it's like, I don't know what the hell they're talking about, because I don't play whatever game they're talking about here. Like, I don't know what it means. I don't know what any of this means. And what they're saying also just... Like, you can't pick up on anything from what they're talking about here. Because you have no idea what the hell they're talking about.
But I'm sure Lingsha, I mean, if you've seen it, you know, Lingsha just absolutely just does so much more over Gallagher. It's insane, and I'm sure they can just retool Super Break favorite endgame content to just prop up Lingsha and prop down Gallagher. I'm sure they can find a way. And then we've also got characters like VtuberEn and Topaz that just make follow-up sewing.
Again, what the hell does this have to do with anything? I thought they were supposed to be talking about this clown, not something else unrelated.
Incredibly good. I've stopped playing Honkai Star Rail in version 3. I did not even touch the Amorpheus story, so I don't know the situation with the power creep right now, but I'm sure post-Casterus, I mean, we all know where it went.
The fact of the matter is, in WoWall, right, your actions on the battlefield matter more than your actions in the character select screen. And in Genshin, there is
that's the problem. You don't like team building. I see.
No, it's not team building. No, that's not even close to what I was saying. It's literally that... I don't even know where team building came from. Your actions in the battlefield, your actions...
said the character select screen, which is the team building section.
No, we're talking about the character select screen in terms of fucking Jalonen being an absolute way easier experience, way more simple experience, basically not a pain in the ass against that boss.
Saint makes guides in Wuthering Waves for characters, which inevitably involves team building as well. This is...
What guides? I thought he just reads whatever was on private or whatever. I'm sorry, what?
Slanderous for Sekapoko to say. I don't understand why he would have even said that. Sekapoko multiple times during this discussion was trying to...
Feels crafting guides, yeah.
So I have no idea
the feels crafting guides.
And just decided to just fling that out there. That was such a stupid idea. The context for what's going on is that I think Saint just recently did a Abyss run in Genshin Impact, and one of the bosses in rotation has a very specific mechanic you almost have to do in 99% of account situations for players. He's going to spawn an object that gets destroyed in one hit, but those objects are on top of several pillars, and these pillars are designed in a way where you are not able to climb them as easily as you do with anything in Genshin Impact. The only way to climb it, there's two ways to, well, there's a few ways to climb it really. You either pull the Jalonen and just use her, and you can just go straight up it, and you don't even have to regard
I mean, if I was to deal with that situation, I would just not do the content. It's like, if that's the case, remember the math that I pulled up earlier. If I have to spend, let's say, 25,000 premium currency, it's not worth the amount I put in. Because it's not going to give me back at least that 25,000 premium currency back. So I would be like, oh, okay, this is where you stop, where I stop bothering and move on to the next thing. But when that's like all they have is their content, it's like, whatever. Why am I even bothering? Right, like, why even bother?
You use a character,
especially because that's like the only reason why you would do the stuff in there anyway.
Up there in a roundabout way, you know, like Geoconstructs, Kazuha, jump up there. Or the third one, if you don't have any of those, is depending on the model of the character you use, you have to look for like specific edges or slopes on these pillars, which aren't like clearly marked, by the way. You would only know if like you've seen a guide maker say, here, this is the edge that you want to try and climb up with, and depending on the model of the character in your team, you can then try to climb up it depending on the angle. It's so incredibly obtuse, and it just butchers an element of Genshin that's been in here from the very start to create a form of difficulty, but it's not a meaningful form of difficulty. It's just absurd. Yeah. I don't know why Sekapoku's trying to defend this. This is so terrible.
Since we're all here anyways, Maggie, we might as well.
Except he's not talking about that. I don't think they were talking about that. He was adding stuff that like nobody was talking about. I'm like, what?
Talk about what those messages where you specifically said you didn't point any fingers towards anybody, right? But then Saint showed those DM or those like server messages. Is there would you admit that that was insinuating Saint?
This is the good part, okay?
Cool. Shut up, you dumb one.
Bob. By the way, Maggie, this individual down here on the bottom left, she doesn't talk at all during a majority of this impromptu gacha cast, which goes on for about 45 minutes or so. She only ever talks when addressing like her calculations for the situation with Zani recently. And
yeah, because she doesn't want anything to do with them. I'm sorry, but like, no, she doesn't want to have anything to do with them. Like, the fuck?
that's about it, and she just clams right back up again and just doesn't say anything.
Like, she only cares about doing the math crap. That's the only thing she gives a fuck about. None of them know Maggie like we do, man. They don't know Maggie. They don't know who she actually is.
Just change teams.
Bro, I wasn't on any teams. I was motherfucker.
Bro, the team that Fob needs to go on is Barber. We gotta get you a new.
Like, she doesn't pay attention to all this other crap. Like, she has nothing to say because she wouldn't have anything to talk to them with because she's not in the same shithole these other people in there are from. Right? It's kind of like you take someone, like, let's say, again, like, you have... Let's say, again, like, you take someone who's, like Miggy, right? And all she knows is math and calculations and stuff like that, right? And you take her into, like, some obscure sports ball tournament thing in some other part of the world. And you just ask her about shit related to that. And, like, she doesn't know anything. Like, they're just gonna be quiet because they don't know anything. Right? You can change it to whatever else, right? You know, it's like if like they're talking about like some other topic that you have no relation, you know nothing about, no relation to it, and you probably, let's say you're not interested at all. It's not like you're gonna join it and talk about it. Right? Like, Maggie is basically in that situation. Like, that's why she's not gonna talk about anything when whatever is going on has absolutely nothing to do with her. She only came on there to talk about calculations. And that's it. That's all she was there for. Hi, Lawrence. Welcome, welcome.
New haircut, brother.
Yeah, you can see how bored some of the other people were when Maggie was talking about it. Yeah, because they don't know what the fuck she's talking about with numbers. Right? Like, whatever they're talking about, I have no clue what the hell they were talking about. And, like, I would be bored as hell, too. But with Maggie, at least, I can talk about numbers. I'm cool with that. Right? So it's like, yeah, sure. And then the rest of it is like, yeah, no, I don't care.
Oh, let Maggie speak, let Maggie speak. Yo, Maggie, you good?
Like, she's probably, like, just too busy looking at a sheet or something she's working on. Yeah. She's probably way too focused on something else entirely while all this is going on. Like, let's be real.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so, I mean, the way you want to interpret how that is always up to you. I can't, you know, whatever I say about, like, my intentions behind what I said there, you know, no, there's no way to prove if it's one way or another. But I will say that I don't think it was fair to put out an insinuation there when there are people that are out there who can be thought to be the target of said insinuation.
So I guess my response to that is, isn't it pretty fair for a lot of people, especially a lot of your longtime community members, viewers, etc., the Discords you frequent, when you're actively on the record talking shit about me, right? Specifically,
yeah, they can't live without it, yeah.
Even on, I think it was April 15th, is when you were still harping on and complaining about getting second place in the creator contest.
Oh boy.
Yeah, April 15th of this year, which is like, I think like a couple of days before you announced your departure from the program, right? There's literal DMs, not even DMs, public Discord messages of you complaining about losing to me in the contest.
Oh, those things were, again, were taken out of context.
And then talking about like how like shitty content is. I think it's pretty fair that when you have like a literal public track record of, yeah, shit-talking me at so many different points, and those are only the most recent ones, right? And so if you're still fucking salty about this shit 6 months after the contest, imagine how salty you were the day of, and the months following after the day of. I mean, I think it's pretty fair that people are going to easily draw insinuations considering all the shit that you've been saying.
Yep.
So I really think this whole, like, absolving yourself of, like, responsibility and then leaving it up to interpretation of whoever's seeing it when you're actively going ahead and then saying all this shit, I think that's a pretty, I think that's a bit of a rat move, I'm gonna be honest. I think you're going ahead and you're really giving yourself a lot of benefit of the doubt here when you're literally on the record. I can show the screenshots, too. It'll take me a minute to find them, but I've got the screenshots of you
I don't know,
talking
man.
shit as recently as April 15th.
Go.
Can I go find them?
We really do just roleplay like some sort of award-winning novelist and just say, it's up to the reader to decide, it's all up into interpretation, and then we just climb right back up again and just have nothing to say. What's wrong with these people? This...
Like, what? This fucking clown, man. We wasted 16 minutes of this video already.
I'm gonna be honest. This will definitely be a very rude thing for me to say, but I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. If you're an individual, be it or man or woman or whatever, and you feel the need to use a VTuber model to feel comfortable being on the internet or presenting yourself in a public space, I kind of have something to say to you. It's not working. You're gonna need to find a better outlet and maybe just get off the internet. You can buy an expensive rigging model, but you can't buy better social skills. That's not how that works. Of course, this includes the criticism of gacha games as well and their companies associated with it. We've seen how quickly things get out of hand when we let underlying issues reach a breaking point, and the games we enjoy playing are beyond saving. And we're seeing it right now.
I don't even know,
I think
man.
that this game, despite the fact that these devs have been actively promising so many things, that these devs have been actively saying that they're going to make the game better, that they're going to make all these updates, make all these changes, and they're just going ahead and repeating the same exact things that have killed HSR. The same exact things, right, that have killed HSR.
Okay.
And then the same things that are currently...
So why is he talking about something else that's unrelated? Does he really have nothing to talk about? Then he has to go talk about something else, man? Like, it's always painful to look at this, the freaking clown group here. Like, it's always extremely painful. Yes, HP inflation is a disaster. We've talked about that thing like a long time ago. We've known it for years. But you guys also know my stance on like endgame content having the only thing there being premium currency means don't fucking bother. Because it's actually stupid to actually go and chase after it. Right, you guys already know my stance on that whole thing. Right, and like you're just dealing with the same shit over and over again. Yeah, I mean, the thing, here's the thing. It's not a single dead patch. Every patch of Uwa is dead. Every patch is dead. That's why they keep doing this shit. They have nothing else to do. Every patch they have is dead. All you got left is like the logging in daily to do your time-gated excessive chores. They got 5 years to learn and they still fail, yeah. I mean, what you expect, man? Yeah, but like, here's the thing, right? You have no time for content even if they have any. But if you're not even gonna be playing whatever they have, what's even the point? You know, like I said before, right? It would improve the game if they went end of service and did the thing that Mega Man X Dive did. Even then, it's like, what would I even do? Because like, their maps and world design and everything is like, actually just garbage. Hey, what would happen if you just stopped doing your dailies, man? If you just stopped and just didn't log in. Right, like at some point it's like, why are you even doing it? Right, like, exactly. What's even the point? They're trying to justify everything, man.
Killing Genshin Impact.
So instead, he spends his entire time deflecting. He spends his entire time deflecting so he can prop the thing up instead.
What is going on? What is actually going on? I think that my headcanon at this point, that I think has been slowly getting proven with every single update across these Hoyoverse games, is that Hoyoverse is now simply making the endgame of HSR, ZZZ, and Genshin Impact. The endgame of these games is becoming pay to play.
Let me, I guess it's time I put my biases on the table. So I play 3 gacha games right now, and in order from most favorite to least favorite, I'm playing Girls Frontline 2, Zenless Zone Zero, and Wuthering Waves. When Saint was first covering the HP inflation getting out of hand post Miyabi, my first instinctive response was just to ignore what he was saying and just leave it alone. But you know, as it's getting as it's getting more and more out of hand, it's kind of getting harder to just deny that. And if I'm being entirely honest, I would rather Saint pile in on Zenless Zone Zero than the alternative. And what is the alternative, you might think? Zenless Zone Zero elitists telling people that they just suck at the game and the HP inflation is not an issue. I mean, look at like. 6 hours. No, no, EO. This is probably like. Wait, does he even wait?
Independent developer is developing.
Oh, look, he's reacting to Saint right there. Hold on. Yes. Oh,
sure.
Great. I'm sure I'll watch that later. Anyway, we're getting off track here. I would rather Saint, hold the company accountable than these creators just start flaming the player base. Like these are gacha games. These are casual games.
Here's the thing: HP inflation isn't the only way to make things tankier. It's the easiest and most brain dead way they can do it, but there are other ways they can do it too. There are other ways you can add artificial difficulty than just inflating HP number. You can obviously just design content to have bigger damage reduction modifiers to things you don't want people using. And here's a news flash for you. All of these games do that to some extent. And in the other thing too, how do you encourage people to use the new thing while they apply all of those things? Oh yeah, you add buffs instead on top. So that you can encourage the use of whatever has the buff to go and do the thing. Right? You could also do it that way too. But okay, HP number go up, right? But let's say enemy has, I don't know, 5 defense, and you have 10 attack. And the damage due to the target is, let's say, your attack minus enemy defense. You do 5 damage with your 10 attack. And let's say the enemy has 10 HP. So in 2 hits, the enemy dies. But what if instead, we made it so that the enemy had... we could do this. We make the enemy have 20 HP. And you have the same stats are there, right? So now 4 hits, it dies. But what if instead we kept the HP the same? But we instead increase the defense to 7.5. Now you have to do 4 hits there too. You increase the defense modifier, but now you're doing less damage to it. There are so many other ways you can go around raising HP and inflating it without even touching the HP bar. There are ways you can do that just by making it so you do less damage. And some games, yes, they use RNG for damage. Right? Actually, these games do have a little bit of an RNG modifier on the final damage modifier, if I remember correctly. It's like a very tiny one. It's not like Pokemon ranges, where it's like a 15% range, but it converts all integers at every step of the process into, it converts all floating numbers into an integer and rounds down at every step of the process to make that range even wider than 15%. But yeah. Oh yeah, they could do things too, like gender lock characters with a boss there or whatever. They could if they really wanted to. Right? But yeah. Just remove the entire map. I mean, if they're not gonna actually do anything with the map, and they're gonna ignore any semblance of actual level and world design, honestly, yeah, they'd be better off not having the map at all if they're not gonna do anything with it. At least that's my opinion on that type of situation there. If you're not gonna use it, why bother? Right? It's like that quote. What was it?
The game is fun. The game is a battle. If it's not fun, why bother? If it's not a battle, where's the fun? It's a test that you pass or a quest.
Right?
The game is fun. The game is a battle. If it's not fun, why bother? If it's not a battle, where's the fun?
Right? That quote right there. That's something that these games tend to forget, man.
Particular, this isn't a fighting game. Stop trying to force the circle into the square, please. Just leave it be. In my opinion, I'm hoping that the changes they were talking about in the dev talk were meant to be.
That wasn't Bowser. That was Reggie. That was Reggie. That was like the last time he said anything at Nintendo before he retired.
To 2.0, such as improving older characters potentially. And
that was the my body is ready guy.
How, certain gameplay systems
is his body ready, guys?
Like
I think
now,
his body is ready.
If, like the HP inflation just gets really bad, I'll still enjoy playing Zenless Zone Zero. Endgame's not really a massive fixation for me personally. I enjoy most of the other aspects of Zenless Zone Zero. But it would be nice if we can taper off on this HP inflation nonsense and find something better to do it, you know?
This is edited in afterwards. I've been watching the EO video, and I gotta say, I found my next project. I've even got the thumbnail.
Last positive point I want to make about St. Tontas is that he does indeed bring the glue. Older videos, social media comments, forum posts, whatever he needs to strengthen his point, he's got it, and he's got it in spades. If he were to have a bingo card, the free space wouldn't be Kurobot, it would actually be I got the glue. That's how consistent he is with using sources in any of his videos that isn't just straight up gameplay and that's it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not working out too well, right? And this is the thing. When you look into the guy that's making this post, you'll find something very interesting.
Oh boy.
You see that the person over here is called Dubstep Gun. And if you've been in my comment sections on my videos, or in Maggie's,
yeah,
you might notice something a little bit strange. Bro is one of her biggest fans. Remember how I said that members of Maggie's community are some of the biggest brigaders in gacha gaming? Yeah, they realized they couldn't do this on the main Woo-Wah subreddit, where their posts would get removed for obvious hate brigading, and they've decided to go to an entirely different one, a smaller one called Woo-Wah Unfiltered, where people are supposed to be able to have free mind to discuss things. And boy, oh boy, this is what's going on, ladies and gentlemen. We've got some of her biggest fans going ahead and spreading even more misinformation.
Yeah, what is he trying to prove, man?
I called out all of this already.
What is he trying to prove?
I said, and this is the receipt that I didn't put in my other video. I said that with somebody going ahead and actively talking this much shit about me on a continual basis, it's not very surprising that the most hardcore and dedicated members of their community will take all of this hate, channel it into their nerdy little fingers, and then start doing everything that they can to spread it across every subreddit possible.
I don't know what this place is about. They see Dazoo, but they've never actually seen it themselves. Dazoo is famous. They're famous, man. The livestock animals are famous. The livestock animals are famous, man.
Community possible. Every public.
Come on, we need more animals in the zoo. We're bored, okay? We've been bored for the past couple of weeks now. We need a new zoo animal. We need a new zoo animal, man. We need a new one.
Public Discord possible.
But Sane, I thought that was all up to interpretation.
We need a new zoo animal.
That was all up to interpretation. You know, maybe this guy just interprets it differently. You know, ever thought about that?
Yeah, where'd Raj and Dragon go?
It's obvious that there are certain individuals and groups who come here specifically to fan the flames. We especially saw a spike in this during the anniversary issues. Just like how I mentioned in all of these different videos, the exact thing was happening. And then, coincidentally enough, these exact videos get dislike bombed. So me calling out the obvious brigading that's going on in the subreddit, the videos proceed to get dislike bombed. Looks like it was happening on Reddit, and then also happening on YouTube. It's pretty clear that all the dots are connecting. I even have a third video, actually, where I bring some evidence and some glue into the conversation, and that one still also got dislike bombed. Yeah, I had Woo-Wah's Reddit got ruined, and this is one of the big things that I highlight over here. This is probably the wrong video to show it. I think I accidentally hide some of the stuff. I think it's in my Pride Win video, and that one got a little bit dislike bombed as well. So, we can just clearly see over here, the Wuthering Waves subreddit is at about 1.3k active users with only 377k subscribers. And because it's during the anniversary and all of the drama, right? Look at how it compares to every other game. ZZZ official, 363. ZZZ, the unofficial one, 601. I'll bring up even more glue. Oh, it's right here. Yep, Wuthering Waves at 1.1 in this past footage. Genshin Impact at 697. ZZZ official,
Yeah, I don't know, man.
363. Honkai Star Rail at 596. And then Wuthering Waves, despite the patch being live and the patch being active, it's not even close. And it has
Yeah, I don't know what they're trying to prove, man. I don't.
Of the subscribers of all of these other games.
I'll admit, when he first presented this, I will say I was definitely a skeptic when he first presented it. I thought it was just pure coincidence, but I'll be honest. I'm probably wrong before. I'll concede. I'll take the L on this one. Let's just move on. I do genuinely believe that Saint Tontas has what it takes to be a real pillar to the content creation side of the gacha community. However, I'm not sure if he'll manage to make a breakthrough with how much he's—
Wait, I saw this in the Zoom on this comment. This was on the NTE trailer. I'm sorry, what? How can they talk about stuff they don't know anything about? How can they talk about things they don't know shit about, man? They have, like, actually nothing to look at. Actually, wait, no, we actually could play, and we did play these two. But, like, you're not gonna be playing them for the same reasons. They're different. These two are different genres. And then the rest here, it's like, what the fuck are you even doing these ones, man? This comment is funny, man. It is what it is, though. Well, sir.
he's negatively received outside of the Wuthering Wave space. So with that, let's get into the negatives I have with Saint, share my perspective, and see if any of it can explain why he's treated so negatively within the gacha space. Spoiler warning, Wubba glazing is not one of those issues. The first point I'll make won't make much sense on its own, but it is something of a result in the subsequent talking points that I will bring up later, which is that Saint might have, whether by accident or intentionally, has cultivated a very die-hard extremist side of the Wuthering Waves community.
Yep.
And if he's not cultivated it, he has, to an extent, maybe turned up the heat, so to speak, to create this kind of situation.
They keep shooting themselves in the foot, yeah.
Earlier for going hard on people when necessary, and I'm sure he has his own constructive criticism for Wuthering Waves. However, he has definitely taken it too far at times, or taken shots at those not out to destroy Wuthering Waves. He has done this enough times now that it has created a chilling effect in the space where it's actually quite common for someone to say that Saint or his community will go after you for simply having anything negative to say about Wuthering Waves or the wrong negative things to say about Wuthering Waves.
Next up at number 3, we have one of the most successful gacha games of today, with one of the most loyal player bases led by none other than Saint Tontas, Wuthering Waves. I should be careful here, the Wuwa community has a lot of trauma from the Hoyo Shell community, so if I hate too much, I might get attacked, possibly even by Saint himself. However, the launch for this game definitely doesn't help their case, no matter how actually amazing the game is today.
This video is by Moose on Caffeine, and it is the top 5 worst gacha launches of all time, based on the ones he's played, of course. Number 5, ZZZ. Number 4, Fate Grand Order, I'm assuming. Followed by Wuthering Waves, and then Black Beacon, and then Tower Fantasy. And I'm sure we all know the situation that the Wuthering Waves launch was. I mean, we were given multiple different periods of compensation because of it, including a 5-star selector, and I'm going to assume the Yang Li...
Here's the thing, none of these compensations actually fix the game. They're just talking about the bribes they got to ignore it, but they don't actually fix the problem. They don't actually fix anything. But damn, imagine you just want to skip and ignore everything. Praising the fact that they want to skip everything, imagine.
Electro Punch character may have also been a...
It doesn't solve the problem of it being shit just because you can skip it.
Try and keep Kuro's head above water at the time. But the fact that a situation like that was so cut and dry against Kuro and Wuthering Waves at the time, and yet even then, in a situation like this, Moose on Caffeine still feels compelled to speak out about how he feels like he's walking on eggshells when talking about something like this, I feel like that in some way should be an indication of how sensitive the situation has gotten with the Wuthering Waves community. I'm not saying Saint is the one advocating for people to go out and do this kind of stuff, but I do think there should be some self-awareness too at some point, and I am just wondering when that will be.
To add context for anyone who happens to stumble across this video who doesn't wooer, the loot mapper is a device which reveals all the chests in the nearby area, conveniently displaying all of them on the in-game map. I felt it had a subtle negative effect on the exploration for me, which I'll be clarifying shortly.
I mean, for me, it doesn't matter. I wouldn't want to deal with it anyways. Because, like, I hate the exploration in it anyways. Because it's just boring and tedious. And just there to waste my time. Oh boy, I get a shit amount of premium currency. Wow.
Many people interpreted this as me complaining about something they see as a fantastic quality of life feature.
I mean, it'd be even better if they didn't have it in the first place. They realized it's a thing that wasn't fun, and people didn't like it. So they just put a thing to just show you where the things are. It's just padding, man.
And maybe even hoping for it to be removed. Since they see the loot mapper as a great feature with zero downsides, my perspective just caused utter confusion and led to many angry comments telling me to just not use it if I don't like it. They felt it was nitpicky and contradictory that I came across as someone who is so used to Genshin Impact exploration that I cannot comprehend that a different game has different priorities. They felt that there was nothing to complain about in the first place.
This is a video from Saranus. It's a follow-up addressing her
Yep, they got min picking too. The way the stuff works in these games, I absolutely hate doing it.
Video,
but it is what it is, man.
Returning to Wuthering Waves for the Renacita patch. Sarnas, as a creator, presents her points more so as personal tastes rather than trying to present it in like an objective way as possible. When she talks about a mechanic or an aspect of the game, she does so in a way where she says, "For me, this is not the thing I prefer," or "For me, I like this over this thing." And I guess the Wuthering Waves community didn't see it that way, and they attacked her for it on this video. And it got to the point where now we have this pinned comment right here where she feels the need to make clarifications on everything she said, go into details on what she was trying to refer to try and quell the hate mob.
Yep,
and
the blaming man.
We've got like this little PS, basically telling us that she got attacked for it on her live streams and harassed with some pretty heinous comments, and all she's just doing here is just saying, hey, depending on what you do consider that how that makes the streamer that you just came from look, and yeah, it's not great. I was very sad to see this happen to Saranus. She's a very she's the most easygoing content creator that I have watched content from in this space. I don't watch all her videos.
Yeah, who sent the dogs?
She's definitely the one that I could feel the most comfortable watching, and she's not really one for drama and stuff like that. So this was just a massive L on the Wuthering Waves community's part. And I'm not even suggesting in the slightest that Saint advocated for this whatsoever. He did react to the video, and he did he did have similar counter criticisms to what some people were saying, but I think maybe he was a bit too harsh because the way his tone was presented.
Using anything like a loot mapper or a treasure compass to mop up any missing content. Woower's World always felt fairly mixed on this to me, and it's tough to express why.
Yep.
I'm curious whether the loot mapper is to blame. When a game includes a mechanic which marks every single nearby chest on a map, it no longer matters whether only a tiny percent of people will organically.
You know, for me, it's like, it doesn't matter if they're marking it on the map. I think it's nice that it's marked. But when, like, all you're doing is just this boring, tedious, busy work, and it's not actually anything interesting going on, I'd rather just not have it there at all. Like, me personally, if you're not actually going to design anything interesting around it, and it's just going to be this shallow thing in here, where it's like, oh yeah, just whack this thing around here for a little bit to get your, like, 1/16 of a pull. Wow. Like, I'm just no. Just no.
Find any given chest because there's an easy way to guarantee all players will find them if they want to. Sadly, using the loot map,
like, make me want to play it even if they didn't have the stuff in there. Right? Like, the problem is with a lot of these gacha gamers as well with how they treat some of the things in there. Sometimes the journey is more important than the destination, is what I would have to say here. But when all you care about is just the destination and not everything else around it, what's even the point? Right? What's even the point? It's not even having puzzles or not. It's just, when you don't have anything actually interesting or, like, any reason to do anything outside of, oh, you just do this, like, tedious busy work to get the big amounts of premium currency. Right? It's like, again, it goes back to that Reggie quote. Right? This quote right here. It goes back to this.
The game is fun. The game is a battle. If it's not fun, why bother?
Right? Again, we take it back to that one.
Per takes away that feeling of discovery for me and reduces exploration gameplay to just mechanically working through a checkbox exercise.
So don't use it!
Yep. I mean, no matter what, it's just a checkbox exercise. Which is why I wouldn't want to do it anyways. Right? And then, like, the thing is, like, once you start looking at... When you stop looking at it as if the game is fun, or as a game, and looking at it as just getting those resources in there, and then you start looking at it from a time perspective, and now you start looking at the value of your time, it's just like doing all of it is just worthless. Because the reality is it's far more efficient for your time to go do something, literally anything else, to make money, and then swipe instead. That is far more efficient from a logical perspective. Because the reality is, we don't have infinite amount of time. Time is not infinite. We only have so much time to do what we're doing, or do what we want, or whatever. And if you can do something else and get through it faster, why not do it faster? Right? When you start looking at it that way, right, there's something wrong with the thing you're doing in question. Right? When you start realizing, oh wait, honestly it'd be a lot better and more efficient if I just did this other thing instead of bothering with this.
This is a single-player game. You can choose how you want to play it. If seeing the icons with the loop mapper on the map are taking away some of the magic of discovery, don't
I mean, it's not like there's anything to discover.
Use it.
And I guess there are just some individuals who, they don't have like a better, they don't have as good of a decorum, and they take it further than someone like Saint Ever would, and this was just awful, if I'm being honest.
Since in this video I was comparing Wuwa version 1 to Wuwa version 2 and explaining why it worked better for me, why would Genshin come into the conversation at all? It would have been weird to have to constantly say, by the way, I often make the same complaint about this other game as well. Unfortunately, the moment people decided to interpret everything I said through that lens, it led them to ignore every time I praised the game and interpret even statements such as, I'm not saying the design decisions here are bad in any objective sense, just trying to share why they don't work as well for me, as blind hatred for the game and shilling for a different one.
So people interpreted her video, which the intent of her video was comparing Wuthering Waves in its older versions to Arena Cedar Patch and versions 2.0 onward, and instead people didn't see it that way, and they just started thinking that there was some some doublespeak going on, and that she was when she had a complaint about the new Wuthering Waves version, she wasn't referring to old Wuthering Waves, she was referring to
honestly, for me personally, like I'd rather not even have this thing and instead have it this way. If you're going to give the quality of life of marking things on the map, how about, like, if I pass by a general area, you just permanently leave a marker on my map until I go and collect it. And then just put a number to track how many things I found. Right? I would rather it be that way. Because then at least I would still be incentivized to go around and look for things. Or heck, even this. Yeah, like, auto-exploration, like, at this point, if you're just gonna tell me where the stuff is without me putting in it, like, me actually bothering to play it and do the other thing, then why not just give me the item? Why waste my time and have me go after it? Right? And if you want to time stall it, if I'm gonna do it that way, just give an option to do it passively. Exactly. Right? Because, like, the reality is, it's like, I just look at this map and I'm honestly... This map is, like, the maps in WoW are extremely boring to go through. You have a lot of nice visual detail and stuff in here, but actually doing stuff in it is just boring.
Genshin Impact.
It's just boring, man. And, like, the thing is, they have a moveset and tools to make the gameplay interesting, but they don't do anything with it. Because there's zero level design. This map is just extremely boring. It looks beautiful, but it's really, really fucking boring. And they're all like that. It's like, wow, I can just walk in a nice straight line and get from wherever here is to over there. There's nothing else. You don't have any, like, obstacles or anything interesting with the terrain. The wall running in some cases is more of a detriment. Because now it just removes any obstacle of having anything vertical in front of you. It's no longer an obstacle or anything to deal with. Okay, there's no use after you clear the zone. And if you don't even value the shit that they put in the zone, there's no use, period. Right? If you don't value the shit amounts of premium currency in there, because you don't, because it's not worth your time to go and grab everything there. Because that is also a situation that some people are also in, too. Yeah. And, like, here's the thing, right? I can't see myself spending hours to deal with shit in, like, a map like this. But I can still somehow find myself going back, playing, like, an 18-year-old game, and replaying the same stage for hours and hours and hours on end. Even if it takes me, like, 3 minutes to run through the stage, I can still see myself doing that. Because they actually designed something interesting there. Right, I can see myself actually... It's not that I can see myself because, like, I actually have. Right, I've already talked about what games I play off stream that you don't see me playing. Because, like, I don't really touch a lot of this shit when I'm off stream. I don't. But yeah. Like, I see this and I'm like, yeah, this is extremely boring. At the same time, too, right? When your exploration is treated this way, it's like, your exploration is no longer a want, but a need. And if it doesn't even feel like a need to you, then you're not gonna bother. Yeah, it's literally just hamster wheel the game. It is just hamster wheel the game. Except you never get to the game part. It's just hamster wheel. And that's just how I feel and see, like, these things, man. And that's part of why I wouldn't want another one of these. Because it's just gonna be the same garbage again. Right? We've seen it twice already. We don't need another one.
Frustrating that we're in this situation nowadays where anytime Wuthering Waves, the criticism comes up, the immediate response, way too often, is that it's coming from a Hoyo shill or someone who's trying to prop up their own gacha game in comparison. I mean, I'd love to prop up my own personal favorite gacha game, Girls Frontline, too, but that's a completely different genre, so most people won't even care past that point. But it's just a shame that we're in that nuance is just a dying art nowadays, and this goes farther than gacha gaming. This goes farther than video gaming. This is just a situation that's happening just everywhere. Okay, enough beating around the bush. What am I referring to that Saint does that results in the turning up the heat, so to speak? Well, let's start with the first one. Advocating for heavy-handed moderation, or in my interpretation of it, advocating for restricting speech on forum sites. This is the most recent issue I've added to this video.
You know what? If he wants that restricted speech, he should get restricted too. He should get restricted too, if that's what he wants.
Response to the Wuthering Waves subreddit mods, speaking out about the situation with the brigading. Saint reacted to it recently, and he was not happy with it, and I don't really agree with the direction that I think he's going, based on his implications of how he wants things done.
But he won't.
This is not a drama subreddit, but yes, the game will inevitably have drama tied to it, and we will let those issues be discussed and spoken about within reason. Yeah, just clearly outline the rules that the brigaders need to follow. The brigaders will then proceed to follow those rules, and you'll do nothing about those fucking posts, and then just let them keep doom posting, because you clearly saw there's an uptick in analytics whenever there's this drama going on. You just give them rules for how they can bullshit about the drama, and then you'll just let it slide.
That's all they are, man.
What it seems like at this point. It is what it is. I think the subreddit is fucking cooked. I gotta say, this subreddit is currently a fucking disaster. It's currently a bunch of brigaders. It was ruined following the anniversary, during the anniversary, and unfortunately, right, it doesn't look like they have a lot of measures in place to prevent it from happening again. Because as long as you follow their dainty little rules, they'll just let you post whatever the fuck you want. And I don't think that's really a great way to moderate a subreddit that you know has been actively doom posted and has been actively brigaded.
Give me a moment to compile my thoughts, please. So, Saint's absolutely justified in his dissatisfaction with how the subreddit was handled during the brigading of the anniversary. I get it. I understand it. But I'm struggling to see where he wants to go with moderation of the subreddit that doesn't lead to effectively restricting speech on the platform. And I don't want to... That's not a route I want to see this go down. This runs the risk of so many issues that will just turn the subreddit into it.
You know, once people declare endgame, I don't even care, man. The endgame isn't even worth it. Let's be real, the endgame isn't worth it. And if you can't be there for endgame, And you can't be there for the rest of the game. Because you can't be bothered and you don't want to deal with the rest of it. There's nothing left. So then you just leave. Right? Like, for me, it's like, if all they have is just the same thing all over again, and they just keep repeating the same thing, why would I even bother? Right? That's why I said, like, I won't touch it anymore. I'll probably put out a video, like a delayed video review on how my thoughts on the thing at some point, when I can find the time and I actually feel like editing a video for once, because I hate video editing, but that's a different thing. Unless I get like paid to play it, or it ends of service or whatever, I wouldn't bother. Right? Like, I would need to be paid, because I honestly don't like doing this shit in there, and I think it's work. And I wouldn't treat it as work. Because, again, with the Reggie quote, if it's not fun, why bother? But yeah, the issues were created by crew and the players are just pointing it out. Yep. Exactly. They created the problem.
An echo chamber. Misinterpretation of zero tolerance rules, false positive bans, mass exoduses of users leaving to other subreddits that won't restrict the speech or have more laxed rules so people can talk more freely. I'm not sure if Saint completely understands where this might go based on his what he wants out of the moderation team. If I haven't sold you on the risks of collateral damage following a massive subreddit crackdown, I'd like to get onto my next native point, which might tie back into this. The witch hunting. Now, let me be clear.
Yep.
People like Dubstep Gun that he called out was an absolute W, and there should be investigation
The fuck?
done to determine the intent of forum posters in case of brigading when possible.
I know his intent. These guys don't. We know Dubstep Gun. These guys don't. Right, we know. They don't.
During the period
Rules for thee, but not for me.
Saint live on YouTube, going through post histories of Reddit users with this chat based on highly upvoted anniversary complaints at the height of the brigade, and I thought that this was good, you know, getting that glue and stuff. But I was very concerned following a seemingly lack of clear criteria that he was using to determine who was acting in bad faith and was part of the brigade. And if I'm feeling doubt over how Saint himself determines who a bad actor is,
yep, you can't reason with them.
Why would I want him to be making decisions for moderating an open forum site on a much larger scale than just an individual user? Unfortunately, the VOD for this stream was not saved, so I do not have access to this footage anymore. The best I can do is bring up some Reddit users with highly upvoted posts, go through them, and try to find something tangible to go off of to see if maybe he was cooking or not, but let's just take a look. So I've pulled up 6 Reddit users with
why is he wasting his time on this now?
Popular posts following.
We're at least halfway through this video now.
Brigade, and all these posts are at minimum 1.9k upvotes or higher.
But like, okay.
And this first post, I know for a fact he did cover this on the live stream that I was referring to a moment ago. So you see 3.1k upvotes, and this is referring to the Guild at Night Market situation. So let's go over to his post history and see what he got. So let's scroll down.
Yep, his dogs are more than enough.
So he's mostly still got some Wuthering Waves posts, and there's one Genshin Impact post here, but this is a joke post. But what you're actually going to see is this is just mostly Path of Exile 2 posts. So this guy's mostly just a Path of Exile Andy. This is a comment about the Abyss. If you really want to, you can pause and like fully read some of these comments. I'm not sure what this Genshin Impact post is for, and you know there's some more Genshin. There's 3 posts from Furina mains, but we're at the 6-month mark now. So we keep scrolling down Path of Exile, Path of Exile, and you've already noticed we're at 1 year, and there is some more Genshin posts, but this is 4 years.
Yep.
That's when we get to 4 years in. So I don't. Would I ban this guy as a moderator? No, I don't think I would. I don't think this is tangible enough for my little witch hunt. Next up, we got an individual who's just basically stating the state of the patch. And so we've got over here, and you'll see this guy's mostly just Formula 1. He's got a Star Rail post right here 5 days ago, but that's a joke post, probably referring to the new Hoyo game. And we keep going, but it's just more Formula 1. And how far down can we go? How far down can we go? More Formula 1, more Formula 1. I actually watched Formula 1 recently.
Okay.
During Easter. It was pretty nice. What was it? Did I miss something up there? Oh, this is Honkai Star Rail Leagues. This is 2 months ago. Would I ban a Formula 1 enjoyer? No. I enjoyed my time with Formula 1 with my family on Easter, so I think I'll be fine. Next. Anniversary really shows that people will defend literally anything. You know, leave the billion-dollar company alone. You know, you saw like Saint's head on that at the start of my video. And we've got some Wuthering Waves posts. Let's go down. Oh, we've got some gap of 8 months and then some Epic 7 posts. So we've got maybe an Epic 7 poster coming out of hiding to attack Wuthering Waves for some reason. Let's be honest here, that's not the case whatsoever. Would I ban this guy?
Nope.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure Saint also saw.
Why is he wasting his time with this?
One of the videos that I was showing as my footage. What's this guy got? He's got some Hawkeye Star Rail posts.
Like, why?
Before we've got anime figurines. This guy's Azure Lane, funnily enough. And very recently too. And then so we just keep going. We've got r/movies, anime figures. We got Firefly mains up there. Oh, that's all his posts. Would I ban this guy? I don't. No, I don't think so. Like
He's wasting his time. Why is he?
We've got a meme post right here. Nice first anniversary. And what do we got now? This guy is the most tangible, the most sussy wussy. He's got posts in Ayaka mains and Vivian mains. So we've got Zenless Zone Zero and Genshin Impact up for grabs, and very recently too. But we've also got Carlotta and Zani mains, and we even got like a League of Legends post too here too, and Firefly mains. So I mean, as a joke, I would probably ban this guy just for being a League of Legends player. But then again, that's why I'm not a subreddit.
What is he doing?
I would not make for a good one. So
like I don't get what he's doing, man.
Is involved with the brigade with all these Hoyo posts. I mean, I'm like 80 to 90% confident this is definitely the most tangible one we've got here. And then next we've got someone who wants to be an intellectual and kind of like break down the predatory nature of gacha games. Let's go whaling tricks for monetizing video game players with free to play. This got a lot of traction. I think like 4 or 5 years ago. I believe I saw this in a Jim Sterling video like ages ago, and he's just basically just talking about like the predatory nature and how you get people to get hooked on gacha games. And it's like he's got it all the way down on a science. I'm getting off track here. So what do we got? Wuthering Waves post, Genshin posts, keep scrolling down. We need to scroll down to before the anniversary started.
Yeah,
I don't know why, but the video just cut there. It might have something to do with my choice of hotkeys while on Reddit, but whatever. I was just trying to find, because I saw through earlier that he was talking about wanting to S6R1 Cartithia, and I just found the post. I have it. I had screen cap from earlier when I was going through, and it's just right there. So I'm getting off track here. What I'm trying to get at is I hope I've proven my point that it's not as cut and dry as Saint might make it out to be. It's going to be very hard.
You play different game, critique his game. You're attacking the game.
When they're actually
I critique everything though,
us and trying to pick them out and get them out of here. I mean, not everyone can be like Dubstep Gun, where they're just going to be so foolishly brazen and outspoken and just not even cover his tracks. I understand that there is a feeling of hopelessness in that they can just follow the rules set by the moderators, but I don't think the solution is just to make stricter rules, because I don't know how you would make the rules strict enough without just outright restricting speech. If he's willing to present his ideas, I would be willing to hear him out on it, but I'm not sold as of right now. It's important to remember in any kind of group or community, you're gonna have this silent majority who don't ever speak out on anything until
once you play,
something
fair enough.
pops up that they personally disagree with.
Fair enough.
We saw that situation here with the anniversary. I think another example was the TV mode in Zenless Zone Zero. You know, you saw a lot of people who didn't like the TV mode complain about it until it was eventually removed and gutted. But you never saw anybody speak out in defense of the TV mode, or at least not in large quantities, until there was rumblings of it about to be gutted, and then it got gutted. I wasn't in one camp or the other with the TV mode. I can understand why some people saw the potential in it, and how the story structure was better handled, and resource allocation for the game's development was better because of the cost effectiveness of the TV mode.
Do you want the reaction bingo?
You didn't see those comments.
Do we do it tomorrow? You want to do it tomorrow then?
On like the NE subreddit or forum post.
Like, you want to do reaction bingo for NTE tomorrow again? We can do that tomorrow. Sure, we can do that tomorrow if you want. Right, the freaking thing just got posted 6 hours ago. Right, give it like at least a day or so to cook, so we can do reaction bingo if you want to play bingo again.
You'll see like a flip where you see a lot of.
We have to figure out what to put in the bingo card though.
The TV mode, and you rarely see people talking bad about the TV mode, because the TV mode's gone now, and those people who had complaints with it have subsided, and they have reintegrated themselves into a silent majority because they don't have an issue with something that's gone now. I genuinely don't think this is going to be the change we need to promote a healthy community. We can't just assume the absolute worst intent out of every single outsider we disagree with and resort to the maximum punishment. I know it sucks. It's an awful situation, and I would love a solution just as much as Saint would, but I don't think this is it. This is all just shots.
I don't know,
just make things worse, just in a different way.
I don't know why he says what he says, but it is what it is.
Like a schizophrenic episode on just some random person in the lobby and starts accusing them as cheating and trying to get them kicked for the game when he wasn't cheating at all.
I got a hard to see the sexes. We need to kick the cheater, Monster Yambo. We need to kick the cheater. I'm trying to save him. I'm trying to save him too. We need to kick Monster Yambo. I need to save him.
Of course they are. They have like nothing to do, man.
Jackson.
Bro, literally breathe. Come on, breathing exercise with me. 4 seconds in, 4 seconds, 4 seconds out.
I won't stand for it.
Guys, what's going on right now?
God damn, there's still 15 more minutes of this shit. Well, not 15, 20. My mistake.
So now I come to my last critique I have with St. Tontos as a content creator and voice in the gacha space. This one might be a bit harder for me to explain, but I'll try to do my best. It's his constant use of escalating language. Now, what do I mean by that? I'm referring to when Saint exaggerates his words or uses a heightened choice of words.
We're just doing some reacts now.
Criticism, and it kind of comes off as like defamatory, discrediting the person in question, damaging their reputation, or belittling their opinion. I don't know why Saint does this. I think he may just be so used to countering criticism of Withering Waves from bad actors for a while now, and the misinformed as well, that this behavior kind of seeps through to some of the more genuine people in the space, and he treats them like they're a same-day Twitch follower that are just trying to start beef with him, and he just kind of lets that side out on others. And in doing so, he overdoes it.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Doing it just comes off as bullying. I'm not sure if I got that across well, but let me start playing the clips and see if you can try to get my point of view on this one.
I mean, I would just be honest.
It is what it is.
I don't want to accuse you of skipping it, but like, even in like the correction video where you have an infinite amount of time to like research, rewatch the story, and like, you know, actually address everything, we got like a
calling people all
wrong.
sorts
And
of
so I
things.
guess we're doubling down on not skipping, but then we talk about how she just transfers the power in the moment when it was transferred long ago, and that's why the Blessed Maiden is dead. And in the scene where Cantarella says the Blessed Maiden is dead, we don't have the UID showing and it's blurred out. We could just say we skipped it, man.
Let me get something straight before I get to my point. Saiki screwed up. He screwed up big time with both of these videos. I don't know how he managed to do it, and the fact that the UID is blurred is definitely not helping his case. I didn't even pick up on that when I first watched this response video, but I don't know why we can't just simply say he screwed up. I don't know why we feel the need to go to the extra mile and label him as a story skipper. I think if you get labeled as a story skipper, it's a pretty damning title, especially if you ever want to like make critique involving storytelling again in any kind of game. If you go to his channel, Saiki's a variety content creator for multiple gachas, and he goes back and forth between all of them. He doesn't have like a very clear allegiance between one or the other. So if we're calling him a story skipper because we've sniffed blood and determined he's a Hoyo shield, I'm not saying it. I don't know why we can't just say that he's wrong and the video's bad and be done with that. We need to give him like this really bad label, and that will likely damage his credibility down the line because, you know, how dare he get the Woo-Wah story wrong or simply make a critique about the Woo-Wah story. I don't know about this one, really. I want to continue on this point, and I'm just going to say it straight. As someone who's been playing gacha games regularly since Genshin Impact version 1.0 almost 5 years from now, it's a pain in the ass to follow along in any one of these game stories.
It sucks.
Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail, Withering Waves, Zenless Zone Zero, Snowbreak, Honkai Impact 3rd, Girls Frontline 1 and 2. No doubt that Arknight's Enfield, Anada, Azure Permelia will also have these same issues. You're going to get so many proper nouns and cryptic doublespeak, rhetorical jargon.
Hopefully, when they localize NTE, they don't have this problem. Because we didn't have that problem in the closed beta last year, but I used an OCR and translated to English from Chinese. But we'll see. Because yes, like what I've said, like a lot of the story in these games is just painful. Like actually painful. Right? It's not that like I don't think it's like having a ton of dialogue is the problem. I play Falcom games. The amount of dialogue in your average Falcom game, you compare the dialogue in these games to the average Falcom game dialogue, it's like a joke. Because like, you know, Falcom games, right, especially if you play Trails, you know, they really go all out on that stuff, but they don't have these, they don't fall into these pitfalls. They don't fall into these pitfalls despite that. And like, it's just how you structure everything and how you make use of everything to tie it all together. They don't have the same problem. But yeah. But I guess in that case, they don't feel needlessly of all this shit.
Bullshit shoved down your throat for upwards of 3 to 10 hours, and that's just so exhausting and fatiguing to try and focus in on all the time, every single patch.
I mean, like, I'm okay with playing a story that's that long, where we spend that much between the stuff in there, but it has to be good. And not the garbage we get in these gacha games. for me to actually want to pay attention.
Especially if you're playing more than 3. I hope you're not playing more than 3 gotchas.
It's not that. I don't think so. They can be a good medium for telling story. They can. So here's the benefit here, right? The gotcha has nothing to do with it. Gotcha has nothing to do with the story. It has nothing to do with it. The problem is how they go about trying to make the story go on forever. Right? They're trying to drag everything out as long as possible and make it last effectively forever because they need to keep the game around. Here's the thing. You could just let the story end and then just start a new one. And if you did that, if you just let it finish, let it come to a conclusion and end, and then make a new one to continue afterwards. Right? Just have like if they want to do or have an episodic structure, or like just have the thing where it's like you have the story, it finishes, and then you make a new one to continue on. Right? If they did that, that's like another way to get around that problem. But they don't do that. And like, yeah, and the benefit is, if you want to focus on a different set of characters, you gave them a full arc, you gave them a full story, you gave them a conclusion, right? You had it go all the way through, it ended, and then you go make a new one. Right? If they want to move on to a different cast of characters. They can totally do that. But they don't. It's not impossible to do that. There are games that have been around for literally 20 years that handle sequels that way, and they don't even reuse the same characters in the sequels, and they just continue. Right? They could just do that. They don't have to do the crap that they're doing here. But the thing is, doing that is actually going to take them a lot more work. Actually takes effort. It actually takes them a lot more work. They gotta figure all this shit out. Right? And that's kind of part of why, like, generally speaking, a lot of these gacha games, the stories are ass. Because they don't bother to actually do that. Right? He can make a drama, but people will be there to call him a clown. By the people who actually play the game, yeah. I mean, because the reality is there's no game for them to play. So they play what little they actually have. Everything is just needlessly padded out. Right? It's all to mask the fact that there's nothing there. That's why these are the way they are. It's all to mask and hide everything.
I don't want anyone else to be like Fob or Tohu.
Yeah, he's a tourist even in his main game, yeah.
Your focus. I
mean, to be fair, if, you know, like, treating a lot of these things as a main game, you kind of fucked up. Because the reality is, you're never gonna have anything. You're never gonna have enough of anything anyways. And if you compare it to, like, actual other games, like actual real shit, and all this bullshit, people eventually move on and go to the next thing. Right? They move on. The thing finishes, they move on, they go to something else. Maybe they come back to revisit for various other reasons later on. But that's it, you know?
We'll say Wuthering Waves and Zenless Zone Zero, as of right now, are the better ones at handling this kind of stuff. But, I mean, I'm gonna say it. If you multiply any number by 0, you still get 0. And, you know, that might be harsh for me to say, but that's just how I feel.
This will be the only response video towards this topic. Rest assured, I will not be making another video dedicated to critiquing a gacha game story in the future.
I mean, I don't think you have to go that far, because the thing is, again, it was repeated multiple times by a lot of CCs. The video was fine if the parts of Wuwa are just taken out, and that's not because—
No. I think the parts of Wuwa should have stayed too.
Because it's wrong to critique Wuwa, it's because the Wuwa critique was just deemed as, like, relatively stinky by most of the people that saw it.
The Wuthering Waves community jumps down—
You know, what I would have done if I was him is I would just ignored them and just let them give the free views and interaction. He could have just farmed them. He could have farmed the hate watchers. Right? He could, like, you can shadow ban people and stuff anyways. If you wanted to. He could have just shadow banned them and farmed the hate watchers. Would have been a nice extra free numbers boost.
Saiki's throat, discredits him, brigades him, so bad to the point where Saiki publicly says that he will not cover story critique ever again in a gacha game. We then turn around and say that he's the one overreacting when that happens. I'm not saying Saint is the one who advocated for this or tried to coordinate this brigade, not at all. How many people do need to come out and talk about their negative experience with the Wuthering Waves community, and possibly even Saint Tontas, before we maybe stop and consider if there's something we can do to maybe dial this down a bit. You know, in just this video alone, I've shown clips from Saranus, Saiki, and Moose on Caffeine. And I understand to varying degrees that they were some of their critiques were in the wrong or misinformed to an extent, but I don't think that justifies going so hard on them to the point where they feel the need to voice their issues that they've had with the community and that they need to walk on eggshells in this space. I'm sure there's plenty more people who've spoken out about their negative experiences with the community, and I could probably find them if I did some more digging. These are just the ones that I pulled up from memory, but I just hope that we can get to a point where things start to die down. I don't know if that'll ever happen so long as Hoyoverse is still kind of like the top dog in this situation, because people are just so crazy about it, and it seems like the Wuthering Waves community, being an offshoot of the Genshin community originally, almost seems like they have to match that energy in turn, and it just creates a bad situation.
Yeah, as long as content is there, no content, you're not safe.
And I simply make this joke. He's a fan of Maggie. He's openly admitted it on stream that he's a fan of Maggie and her content.
Okay.
And I simply make a joke and I say, oh, he's a fan of Maggie and he plays all this defense. Well, I guess I see why he has 6 Rosia. That's the joke. He's a self-admitted fan of Maggie. He likes her content. And so I made the joke. I see why he has 6 Rosia. You want to know why? Because she's a childlike VTuber and Rosia is a childlike character. And he has no...
What? Really? But what the hell does this have to do with anything? This screenshot. The fuck?
No other S6 characters. And so clearly he put a lot more resources and expenditures into her. And so I just made a joke about it because one's a kid, childlike character, and the other's a childlike character. And people are saying that I'm the worst person ever for doing that. And you want to know what I have to say about that? All I did was compare Maggie, a childlike character, to Rosia, another childlike character. And if you're going ahead and you're the individual that's trying to go to the next level with that, if you're trying to imply that there's a deeper meaning to that, all I said is he's a fan of Maggie and he's a fan of Rosia. That's it. And if you're an individual that's trying to take that to the next level and imply something like PDF, you're essentially saying that every fan of Maggie or every fan of Rosia is a PDF.
I really did not like this response that he made.
Yeah.
This was really bad for him. There is an addressment. He did come out and say and apologize for doing this, but this was really bad for Saint Tontas. I've got to be honest. I think this is definitely one of the worst things he's done in response to criticism. I can understand his issues with Maggie and his issues with genocide, but this was taking it too far and getting way too comfortable with flinging it around. And I think just
better
the
at
worst
manipulating.
part is that in this addressment, he's trying to like explain the joke, but if you try to consider the joke outside of the context of child exploitation, then I don't think the joke makes sense. Why would you make a joke like this if you're not trying to insinuate it? Then I don't understand why he should have just not, if he wasn't going to commit to what people were going to insinuate with this kind of thing. I don't think he just
this is nonsense out of the mouth.
And I'm glad he did apologize for it, but I hope something like this doesn't happen again. And this, if nothing else, this just once again proves my point that I think that he escalates things way too far. And while yes, I agree, again, Genazad and Maggie are not really the kind of people that I would side with personally, and I don't watch Genazad at all. I watch a lot of Saint Tontas. I watch zero of Genocide, so I know which side I'm on. Don't get it twisted, but this was just so bad, and I don't know why his first attempt was try to downplay it and then try to redirect the accusations to the people who were making the assumptions. That was just
yes.
Oh well, it is what it is.
They can't even say his name right, so they just call him a Gato.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
But.
Yeah.
I want to see him as
started calling it the island. Yeah.
I feel like this event is a ton of fun. I can't really see the whole overview. Like, I feel like there are a lot of components you have to not like about Wuthering Waves to be overly critical about this event.
Excuse me? What?
I think you have
I mean, it
A,
looks pretty
not
boring.
like the combat, B, not like the character building and the cube piece, and C, also not like the story.
Yep. I don't like all of those. Yes. Where's the all of the above?
Because the story that we've had so far in just like 2 missions has been really, really, really good. It's been like a lot of references to like Resonator showcases.
What is this now? Reference problem where they just talk about a bunch of random crap? Apparently referencing things is all it needs to be a good story. Man, Family Guy must be the best story on the planet, if that's the case. Family Guy is the best story ever then, according to Saint Tontas, if that's all you need to do. Family Guy, like Oscar-worthy storytelling, story writing, whatever. The best story ever. Right? If that's all you need. Family Guy, best story ever. Right? If that's the case.
Story beats. The characters are like interacting with each other. Like we just had the whole like Shorekeeper Camellia breakdown where like Shorekeeper's finally having some fun for the first time in centuries. Yeah, no, I'm gonna be real. Anyone complaining about this is like, yeah, maybe you just don't like the game? Maybe you just don't like the game?
Is this the rich critique we're doing? You know. Okay, forgive me for this one, Saint Tontas. I think I've been a good enough boy for like the majority of this video.
Yes, the Nonyan stuff. Yep.
Give me a moment. Let me get my game on. I am inside Wuthering Waves right now. This is my account. Hello, Camellia. Let's open the event tab for a second. Okay, and just go over here. So let me just get my credentials out of the way just for a second. Okay, so I am. I believe I'm on like floor 18 or 19 of the event. I have not done the co-op mode. And I don't think I will, and I've kind of stopped trying to progress all the way to the end of the event, but let's just double check my rewards. I've got all the limited time event rewards done, and under the circumstances, for most people, they would just consider that done and be over with it. And for the standard rewards, and as you can see, I have at least cleared up to, where is it? Okay, there it is, 18. So I've done 18, I've obviously, and because I haven't, gone beyond that, I've made zero progress in the Monsters Castle level 21, but I can already assume how that works. For whatever reason you have not done the event before, how the event works is you're invited to I'm assuming like it's a virtual World Game anniversary from Encore. I was following the story initially, but then I kind of stopped. I'll get to that in just a second. You go into this keyboard area, and this evil Abby steals the anniversary cake, and you have to go get it back, and also rescue other cubes who I believe were sucked into this virtual space, who are also being held by Abby to greater or lesser extents. I know some of them were like working with evil Abby in this event. The reason why I didn't like pay too much attention to the story is because it was more so like just a cutesy, seemingly kind of throwaway story that wasn't really going to matter to the greater points of the game. I pay attention to the Wuthering Waves story for the most part. I've only ever used the skip function during Zesh's
you take mental damage
story because I did not play during.
I mean, we've been taking a lot of mental damage this past hour. That's all we've been taking, mental damage.
Like her character story was playing off of that, assuming you had played it, but I had zero context, so I couldn't really get attached to Zezia, so I was skipping some of the less important scenes, but I was focusing on the major ones. I thought the story was okay. I'm getting off track here. I don't skip character, other than that, I don't skip character stories, and I don't skip main story. I like the main story. My favorite story sections are with Jinshi and Kartithia. I really liked those almost like epilogue stories after like the main stuff in both the locations. I'm getting off track here.
Okay.
The gameplay of the Cube event is you're just going through the same arenas that you would have already done in previous pieces of content in the game, fighting the exact same enemies. The only primary difference is that your echoes on your characters are swapped out for these cubes, and you can and each one is basically a miniature version of the character in question. So Cube Camella
I don't know, man.
You control it directly, and you spin around with a bunch of vines doing a bunch of damage. Cube Shorekeeper.
Like, what? What is this?
Just puts down a circle buff that it's not as strong as a buff as regular Shorekeeper, but it also does heal you.
At least we're almost done with this soon, man.
And you can kind of like get a taste of what Kartithia might be based on her cube with her throwing swords on the area. I didn't really find the gameplay section of the event all that interesting, because once you get down to the nitty-gritty of it, you're just fighting the same enemies, and you fight a lot of waves of enemies.
It's just the same crap over and over again,
a single level of each section of Bowser's castle. But just as the levels go on, they get much more tankier, and and your cubes are the ones that are going to do the bulk of the damage because they have high stats off the rip, and they all can also be edited with gear that you find throughout the event, and that dramatically buffs up their ability. abilities, and they can also share abilities between cubes. But when you get to like floors 15 and onward, the personal damage of your teams don't matter as much, and it just kind of comes down to the damage of what the cubes you bring, and when you choose to use those cubes that you're going to do the bulk of your damage. So when they're on cooldown, it's just kind of a slap fest until they come off cooldown, and then you can start clearing out the swaths of enemies again. I'm sure like if I were to ever like get to floor 21, there would actually be some risk incurred to dying and stuff, but the game gives you revives to keep going.
No, this is a critique of the fucking clown, but I don't know what the hell that has to do with anything.
These standard rewards seemingly aren't ever going away. This is a permanent event. These standard rewards aren't going away, so I have no reason to really touch this right now. I don't really feel motivated to play this right now. So my opinion of this event is I would say it's pretty mid. As far as the other permanent events they played, I actually really enjoyed Somnian Labyrinth because of the gameplay systems it introduces, such as having your other teammates be AI controlled, and also being able to pop all the ults together in a coordinated manner to get into like the super state and make it all do a lot more damage and stuff. And I also liked the optional levels that you could do beyond that, and just get to play around with it more. I also, while I think the story was a little like retreading the same paths, because you kind of like re-experience many arcs across the characters involved, like Encore, Camellia, Zezia. It just kind of felt like they're returning to the same ground with those stories, but I still kind of enjoyed it, and I did also enjoy the arc of the, I believe it was, I mean, like, I'm just lost, man. And I did like that final like Avengers Assemble moment we had together. It felt epic. The fishing, so I'd say this is probably my favorite of the permanent events. Old Man and the Whale I thought was okay. I appreciated that they added an exploration section to go along with it, but as for the fishing mode, I think it overstayed its welcome, and it got pretty boring at some point, and I thought the story was okay. It's just kind of, if you're kind of like a lore junkie, or you just really like Reinx in it, this is just kind of more of that with like fishing, but I'm kind of, I've had my fill of fishing with any of these gacha games, and I wouldn't be surprised if Girls Frontline tries to shoehorn a fishing content in there too, but anyway, I think this event is mid, bordering on a disappointment for me for what kind of content I would have expected to sink my teeth into. And by Saint's assertion, I don't like playing Wuthering Waves based on what he said. Again, I'm probably being petty, but please just let me have this for a moment. So I'm labeled as someone who doesn't like Wuthering Waves, and I think it's bad just because I didn't find as much enjoyment in this event as I had hoped for. And I mean, do we really have to go anywhere from there? Like, this isn't even like a constructive critique.
For the coup dogs, yeah.
Dogged on this event. You're just flinging shit around just like them, and I'm done being petty. I've said my piece. Let's move on to the conclusion, shall we? And with that, I believe that's all I wanted to say about Saint Tontas. I hope I've done my best to convey my thoughts in the fairest way possible based on how I've interpreted his actions over the last couple months or so. If this happens to get picked up by Saint, I welcome any disagreements and counterpoints to my discussion, and handling this as two adults would. If you are someone who vehemently hates Saint, I would like to remind you that it is always best to simply remove yourself from the discussion if you are letting things get to you too much. As gacha players, we are already having our emotions constantly bent and twisted around all the time with how manipulative these games are. Let's not lose ourselves into what is a piece of entertainment at the end of the day. As for Saint, I wish you the best of luck and continue to support you and watch your content. As for me, this was a long project for me to put together, and finally, I'm clocking out.
Alright. That's what his thing is. This is his channel. Don't like standard banners? Okay. And then there's this thing. Yeah, we're not gonna bother looking at his other shit. Nah. Again, it's like, it goes back to this thing. I should just make this like put this on a soundboard. I should put that quote thing on a soundboard. Let's be real. I should. Alright, let's see what else is here. Let's see. Let me get the music playing again. Oh shit, we just had ToF reset. Damn. We were in that video for so goddamn long. We were in that thing for so long. It was an hour of nothing, man. Let's see. Do we even, like... All I keep getting are these freaking, things here. Oh wait, do you want to see the guy who got baited by Gacha Enjoyer? Or did we see this already? I don't even remember, man. There's like their fight over HP inflation, but it's like, eh. Delusional takes, what is this, 2-1? Let's see this one then. Oh boy, you guys can't send me so much of this crap, man.
So dudes, it's your boy Tuhu, and welcome back to another episode of Delusional Gacha Takes. Today we're going to talk about gacha revenue chart.
It's the, you know the beginner guide thing? It's there. It's the beginner guide thing. Click on the beginner guide thing. Here, let me log back in, I'll pull it up. Give me a moment. Yeah, we'll look at the Gacha Enjoyer one again. It should pop up. Right, so if we go here... For me, it doesn't even show that old menu, it just pops the thing out instead. Right there. You just click on the thing there. I don't know, man. Oh, I have more things to click here. Alright, let's go scratch it off. Oh, damn. There's like nothing else to scratch off on this card, isn't there? Oh yeah, there's the dimension trial crap. And then all this stuff. Oh, what's this? Oh yeah, 2 red nucleus, and then there's like another thing. Another 2 special vouchers, and then, yeah, the other stuff. Right, and then later on we can get this thing. Right, I'm gonna use it to get Plotty. Right, we're gonna use this to get Plotty. Oh yeah, the free thing is over here. Right, the novice guide. And this button right here. Not the dual sword. Not the event reward thingy. This thing. This thing right there. Yeah.
Charts, and why I don't quite understand why people look at them the way they do. If you're new to the channel, glad to have you. I'm the god of gacha games. I've been playing gacha for the last 8 years, and currently I main 13 of them, with more to come in the future, and so I'm pretty confident in saying that I've got the most amount of knowledge and experience out of all the gacha content creators out here in the West. Delusional Gacha Takes is a series where I discuss various gacha topics and phenomena I see around the gacha content creation or general community space that I'd like to point out as, well, delusional. It's in the title. So, like I said earlier, today I want to talk about gacha revenue charts that people like to scrutinize at the end of everything. For those of you who aren't
if they're
aware
all auto
or
battle,
care,
if they're all auto battle and I put them in an Android emulator, I just macro everything. True.
Before, like me, gacha revenue charts are, well, they're kind of what they sound like. They're aggregate charts that tally up how much money different gachas around the world have made for the past month or two. Well, I say around the world, but let's be real, they're all from East Asia, unless there's an imposter in there somewhere. I've been told that this chart right here is the one that people currently go to for their monthly gacha revenue fix. It lists the top 50 highest grossing gachas, how far up...
You wish Support Lin didn't need, A6? Yes, free to play, you can max anesthesia through the shop, but you're stuck with the shards, yeah.
Or down, they've shifted compared to last month, At least that's what I think the trend
It is what it is, man.
And of course, how much money they've made both in the last month and the month before, so you can see the difference. Because I don't look at these charts very much, matter of fact, as I said before, I don't really care for these, so this is the first time I've had to look at one unironically to make this video. There are some things that I don't know about these charts that maybe you guys can clarify for me in the comments. First and most importantly, are the sales numbers coming from all sources, as in from both mobile and PC? Because looking at Star Rail's numbers, for example, I would assume so. Like 100 million is a lot of money, and I doubt that came just from mobile or just from PC. But I just want to make sure so that there's no ambiguity here. And second, each game has an extra regional category, which I assume means the revenue that they've made is coming from all regions or only certain regions. My question is, what's the difference between combined and global? Some games only have a single region listed, like JP or CN, so those are pretty straightforward.
He did.
Does global mean every region except China? Because I don't think it just means the West, because some gachas I see here on this chart are listed as global, and they should have multiple regional servers, especially that Pokemon's TCG gacha. This one isn't as important, I'm just curious to know what that means. Anyways, back to the punchline. I don't quite understand why people look at these things as often as they do. Like, obviously, I know that there are some, more like a lot of people, out there who like to use these revenue charts to either jack off over how much money their favorite gachas made, or how little money their most hated gachas made, or conversely, crash out over how much money the most hated gachas made, or how little money that their favorite gachas made. Cue the agenda posting cheat sheet. But I think that's only half the story, because I've seen lots of content creators, both the ones that I've talked trash on and the ones that I actually like, looking at these charts for content. So to me, it seems like people look at them for different reasons. I assume that the CCs I've talked shit on before will use these charts to further their own agendas, like there's some sort of flow chart. Hey, we got some perfect examples right here now, don't we? But what about everyone else? Right? If they don't have an agenda to push, why do they look at these charts? Is it because they're just curious to know how much money their favorite gachas made, or do they just genuinely enjoy looking at these every month? Because frankly, other than for stupid gacha PvP reasons, I think that looking at these revenue charts is almost no better than React anti-slop. My main reason for it is because what on earth are you going to do with this information?
Exactly.
Right? What's the point of knowing how much money your favorite gachas made this past month?
No,
for example,
there's
what
no
am I gonna do with the fact that Star Rail pulled in 100 million in April? What, shove it in the faces of the Woowa fanboys out there? I mean, that sounds tempting, not gonna lie, but I'm not gonna do that since I don't care quite enough about ruining their day to look at these things to start with. But my point here is that other than to flex at other people over the internet with money that ain't even yours, what's the use of knowing how much money a gacha's made this past month outside of genuine curiosity? And if it is genuine curiosity, why do some people still look at these things for hours on end? If you're playing a gacha that you're afraid ain't doing so hot, then
the publisher's plan is always to create chaos. True. It's all about creating chaos.
Status, assuming they even show up in these charts at all. One of the gachas that I used to play, called Magia Record, was like this, where the NA server for that game eventually got shut down because apparently there were only like a handful of whales paying for the entire server towards the end, so clearly it wasn't making enough money anymore to justify keeping around. But most people who care about these charts don't even play any other gacha outside the big four, and if you only care about those four, that is Genshin, Star Rail, Zenless, and Woowa, none of them are gonna shut down.
Except they're not the big four. If that's what they're talking about, they're not the big four. I'm sorry, what?
Anytime soon. So I don't think you need to worry about their financial health in the first place. Unless, of course, you're one of those gullible idiots who buy into thumbnails like this. Or maybe you like to compile, revenue data and chart them over the lifespan of each gacha, like your Zajef or other smart boys working on their spreadsheets, but I certainly haven't seen any content creator do that, not yet anyway. Besides, making spreadsheets takes actual effort, and most gacha CCs don't know what that means. I got another reason why I don't look at these charts, and it's because I don't know what's going on with each and every gacha to infer anything outside of what's clearly stated on them, which is their revenue. I play a lot of gachas, but obviously I don't play them all. When I look at the revenues for the games that I actually play, I can probably explain them. For For example, Star Rail's obvious 2nd anniversary and Casterus. Genshin's banners have been pretty slow lately, and Natlan characters haven't been that popular. Zenless put out Vivian in April, and she's a pretty popular waifu so far, and so that probably explains their little revenue bump. Arknights has had strong events both in CN and Global, with their Monster, Vulpus Voglia, and Lapland Altar banners. FGO is doing its thing as usual, taking it slow with 3-week events, though Ordeal Call 4 just dropped, and Lilith's banner went live this week, so we'll see how much money she makes, etc. But for the gachas that I don't play, obviously I can't really explain their revenues. My viewers told me about this new Gundam gacha that came out recently, and sure enough, it's right here with 14 mil. Seems like a strong start to me, but we'll see how much they make after their release month. I heard that the Pokemon TCG gacha's been doing really well since its launch back in October of last year, but I don't know why they made 25 million less in April than they did in March. I assume it's because whatever new packs they've been releasing in April, if they did, aren't as strong or as hyped as the ones they released in March, for example.
Probably, it's a card game,
Even for some of the gachas that I do play, I'm not sure if I can explain their revenues either. Wuwa's 1st anniversary went live in April, I think, technically, but I'm not seeing a significant revenue increase from March to April that I'm expecting from an anniversary event. My best guess is that
you kind of dig the stash, it's the secondary eyebrow, okay?
Or the last few
but not
days
the
of
beard,
April.
okay,
so all the money that people
the
are
beard
spending
is just,
on Zanny
and
other rerun
shame
banners
get rid of
aren't
that.
yet reflected in the April data and might roll over to May or something. Honestly, learning about the reasons behind the revenue fluctuations behind each of these gachas is far more interesting to me than the money itself. Infinity Nikki and Uma Musume, for instance, both saw their revenues drop all the way down to the 6 million mark. But I did hear about Infinity Nikki and how their developers pulled some crap like increasing pity and retconning one of their early story chapters, which their players did not like.
I heard about that. We haven't looked at it yet.
I get the impression that this game is the type of gacha to put out banners that people are insanely hyped for. Right, that make a ton of money in one go, but outside of them, they're pretty low-key. But since I don't play that game, I can't say that for sure. But hopefully you're seeing what I'm getting at here. I don't try to extrapolate anything beyond what I see on these charts because I know that there are things going on that I don't know about behind the scenes for each and every one of these gachas. Y'all can roast me all you want for playing 13 different gachas, but I don't see any of you guys coming anywhere close to that, and y'all still think you can run around with thumbnails and video titles like this. And besides, I don't give a f about how much money a gacha's made. I care more about actually playing them. Once upon a time, we used to call that content, but I guess for the mentally underdeveloped, their idea of content these days is a bit different. If there is a legitimate reason to look at these charts, do let me know. Again, lots of gacha content creators out there who love pulling these things up for content every month, both, you know, the streamers that I on and those I don't mind. So I can't just, like, single out one group or another for doing this. So, like, there might be a chance that behind all this gacha tribalism, behind all the circle jerking and the crash outs, there might actually be a good reason why people look at them. But for some reason, I doubt it. To me, these revenue charts are the gacha equivalent of like dangling some keys in front of a kid who gets easily entertained by, ooh, shiny. So unless y'all can give me an answer that I can actually get.
But that's exactly what most gacha gamers are. I'm sorry, nah.
All these charts do is give the agenda pushers their monthly bread to make more slop out of and nothing more. It's not that these charts shouldn't be made. The charts on their own aren't a problem. The problem is what some people do with them. I just don't see why I'd personally want to stare at a bunch of big numbers for like 2 hours in my stream. Besides, the big numbers that I prefer looking at are these. Again, if you just like looking at these charts for no other reason than genuine curiosity, that's fine, nothing wrong with that, but enough content creators wait for these to come out every month like they're waiting for the next drip market tweets to come out from their favorite gacha games. And I want to know if there's any deeper meaning to that than just React Andy slop. And that'll do it for this video. All my socials are down in the description below.
Alright, okay, let's see. Which one was it? This one here. Wait, no, was it that one? Where was it again? This one, this guy who got mad about Gacha Enjoyer here. I'm gonna go get something from my fridge.
Welcome back
One
to
sec.
the channel. So, in today's video,
the guy who got mad because Gacha Enjoyer.
Part of the, her gameplay, and by the way, her gameplay is absolutely amazing.
Wait, did he change the thing? Ignore this channel at all costs. Wait, did Gotcha Enjoyer do something on the
Easy,
on
man.
something
She-
else as well?
Really cool character, man, and I'm excited for Cardathea. But you know, yesterday I had a long day. I was working, and
Okay.
I came back home, and you know, I went to sleep. And I woke up and I got a
Give me
lot
a
of
sec.
notifications on my Discord. So I checked my Discord, and all I see is back-to-back videos from, I don't know, Hoyo shows, who knows, but back-to-back videos from people hating on Cardathea. There's like another tweet over here. Let me
Yeah,
pull
we
it
know
up
he's a
for you
Kudog, yep.
guys, but there's like this tweet showing a Hoyo CC with 583,000 followers reported Wuwa to Bilibili and asked Bilibili to limit the number of views of this video. And it says over here, this video should be recommended less because of drawing attention to breast, but it is not.
Yep.
So once again, guys, this is actually this is starting to be like the new norm for these gacha games. Not these gacha games, but for Wuthering Waves. It's the new norm. Every single time Wuwa releases a character that is, I don't know, sexy, has big boobs, it's the end of the world. EOS.
Alright.
You take a look at Fleur de Lis, they had to censor that character because the game got mass reported. The game got changed from 12 plus to 16 plus. That should go for every gacha game, right? But the fact that it was only for Wuwa, it's pretty obvious what was going on there, right? So
They should all be
this tweet
18
over
plus,
here,
whatever.
we also have this person over here saying, why is Wuwa scared to show Cardathea, right?
Yep.
Can't even spell the character's name correctly.
They're always
We have
trying to
an
push
Akron
it to
profile
someone
pic,
else.
pretty much saying that Skirk's animations are just 10 times better than Cardathea. And let me tell you guys, when it comes to Skirk's animation, for a character who is one of the most hype units in Genshin Impact, her gameplay is mid. I'm gonna be real with y'all. It's fucking mid. But that's for another topic. That's for another video. But you guys can see this person has an Akron profile pic, and after they dropped Cardathea gameplay, they changed it to Lupa. They changed their profile picture to Lupa. Oh my gosh, bro. The unemployment is absolutely insane, man.
Hip her on
And we
her
have
way with
another
the
person
disappointment
over
in her
here.
face, yep.
I'm telling you guys, the cycle will keep repeating itself. Yes, I would say Wuwa has the better animations, but it all does not matter when they release characters with proportions like this. It is just impossible to ignore how stupid it looks.
Okay.
Now, if you don't like like Cardathea's gameplay, that's fine. That's your opinion, okay? If you don't like it, that's cool.
Yeah,
Nobody
I probably
should
wouldn't
feel
like it.
forced to like a character just because, you know, the majority likes the character. If you don't like the character, that's fine. However, this is the same situation with
Yeah, they got
Contrail, where
watermelons.
people were bitching about the trailer, and when you take a look at their own Twitter page, they're literally promoting porn on their own Twitter page.
Okay.
They're showing porn content on their Twitter page. This person is no different. You take a look at their Twitter page, I'm not even going to scroll down. If you guys want to look at this person's Twitter page, by all means, go ahead. I'm not even going to scroll down because it's fucking bad.
So where does he talk about Gotcha Enjoyer?
Like, it's a whole bunch of crazy shit. A whole bunch
We'll
of crazy
speed him up until he gets to Gotcha
Characters
Enjoyer.
having
We'll do
sex,
that.
like, it's insane. Insane. I'm going to scroll down.
We'll
just
do that.
once. Look at that. You can't make this up. You cannot make.
Wait, holding spacebar doesn't
So,
do that
the
anymore?
person who's complaining about characters being sexualized, this is the same person who is literally showing pornography on their own Twitter page. Make it make sense. Now, there's a channel over here that I wanted to talk about, because this channel is a huge example as of to why.
Oh, he's talking about Gotcha Enjoyer now? Okay. Let's go.
You know, when it comes to this whole gacha war, channels like this,
Gotcha Enjoyer
they're
best.
fanning the flames.
Yep.
They're fanning the flames,
For
making
fun.
it even worse. When you take a look at community posts like this, which was 1 month ago, takes clips from Wuthering Waves gameplay and official trailer, YouTube thinks it is NSFW, Wuwa is a hentai game confirmed. Yutaku and Arrow Labs release soon.
He's doing it as a joke, man.
We continue. This person is literally just posting hate for Wuthering Waves. This
Why
meme
not
is
New
from
Talk
a
and
Time
release?
Traveler
Why
journalist
not?
From Q4 2025. All Unreal Engine Gachapon games except Wuthering Waves have unlimited FPS and seamless transitions. Due to Cruel Games' incompetence, Wu have fallen into obscurity, but their toxic community continues to shit on every other game. Remember, guys, their toxic community continues to shit on every other game. Let's continue. In reality, unlike the unoptimized and outdated WUWA, the newer Unreal Engine games have far more content and popularity. Every community sees the WUWA community as a shithole and stays far away from it. However, you can only verify this when the time comes in Q4 2025. Stay tuned and watch reality unfold. Very funny how he put Infinity Nikki here, and that game really fell off. And look at this. He's showing Infinity Nikki, Neverness to End of Everness, stepping on Wuthering Waves.
Okay.
This game literally went to a 1.4 out of 5 stars in Google Play. So try again, bud.
Yet, no matter what, Infinity Nikki has more content in it than Moo will ever have. But then again, Infinity Nikki actually has some level design and stuff in it.
But 6 months ago, right? 6 months ago. 6 months ago. This is all they're doing. Hitting on WUWA. Since there are a lot of deniers and copium stocks are running low, I present another comparison. Also, Cruel Games themselves made a public apology yesterday after being caught.
The whole thing is satire, and they're taking it seriously.
Stealing assets from another creator. In the letter, they said that they were unaware it did not belong to them. Like, bro, stolen so many that they can't keep track anymore. What other assets have they stolen that were not caught for? I want to remind you guys, and you can see I put Gateo up here because, by the way, I don't know who this person is, but people on my Discord gave me some more info. This channel is run by another content creator called Gateo.
He doesn't run it, man.
Right? I searched up their channel. He is live right now with 21 people watching. And when you take a look at his channel is literally dead. He is a Tower Fantasy content creator. 631 views 3 days ago. 1.1k views 12 days ago. 1.9 views 12 days ago. This channel is literally fucking dead because nobody plays Tower Fantasy. And this is the same person who called Wuthering Waves community toxic for constantly shitting on other games. When I take a look at this slop channel over here, let's take a look at this slop channel. Oh, Wuthering Waves caught copying again. Wuthering Waves announced a literal whore. Wuthering Waves actually has negative power creep. Wuthering Waves anniversary behind the scenes discussion. Zani equals Nazi. Pretty much putting other content creators.
The Puppet Master strikes yet again. Yep.
Mocking other content creators. Farming.
The Puppet Master at his finest.
Farming from gacha tribalism. When we take a look at this video over here, this person literally makes a whole video, a 1-minute video, making comparisons like this.
Right arm raising sword, camera pointing upward from 2 o'clock position.
Camera pointing, character looking down at a 30 degree angle. So now, guys, all of a sudden, if your character looks like this, you're copying off of Naruto Ninja Storm.
Okay.
If your character turns around, you're copying off of Genshin Impact.
These guys, man.
If your character drinks water, you're copying off of Animal Crossing, because I'm pretty sure in that game you can drink water. I have no fucking idea. But any game that can drink water, you're copying off of that game. If I check my phone right over here,
this issue, would not have happened. Exactly.
When you check the main menu,
he's like, why not just poke fun at and mock the people doing this shit, man?
If I take off this jacket, yeah, I'm copying off of somebody. What are we doing? Like, what are we doing? It's pretty obvious that this channel is just fucking rage bait, bro. It's a rage bait fucking channel, and what makes it sad is the fact that people actually go in the comment section and they literally like entertain this shit. Of course, there's some people here who literally call out this channel saying this person is like a Hoyo shield. They're just, you know, farming because their main channel is fucking dead or whatever. But like, yeah, like you see this right over here. I can't believe people.
Yeah, you can't recognize it.
Bait. And look at this. How can facts be rage bait? This person is saying that a character looking down at a 90 degree angle.
But he never
angle.
But he said it. He never said it. Drink water. Yeah.
Ninja Storm is a fact. Like, what the fuck are we even talking about? This shit is just so unreal, man. Absolutely unreal. We checked this video over here.
Hey, it's Mr. Editor's fault.
I'm gonna play this for you guys, bro. I'm gonna play this for y'all. I'm gonna let this play, but just listen to this, man. Just listen to this.
And as a gladiator, she has some Roman origins too. Are you excited to learn more about Lupa?
And look at this, guys. When you take a look at his thumbnail, 4, That's his thumbnail, guys. That is his thumbnail.
Okay.
Is it still the same? No, it's not the same. He changed it. He changed his thumbnail 3 times. And in a matter of fact, this thumbnail, I'm pretty sure this is the thumbnail that another Woo CC used. What was his name?
Yeah, that's a feature on YouTube. You can set multiple thumbnails on a video, and it will change. That's a feature. And it'll get tracked here. That's a feature of YouTube. You can put up to 3 thumbnails per video. You can see it with the vidIQ extension. No, this is not a CC thing. This is an extension. vidIQ. You have to pay for this shit. But if you pay for vidIQ, you can see all the stats here, like right next to the video. But like, yeah, this is a normal feature on YouTube. You can see like extra thumbnails with this. This is just a regular feature.
Name again? Oh wait, Ryuku Sensei. This is the thumbnail that he used. So you guys can already tell that this person is literally just trying to like mock other CCs and just farm drama. Like that's literally what they're trying to do. They're trying to fan the flames, get attention, they changed their thumbnail, they changed their title. Who is Lupa? Wuthering Waves Resonator Showcase, and they changed it to Wuthering Waves Announce a Literal Whore. This channel is literally a fucking slop fest, bro. It's literally a fucking slop fest.
Just like his channel.
That every single person should be going after. If you guys are sitting here mass reporting Wuthering Waves, this is a channel that you guys should be mass reporting. Because this person is literally doing absolutely nothing but making this shit even worse. So let's play it. Let's play the fucking video.
Boys, girls, and things. For I am about to bring you into a place even we fear to enter, the library. Today, we shall look into Kuro's carefully selected name that carries a rich history and ties in perfectly to Wuthering Waves' story.
Yep.
According to Cambridge University, the Rheinix's Museum for Philology, Latin Dictionary, Urban Dictionary, and Wikipedia, lupa is of Latin origin, which is primarily used as a slang for prostitutes, but have literary meaning of a female wolf. And before
remember, guys, the Woo community is toxic. They're so toxic, man. They're so toxic. Why are they always going after us? These people are so toxic.
Yep. They are. That's why he's there, to make fun of it all. They don't realize the satire here.
you say, oh, it actually means wolf, or oh, it's just a coincidence. Shut your bitch ass up, dumbass. Euphemisms for explicit terms are used in society to be discreet. A relatable analogy is bitch, meaning a female dog, but is widely used as a slang. Now, when was the last time you heard bitch being used to refer to a female dog? Same goes for lupa.
Yep.
It is also stated the new character is a gladiator, which were combatants in the Roman Empire.
Yep.
The Roman word for brothel is lupanar, and the prostitutes are called lupa. This is also in line with the personality of the new character, having intense passion and being relentless in pursuing things she admires. But let's dig deeper.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Prostitutes have different tiers. To find out more, we shall look at this
Remember,
article
guys,
published on the Rheinix's Museum
Woo
for
community is
Philology.
toxic.
According to the article, a
Woo
lupa
community
is
is
a whore
toxic.
who hangs out on the streets
Remember.
and is the lowest type of prostitute. Sometimes they even go so called lowest tier in society. This means that Wuthering Waves will release the lowest tier whore for their players to spend money on in 2.4.
Listen.
Truly,
This is why, like, Gotcha Joy is the best, man.
Gooners, the perfect character made for
You guys can see what's going on here, okay?
Yep.
This is exactly why. When it comes to the Woo community, sometimes they piss me off. I make videos criticizing the Woo community, but guess what? No community is perfect, and that's just a fact. No community is perfect.
Okay.
But the problem is when you're sitting here saying, this community is toxic, and I don't like this community.
Yeah.
But behind closed doors, this is the content you're posting on this channel. You're
Yeah.
calling characters in the game whores.
Yeah.
Calling them prostitutes. Saying that this game is copying off of Ninja Storm. Woo is not
Okay.
innovating. Making a bunch of community posts saying that Woo is a hentai game. Mocking other CCs. Posting their exact same, thumbnail. on your
Is
own,
the video
YouTube
wrong?
page,
Yeah.
putting other CC's faces
Like, he
on
can
your
say all he
thumbnail.
wants, but is it
Literally
wrong?
Farming engagement. But
Yeah,
guess
he's-
what?
he
No,
is.
he's not toxic.
I mean, is he wrong? He didn't say he was wrong. He's just pointing it out. Right? They never said he was wrong. They can't say he's wrong.
It's the Woo community that's toxic. Look at this. This is the content that you're posting on your channel. This is your main content. Like, I'm all here for constructive criticism for any game we play, because constructive criticism makes these games better. When you're criticizing Woo, if it's constructive criticism, go at it, bro. If you're doing the same for Genshin Impact, go at it. HSR, go at it. It doesn't matter what game it is. Constructive criticism is good no matter what. But if you're making a video saying, okay guys, in today's video, I'm going to explain to you guys why Luba is a whore. What do you gain from that? What do we gain from you making that video?
What do they gain?
What do we gain? Is that going to make the game better? Are they going to suddenly change your name because you made a video explaining why she's a whore? No. Instead, what you gain from making that video is views and people literally
Clowns reacting, exactly.
fueling the flames
He got
even more
caught.
in the comment section and reposting that video on Twitter.
He
on
doesn't
YouTube,
see the point.
On other social media platforms, fueling this gotcha war even more. That's all you gain from this, and that's why this shit is a fucking problem. Channels like this is a real issue.
I mean, here's the thing. If that channel didn't exist, he wouldn't have a video. He wouldn't have a video if that channel didn't exist.
And it really is sad how for the
You know what? He's profited off of it too, right? 9.7k views. You know, he made a good like $10 maybe. Hey, he gets a nice $10. He should be happy.
the players who are not engaging with like the Woo community, the Genshin community, like for the players who are not even on like any social media platform and they're just enjoying these games without interacting with the community, they have to deal with this nonsense when it comes to Woo, right? When it comes to Genshin and HSR, they're not really affected because, you know, the game doesn't get affected whenever people criticize the game because like Hoyo just doesn't care. Like
He can buy a
Global
Lynn
Passes,
scratch card.
Nobody cared at all.
Yeah, true. He can buy a Lynn scratch card now.
Contarella, Fleur-de-Lis, characters get centered. Guess what? The people are actually playing the game. Like, wait a minute, something.
Yep, he's acting like he has the moral high ground,
Why
man.
does she look different? That's the issue. When these Hoyo cult members, whatever, mass report the game, it actually affects the game.
Okay.
It can actually ruin the experience for other players, for people who are trying to actually
$10 for
enjoy the
burger,
game.
true. You get a nice $10 burger.
Part of the getting mass reported already and the character isn't even out yet. Why are we doing this? Why? Oh my gosh, her boobs are too big. I check your Twitter profile page, fucking hentai on your page, porn on your page, but you're complaining about tits. I can already imagine the outrage and the hate train for Chung Li and Carlotta skin. I can already imagine the hate train. Oh, dude, she's showing a lot of skin? Mass report. Mass report.
Who is this another dog? Is he free? I don't know, man. It's another dog.
Another 5-star female character.
It is.
A 5-star male character. Mass report. Your game didn't make enough money for your first anniversary patch. EOS. Your game made more money than Genshin Impact. Mass report. Consuela was eating a cherry. Mass report. Cardathea is coming soon. Oh, her tits are big. Mass report. Grant, male character, and he's the only one in Renacita. Mass report. Oh my gosh, no 4-star character? Mass report. Consuela has enhanced swimming, but we're gonna pretend as if we don't fly in Renacita. Mass report. Wait, hold up, wait a minute. Fleur-de-Lis, when she bends down with her sword, you can see her ass cheeks? Mass report. But when they release a character like Marissa, when in her gameplay, she does a ground pound with her ass cheeks, oh dude, it's just lore. Why are you complaining about these characters being sexualized when that's always been a thing in Genshin Impact since day one? I mean,
Right, he's like having a mini crash show right
when
here.
She moans while she was climbing. What did you say about
His
that? You
mini
didn't say
crash
anything.
out.
It's been like this since day one. Fuck out of here. And channels like this,
Yep, they're the ones that
don't
started.
make
They're
it
playing
any
Victim
better.
now.
They don't. This is why channels like this piss me the fuck
Yep.
off. It's so annoying how these people are only here to farm engagement. Farm
Yep.
this gacha war nonsense.
I mean, what else is he doing? Okay. You know, he doesn't like the engagement farm, then why is he doing it too? Right? Why is he doing it too, man? Why is he doing it too? Yeah, we're just doing the reaction stuff.
Nonsense. Get a fucking job. Do something in your life.
They're
Stop
mad.
being a loser.
They're mad that gacha enjoyers farming them.
Stop being a fucking loser.
They're mad that gacha enjoyers
All I have to say is, don't take this channel
is
seriously.
farming them, man.
Official Cruel Games content creator my ass. A journalist who only reports the unbiased truth. The facts reported in this channel does not include interpretations but raw, unadulterated evidence. To inquire about the facts presented in this channel,
Right, he is a
contact
narcissistic
hardcore gaming
hypocrite,
at
yeah.
Get the fuck out of here, man. Garbage ass fucking channel, man. Nah, bro. Let me come over here. Report user, dude. Report user. Nah. Harassment, cyberbullying, violent threats, impersonation, privacy, hate speech.
Thanks to the fall again. Sure, where's his hate speech? Here's the thing, man. He's false reporting now. Where's his hate speech? This is like actually detrimental, man. So this is like actually not how you should be using the tools. They're gonna actually go waste someone's time just to say no. This is why I think they should actually. They should punish the false reports and false flagging. They should punish it. They should like actually punish it. Because otherwise you're gonna have these weirdos doing this shit.
Wuthering Waves caught. Where is it at? This right here. Here we go. Alright, we're gonna report this right over here. Report that right over here. Next. Right. This channel is here to farm negative. Wait, this channel is here to farm engagement.
Yeah, that's actually what they want. You know, here's the thing. This is exactly what YouTube wants. Like, this is exactly what they want. They want engagement farm. Because it means more ad revenue and they make more money.
And
that's exactly what they want.
Toxicity within the gacha community.
The reality is all these social media platforms, they want engagement farming. They want it. He should report himself then. Yeah.
And I recommend you guys to do the same thing. Because I'm sick and tired.
And then he's even like telling people to do the same thing too. This is why again, like they should actually punish people for wasting someone's time to review these applications. Because here's the thing, right? When you consider it this way, there is like actual bad actors on the platform doing all sorts of things. And when you send these reports, someone has to review them. Imagine like just a bunch of clowns just reporting someone they don't like just because they don't like them. And wasting someone's time looking at those when they could actually be going after and looking at a report that's legitimate. That's actually on something serious. Right? They're actually wasting someone's time. They should actually just punish people for mass reporting like this. If it's not like a valid claim, at some point, they should like have like, they should give them community guideline strikes. If they do it repeatedly like this. They should actually like give them guideline strikes. They should. Because like, they're actually causing harm indirectly to other aspects of the platform by wasting someone's time to see the report that has like nothing in there. They should. At least that's just my opinion on the whole thing.
This shit. I'm done. I'm done with this fucking nonsense. I'm done with channels like that go out their way to make sure that, oh my gosh, let me
Yeah,
go
he
ahead and
shows
just
us all the
fuel
channel.
flames and make this even worse for whatever reason because I have nothing else going on in my life. Let me go ahead and put other content creators in my thumbnail. Let me use their thumbnail. Let me call these characters whores. Let me do all this nonsense. What do you gain from this? Seriously, what do you gain? I understand your main channel is dead. You get no views. So therefore you have to make this channel to go ahead and make some views. Do what you got to do. But when you're going to sit here and say, oh my
Of
gosh,
course you
every
did.
other community is toxic, and that's the content you're posting on your channel, best believe me, bro. I'm reporting that bitch. I'm reporting that shit. Fuck.
Yeah, that's not what you're supposed to use the reporting tool for. That's not what it's for. This clown man. Right? The fucking clown here, man. That's not what that tool is for. Alright, what else do we have? You guys sent me so much. Okay, we already looked at these, right? We're not gonna look at some of those, though, that we didn't watch. Oh, we'll go back down here. There's this news thing we can look at, I guess. Yep, he's just part of the problem. And then he deflects it and points at something else when he contributes to it. Right? What a hypocrite.
I've never really been someone that typically covers drama within the gacha
Okay.
space, but after seeing the conclusion to the Black Beacon's unfair treatment to global
Oh boy.
players and the big changes made to Genshin Impact's monetization, now requiring age verification and listing every purchase in dollars, I wanted
That's
to do a
good.
monthly update of sorts where I go over the major news within the gacha industry, list some upcoming games, and
That Genshin treatment should apply to all of these, man.
even review a little which games I'm personally playing myself. My name is Psyche, and here is the gacha news for May 2025. One of my favorite gacha games that recently released has been imploding on itself. Black Beacon, an action RPG developed by some former staff that worked on Punishing Grey Raven, has been treating the global server players rather unfairly these past couple weeks.
Yeah.
Well, I think the blame mainly falls on the publishers for the global server, but we'll get to that. The game itself actually launched globally about a week before it launched in China. And Western players got the impression that the reason for this is to sort of use the overseas market as a guinea pig. A testing ground to see how stable the game is before
Okay.
releasing it on a much bigger Chinese market. Despite the game also facing some major optimization issues over there, the compensation for the Chinese players was much more generous versus the global servers. This upset Western players without proper communication, and when you couple the fact that they went out of their way to ban the use of emulators, many were quick to state their discontent for the publisher, dropping the rating on the Google Play Store to 2 stars or
Damn,
even
no
below in some
emulators.
regions, with some players reporting they will be leaving outright. Eventually, in a post detailing a meeting with the developer and publisher of the global servers, they acknowledged the concerns, put out multiple charts pointing to the rewards disparity between the two regions, and said that global players will be compensated accordingly to match that of the CN server. Even more recently, they also announced a halt on the ban of emulators, and will be rolling out support for them in the coming weeks. These are absolutely good changes, and if you want to jump into the
Okay.
game right now, it would probably be one of the best times. I think myself and many others will agree that this is a step in the right direction. I just wish this was acknowledged much earlier. Goodwill is a currency.
Okay.
It's gained when you do good things and spent when you do bad things. The issue is that given Black Beacon is fresh out on the market, it can't really
Too late,
afford
yeah.
to lose player confidence early
I
on.
mean, I wasn't
as it
gonna
hasn't
play it
built up
either
a
way, I don't
long-time
really care.
dedicated fan base yet. And despite the efforts to remedy the situation, this whole drama, at least in my opinion, will have a lasting impact on the game going forward. During all this, since I really liked Black Beacon and planned to make it one of my ongoing gacha games, I was ready to stop spending money on it and see how the whole drama would unfold. I think at the end of the day, sure,
It sucks,
Black Beacon
okay.
might be a quality game, but
PG
there's
all
just
over
so much
again.
competition
Uh.
out there that it really wouldn't hurt anyone to just go play something else. A company
Yep.
really can't afford to stumble like this during a game's launch if they want to make it big in the mobile gaming market. Personally, I'll be sticking to Black Beacon for a while longer, so here's hoping it's off to a brighter future. Moving on to the juicier bit of news. In January of this year, the US Federal Trade Commission filed a complaint against the international publisher HoYoverse regarding the premise
Yep.
of obscuring the real costs of in-game characters and using dark patterns to mislead underage players. in their flagship
That was
gacha
good,
game
yep.
that you may or may not have heard of, Genshin Impact. According to FTC.gov, an official website of the US government, Hoyoverse will pay a $20 million fine for the settlement and require age verification to ensure gacha mechanics are not exposed to players under the age of 16 without parental consent. Looking at the complaint, the FTC argue that Genshin is a game that's designed to cater to a younger audience, with evidence pointing to the childlike mascot Paimon, the anime-style cartoon graphics and animations, and this is example of an online ad featuring more childlike characters.
Yep.
In addition, it was discovered that many users of Hoyoverse's online social platform, HoYoLab, consisted of
That
children,
is chump
and they were
change.
collecting and using such information without...
That is like actually chump change. To them, it's just, oh, it's cost of doing business, whatever. It's a business expense.
Parental consent.
Yeah, exactly.
In
They need to
response,
apply it to
Hoyoverse put out
other
an official
ones.
statement stating that Genshin is designed for an audience
Apply it
of
to
older
them all.
teens and adults. And while they believe many of the FTC's allegations are inaccurate, they will be agreeing to roll out certain changes in order to increase transparency for players. The meat of the argument, at least the part that I want to talk about, is the complaint regarding multi-layered in-game currencies. This
Yeah.
is a common psychological tactic used by games with in-app purchases. By requiring the player to buy their own proprietary currency before it can be exchanged for other in-game goods, it obscures the actual price of said goods so that it muddies the water of knowing just how much money you're actually paying for it, and thus
Yep.
resulting in players spending more money on average. It's an extra step, mental gymnastics that you have to go through to figure out how much an item actually costs. In the case of Genshin, in order to buy wishes to pull on the gacha, you have to buy the paid currency Genesis crystals using real money, convert that to Primo
Yep.
gems, then convert that to fates. You cannot directly buy fates with real money. You have to pass through that middleman first. The FTC complaint argues that this system obscures the true amounts that children and teenagers are spending, and so
Yeah, they're
increases
fucking
the
dumb, man. They have the same bullshit too. Yeah, not for kids. They should stop making kid characters in Vampire. Okay. Give everyone. Oh my god. Nice joke, Kumaki.
likelihood that consumers will not understand what they're spending. And look,
Yep.
I played Genshin a fair amount before, and I'm sure players are able to get a lot of desired 5 stars by spending little or no money at all. I think what the FTC is arguing is that children and teen players may not know how to practice self-control and buy in-game currency without knowing its price, making them more susceptible to these practices.
Yep.
The reason I'm talking about this now is because Hoyoverse has recently just begun implementing some of these changes into the game. First off, there will be a required age verification, and users below the age of 16 will need parental consent before making in-app purchases. Next, the Genesis Crystal top-up packs will be updated to disclose how many pulls each pack will be getting you, followed by the calculation of the price per wish. As you can see, with the updated info, you will be able to easily tell that the $100 pack is the best value here, as the price per pull is $1.98 compared to everything else. As sad it is to
Yep.
see, the $1 pack is only enough to get you a third of a wish. The wish
Yep.
probability page for both characters and weapons will now disclose the range that you have to pay.
And they'll now finally tell you how much you have to pay. Let's go! They will finally tell you the real cost of everything. This is great.
Pay for in the worst case scenario to guarantee the target on the banner listed in real money. As you can see,
Here's the thing, they need to put that for all of these games need to have this.
that range is anywhere between $1.98 and $475.20. How they got these
Yep.
numbers is that it's assuming you either get the character within one pull when you buy the $100 pack, since the price per pull is the lowest at $1.98, and the $475.20 is obtained assuming you buy the $1 pack 480 times to obtain a total of 28,800 Primo
Yep.
gems for 180 pulls, which is what will be needed assuming you lose the 50-50 rate up chance and go to hard pity both times. 99 cents multiplied by 480 gets you that $475.20 total. Obviously, no one is stupid enough
Yep.
to buy the $1 pack 480 times, but I guess it's just there to show you the upper limit. Even then,
Yep.
once the mask comes off, it really puts into perspective just how expensive a single 5-star character will cost, assuming you buy them with real money.
And the thing is, this applies to a lot of other gacha games too.
Maybe this will open some players' eyes in seeing just
Well,
how
yeah.
predatory proprietary currencies are at obscuring the price of in-game items. Because when you see that a 10 pull costs over $20, that's when you'll probably start second-guessing your decisions.
Yep.
Gaming regulations have never really been that strict in Western countries. And taking a look at a slightly different perspective, some comments under this Mudahar video discussing the topic suggested that this was really just pushback unfairly targeting Chinese developers. Meanwhile, Western-made games that employ very similar loot box mechanics such as NBA and FIFA, which are also rated for all ages, remain completely untouched. Ultimately, despite this being an isolated case, I do think this is a very good change to the game. There's enough predatory tactics in place to incentivize in-app purchases. So seeing the government cracking down on this kind of behavior is always good to see. And it better informs players just how much
Yeah, they
they're
updated
spending.
mine too.
Of course, to my understanding, this was a very specific case targeting Genshin. And no other games, including Hoyo vs. other titles, were impacted. These
It's the illusion that you bought better value when there is no value. Exactly. That is correct. There is no value, it's the illusion.
changes are something I like to see implemented to any game with loot box or gacha systems in the future eventually. Now that the news are out of the way, I'd like to give an update on the new gacha games coming out next month in June, and which ones I'm personally looking forward to. I will start with games with confirmed release dates and ones with estimated ones. Etheria Restart gets the first spotlight here. It's a turn-based, PvP-centric game, officially
Thanks
releasing
for the follow
on June
as well,
5th. I'll be keeping a close eye on this one as I'm personally interested in the premise and its PvP modes.
And welcome.
Apparently, how they're balancing it is that any limit break levels for characters that you pull for don't get taken into effect past the first one when you enter PvP. So the experience is expected to be much more skill-based.
Why don't they just have it so you have everything?
And you can't just pay for advantages.
Well, whatever.
My only concern will be how heavy the gearing system will be and how
I mean,
RNG
you still technically could, because it still counts your first limit break. They could have just made it so it just gives you everyone the max limit break.
reliant it is.
And call it a day.
Looking forward to it. The second
won't.
spotlight goes to the long-awaited Uma Musume.
COE is later this
Releasing
month, though,
globally on
right?
June 25th. I don't really know how to think about this game. I've heard that it's got a pretty loyal following in Japan.
Yep.
Yet the gameplay just kind of looks like an auto-battler of sorts to me. It did rank number 5 on my top 5 most anticipated list for this year, so I'll be checking it out too. There are also 2 games I'd like to give a shout out that may or may not release this month with rumored or estimated release dates.
Okay.
The first is Memento White Shadow, an open-world turn-based RPG by the Korean developer Blackstorm Company. Aside from a brief post announcing that the global service will be out in May, there's no further updates now that we're already halfway into the month. Plus, there's also no English social media account for the game yet, only Korean is available. I'm skeptical about the accuracy of the release date, but here's hoping it will come out soon.
Okay.
Through the grapevines, I've also heard that Duet Night Abyss is slated for an official release very soon.
No, that was just a beta announcement, right? I'm gonna guess this was. Wait, no, that was like the same day they posted the beta announcement, didn't they? It is what it is, man. Right. I mean, this is why you don't bring politics into anything. Just don't. We don't talk politics on the things here.
I cannot confirm that the information I heard is
We're not a political place anyways. This is not a political channel. If you want that, go elsewhere.
correct or not, but there are some that believe it will come out in the following months. This is on my honorable mentions list for 2025, and I will be trying it out regardless. Lastly, I want to go over the games I'm personally maintaining right now, which ones I'm
what is he
thinking of
playing?
dropping, and which ones I want to try. A while back, I went back to GFL 2 after experiencing the absolute masterpiece of the story writing in the first game, so I wanted to revisit it. I have reached the level cap of 60, did a fair bit of events, though recently I kind of put it on hiatus since I felt it was just too much to do and I'll just come back for new events. I paused Heaven Burns Red, but will be returning for the Angel Beats collab in mid-May. Yes, a collab with the 2010 anime.
Yeah, that's... Damn. A 15-year-old anime collab. That's crazy. I guess it makes sense. Same company made both IPs. Yeah.
Angel Beats. Same writers and all. You get a free copy of Yuri, while Kanade is available in the gacha. I
Of
also played a
course.
lot of Punishing Grey Raven, catching up on its story content. I'm on to chapter 21 at the moment. Surprisingly, I've also been enjoying the Auto Battler AFK Journey, and it'll likely be the target for the next long-form review. Lastly, I picked up Aethergazer in time for the 2nd anniversary rewards, but I'm not sure if I want to commit a month to it just yet. Now, I'm the type of person that usually drifts game to game. No point in sticking to the same formula over and over. I'm someone that enjoys variety, so I can't guarantee that I'll be playing any of the games I mentioned for the long term, but these are the games I'm jumping back and forth for now. That about does it for the news video. I'm thinking of doing one of these updates every month just to sort of use a casual perspective to explain what's been happening around us. Depending on how well this video does, I might make it a more frequent occurrence on the channel.
Okay.
Anyways, let me know what you think of the topics discussed in this video and whether you would like to see more of it. Thank you for watching, and as always, have fun out there.
And there's that thing. Got it. Right, so let's see, where are we at left for catch up? We have this one, we have this thing. Right, we have like a bunch of these ones. And then what else up here? We already saw this yesterday. Was it yesterday or 2 days ago, whatever? So like we have this stuff over here. We just saw this one as well. And then, do we actually bother? How long is this? Do we even bother with this one? We don't play either of these things anyways.
We're talking about same.
Right? Like, honestly, do we even care? Right, there's that one, and there's this shit. Oh boy, how to make Genshin good again. Just make it a Genshin, not a Genshin. Just do what they did in Mondstadt everywhere. Just make it like 1.0 Genshin, but everywhere. And make the story not garbage. Like, that's all, man. You don't need endgame content or whatever. You just need to have an actual game. Right? Give me the actual Zelda clone you pretended to be. That's all they need to be. Just be the Zelda clone they pretended to be before not actually being the Zelda clone. Yeah, making it actually good would mean less money, though. It would also mean, like, a lot more work. Like, it's not that, like, when you think about it, it's like you can just boil it down to make it an actual Zelda clone. Make it the Zelda clone they pretended to be. I mean, it's been dry always. It's always dry. That's why they're doing it, man. Here, we'll go look at this one. Why would anyone ever play a gacha game? Yeah, here we go. This one seems interesting.
Gacha monetization is predatory at best, if not outright evil, and the companies which make these games range from problematic to incredibly anti-consumer. So why would anyone ever play a gacha game? Up until a few years ago, I would have never considered giving them a try. After all, there are so many other games to play, ones where you pay a reasonable price up front and then play to your heart's content. My impression was that gachas were low-quality cash grabs which preyed on people who were essentially—
It still is my impression for most of them.
Gambling addicts and cost exponentially more than any game ever should. And to be clear, to this day I still dislike gacha monetization. Yet I now count a couple of gachas amongst my favorite games of the last few years. Have I gone mad? Or, just maybe, might some gacha developers have struck a balance which makes the whole idea just about acceptable? And could there even be some hidden upsides to these games that people who have carefully avoided them are unaware of? Let's talk about it. Gacha games are often talked about as if they are a genre, but this is misleading. Gacha is a monetization method. When you want to get a new item in the game, you don't buy it directly. Instead, you spend in-game currency to roll some virtual dice. For each roll, there's a percentage chance that you'll get what you wanted, or a myriad of other consolation prizes which you could get instead. Any type of game imaginable could potentially use this concept as a way to make money. For example, FIFA Ultimate Team is essentially a very predatory gacha game. At its core, this is essentially gambling. The terms gacha players use are even copied from the gambling industry. For example, each roll of those virtual dice is commonly called a pull, a reference to pulling a lever on a slot machine. While I would argue that simplifying it to this degree robs the discussion of a lot of important nuance, before we get into the details of why I think gachas are less problematic than their reputation implies, it's important to address the most fundamental question: why the heck would anyone accept this in the first place? First, while I've heard that older gachas focused almost entirely on the monetization and the game was mostly just an excuse for people to gamble, modern gachas have come a long way from those origins. Gacha developers earned more than enough money to fund development of a typical AAA game, and instead of building yet another gambling simulator with a bit of a game bolted on top, some decided to try making something they could be proud of. While these
I mean, they still end up feeling that way, man. Yeah, sure, you got all this visual pretty stuff here. But that's it. I'm sorry, no.
Games are still a step or two behind the absolute best of the best, and they still use many of the problematic practices and dark patterns which gachas are rightfully vilified for. Anyone who hasn't given them a chance may find themselves shocked at their level of depth and polish. There are, of course, some players who are truly addicted to the gacha and think of the game as just a chore they have to get through so they can spend their pulls. When it comes to modern gachas, these people are a small minority. Second, while many would
they're
clutch
getting
their
tricked
pearls at hearing
that
that
there's a good experience when there isn't
a
one.
single gacha game, I
Exactly.
would argue that's a very short-sighted way of looking at spending on entertainment or pleasure. When trying to gauge the value for money that you're getting from a game, the total price is far less important than the amount spent per hour of enjoyment. For AAA games, some that I've been pretty satisfied with are Jedi Fallen Order, God of War, and Spider-Man. I bought all three of those at full price and played them for a little over 50 hours each. That works out around £1.40 per hour. I personally see that as a reasonable amount. I'd say I got my money's worth, and I don't feel compelled to go back and replay them for the sake of getting more bang for my buck, even though I did enjoy them. There are a small handful of AAA games which I absolutely fell in love with and played for 10 times as long, Horizon Zero Dawn and Red Dead Redemption chief amongst them, but since I don't expect every game to be a favourite, they feel a little beside the point, and the value for money I got there feels more like an outlier than a level I should demand from other games. For indie games, the cost per hour is noticeably higher. Stray, for example, cost £20 and I completed it in 7 hours, so that would be £2.85 per hour. Or
I like Stray though. Stray was great. We played Stray when that came out. That was great. Yeah.
Never, my partner bought that for £15 and completed it in 5 hours, so £3 per hour, yet
Okay, so they're only measuring the actual time they spent. But there's also the other thing too. Right? Time spent isn't the only metric, man. Let's bring back Reggie again, one more time.
The game is fun. The game is a battle. If it's not fun, why bother?
Right? I really want to make a soundboard just to play the Reggie clip. I should. Right? You shouldn't just boil it down to how much time you spent. Because at that point, you're looking at it as work. If you're once you start comparing it versus like on the time spent versus how much you paid to enter, you're looking at it in another scuffed way too. Right? You have to also think about the other aspect of it. Right? Because yes, you paid X amount of money and you spent X amount of time, not X amount of time, Y amount of time on that X amount you spent. But also, how much of it did you enjoy? Did you actually have fun with it? That part too needs to be factored in. How much of that time you spent did you enjoy as well? Right? There's like other aspects I would add to it too. And not just look at it as in the price per time thing.
he considers it a favourite and money well spent. Personally, I'm happy to pay that premium to support smaller teams. Cost per hour is an imperfect measurement, and other factors
Okay, at least they said it was imperfect.
Can affect what you feel is a good deal for any given thing. For every type of game, there will be a point at which you feel comfortable. The question is where that line exists for you. I have a much stricter bar for what I'd be comfortable spending on gachas compared to other games. I'd consider maybe 25p per hour or something like that, but I've never even come close to half that. That gacha game I've spent a few £100s on, I played it for several hundred hours before I spent a penny and loved
Okay, they spent
every minute of it.
Did they actually, or they just Oh, looking at what they remember.
And I've played it for over 5,000 hours in total. My spending on that game comes out as less than 10p per hour, well below the limit that I'd feel okay with for this type of game. In some ways, it's far better value for money than many other games I've spent on. All games exist to make money, especially the ones made by companies rather than individuals. Gamers continue to buy them anyway because they get a good experience out of it. Gachas are just a different flavor of the same thing. And that's comparing within gaming, a notoriously cost-effective hobby. People spend exponentially more on even simple things like a daily cup of coffee, and yet people don't go around shaming them. And that brings us to the third point. Why would someone spend thousands of hours playing a gacha game? The only ones I'd personally consider playing are those which aspire to AAA standards. They can be worth your
AAA standards, ah yes. Oh boy, AAA standards, man. Yeah, how you liking Ubisoft's average crap, man? Even then, their stuff is still better.
the time if they hit the spot for you, and they tend to have a scope far beyond anything that the games they aim to compete with can manage. For example, one type of gameplay I can happily get lost in for hours at a time is open world exploration, and I have yet to see a non-gacha come close to the likes of Genshin Impact. Genshin started off with a huge world packed with things to do. Even in the beginning, it was of similar scale to Breath of the Wild, and they have steadily released new regions over time, to the point where the original map looks
yeah, these things are boring too, man.
Tiny when compared to all the expansions that we've been given.
Yeah, you get all this expansion, it's all empty and boring, man. Looks pretty, but that's it.
So far, and that's just the main world map. There are also 4 extra bonus regions separate from the main open world, which are each the size of a decent exploration game in their own right. And of course, there's much more to come. These expansions are not forgettable, low-quality slop. The environment design in Genshin is legitimately.
I'm talking about like in recent times, man, not in the past.
Breathtaking. Each region is packed with things to discover and innovative gameplay ideas which are at once unique to that region and iterations on what worked previously, and the gameplay loops and traversal methods have been getting better and better with every passing update. The wait between Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom was 6 years. Genshin essentially releases a DLC every few months, and
yeah, but how much do you value that DLC, man?
A new entire sequel every year. It should be obvious why people who enjoy the game feel like they're getting a good deal overall. The same principle applies to the other aspects of these games too. They're often a little less polished than you'd expect from a seasoned AAA developer, especially at the start, but they learn from their mistakes and it's in their interest to improve over time.
Not really.
I started playing these games because the gameplay looked like it would fit my preferences, and I kept playing because they did a fantastic job. The fact that they've improved since
they got dinosaurs now, I guess.
To produce story quests which are up there with the rest of gaming has just been icing on the cake. What I get out of this as a consumer is a game that I enjoy just as much as any alternative, with a level of breadth and depth that any other games can only dream of, at a price point I have complete control over. But, of course, it's not all sunshine and rainbows. I still have strong reservations about the monetization in these games, however, and I feel that it's vital to go into it with a clear understanding of its flaws.
Colorful
Interestingly,
backgrounds,
some of the worst excesses which used to be associated with gacha games legitimately do not apply to the games which
I mean, like, I don't mind, man. Right? The colorful backgrounds and stuff, it depends on the game, if it works or not, and everything else around it. To be fair, I like them too. I don't like Paimon though, that thing can go kill itself, but whatever. It just depends on how it's used and if it's forced or not or whatever. Right.
About here. It seems that the companies behind them have realized that they can still make ludicrous amounts of money even if they tone down things and make them at
there's a
least
time
a
and place
little
for
less
everything.
adversarial towards their customers. Note that I would not consider these changes to be green flags which highlight a game with good monetization practices. They're just removing some of the worst red flags instead. The most important is the introduction of pity systems. Gacha games with a pity system count how many pulls you have made and include a guarantee that after a certain number of pulls, they will take pity on you and give you the rare item you're trying to get no matter what the dice roll says. Compare this to the quintessential real-world gacha, booster packs of Pokemon cards. Let's say you're hoping to get an ultra-rare card which is only available in 1 in 16 packs. Since each pack's contents are completely random, you might get an ultra rare in your first pack, or you might have an unlucky streak and open hundreds of packs before you get an ultra rare card. And trying to get one specific ultra rare card is utterly futile. A pity system removes this open-ended unpredictability. It provides an absolute maximum cost for each item, and the gambling aspect becomes a question of whether you get it early or whether you have to wait for the guarantee. Of course, the maximum cost for any given item is ludicrously high when looked at in isolation. It's important to take that step back and evaluate your enjoyment of the game as a whole, and err on the side of not spending unless you feel that the game has given you great value for that money. A pity system is essential for us to be able to make any informed decisions at all. Another common criticism of gachas is that they are pay to play and that you often reach points in the game where you cannot continue without pulling certain items. This is simply not the case in the gachas which I have played, because the gacha system is not directly connected to the gameplay loop. You will likely see people claim that it is to some extent, for example when some endgame content is significantly easier if you have certain characters, or when characters have abilities which make exploration smoother, but the core content of the game is not locked behind these things. The last vestige of this aspect of older gachas which remains present in the newer games is the stamina system. Stamina throttles how often you can redeem the rewards from certain repeatable
They do it so you keep
rewards
coming back.
which you need to make your characters more powerful. This serves as a rate limit.
Having to pull new ones, it's not even that, man. Having to pull new stuff was already bad, but when it comes what's next after you do that, and then it's just like, am I even playing the game? I just stop and think, am I even playing anything, or am I just doing chores all day? And then I'm just like, yeah, no thanks. Yeah, it's definitely more annoying. And it's not because they made anything interesting and nice there either. It's just ass. But like, what you expect, man?
Which prevents you from leveling your account quickly in favor of slower and more steady improvement over a longer period of time. While you can pay some real-world money to buy some extra stamina, the games have a hard limit on how many times you can do this per day, so even for those who do buy them, the difference it makes to account progression is small. They also set the price stupidly high to the point that pretty much nobody uses this option. I know many people who play these games from start to finish without spending a thing. They still have a great time. This is part of why gachas have a reputation for being exceptionally grindy. In the past, this was how they encouraged people to spend after all. Thankfully, while modern gachas do have some level of grindiness when it comes to building characters, it's separate from the actual gameplay loop and you don't have to engage with it.
You don't have to until they force you. This is also false because at some point they do force you to engage with it, whether you like it or not. It also doesn't help how you can't reset and force the difficulty lower all the way to the bare minimum so you can ignore it entirely. They don't want you doing that either.
But if you don't want to. Another common criticism is that gachas are inherently pay to win. In the ones I play, there is no competition because there is no PvP in the game at all.
I mean, here's the thing, right? What are you winning? You have to change the perspective into what are you winning? Why are you doing it? You gotta ask yourself that question. And in the case of, let's say they have a skin in the shop, and the only way to get that skin in the shop, you have to spend real money. Well, no matter what you do, you will never win that skin in the shop because you need real money to get that skin. So you would have to essentially pay to get it. So you would pay to win in that sense. In the end, what matters here is like, what are your goals? What are you trying to do? Right? So like, you know, just because they don't have leaderboard doesn't mean it's not pay to win. Just because they have a leaderboard or anything like that. But yeah, I understand it was always like that, but what I mean is, you create a problem and sell the solution. I have to be okay with it, exactly. And if I find that I should have already have enough after playing and pulling for so long with all these characters, yet you make me make my older game experience obsolete, then yeah. Exactly, I would rather have that instead. Yeah, and if that's your goal, I mean, you're fucking brain dead. Because the reality is, getting to that point is not worth any effort at all. Right? If you're looking at the rewards from it, you're just stupid. You're actually just stupid. But, like, yeah. Those type of game modes are a waste of your time. Especially when the reward is just more premium currency. It's like, okay, so you go spend a bunch of premium currency, waste hours of your life across weeks or months, so you can level up a character to go throw in there to get not even 1% of what you spent back. Not even 1%. It's like, what's even the point? Why even bother? It'd be more efficient to ignore it entirely.
Some players do create some forms of competition amongst themselves, competing with each other via speedrunning or trying to...
It's not even leaderboard. They don't even need to have leaderboards, man. Again, it's like I said, right? Let's say it costs you 25,600 premium currency to pull a character. Let's say you get 700 for getting the max reward clear. And then factor in how many characters you used to clear that. Right? So that what you have to do to figure out, like, the break-even point, you have to divide the reward amount by the amount of characters you used, because that's the actual value of the character you used then, right? And then you take that number, and you take the 25,600, divide that number you took from the other one by that, and it will tell you how many full max reward clears using that exact same setup with no changes you would have to do and get max rewards for before you broke even. So, like, no matter what, if you have to pull to do that content, you're always gonna be at a net negative, no matter what. The most effective way to discourage people from chasing meta is free to play, yeah. That's true. Right? It is what it is, but, like, that's the reality. And that's part of why I hate having premium currency as a reward there. Because it's a terrible incentive. And, like, I'm fully aware of what's going on, and I see what's going on. Right? I'm not being manipulated by the tricks in there. But, like, yeah, when you think about it logically, it makes no sense at all. It makes no sense. You're always going to lose. You do not win. You do not win at all. It's effectively just pay to lose. Because what are you doing, right? You pay to get less than what you spent. So you're paying to lose. If that's all you're doing it for. It's why, again, like, if that's your only thing and the only reason why it exists, why bother? Again, it all goes back to this.
If it's not a battle, the game is fun. The game is a battle. If it's not fun, why bother? If it's not a battle, where's the fun?
Right? The house always wins. Exactly. The probability is in their favor always.
To create the most powerful builds for their characters, but that's all entirely optional and takes place outside of the game itself. Many players do wish for PvP gameplay to be added despite the minefield that it would introduce, but
I mean, there's a very simple solution to PvP gameplay. Just have it completely separate from everything else, right? And you could just also make a system where you can't pay for power, right? The reality is, the problem with all of these is, like, your shit will never matter. Especially when they sell you more power. You can just buy more power. So what's the point?
But personally, I would prefer to keep these games single player with optional co-op. Any PvP mode would require a lot of careful balancing for it to be even vaguely acceptable, and I'm not sure I would
You
trust
can game
any
it,
of the
but you get
developers to
kicked
be
out for
able
being
to
too
pull
good
that
like
off.
Maggie.
Older gachas
Yep.
also have a reputation for including absurd difficulty spikes, which effectively force players to pull for certain
Yep.
stronger characters, which counter the difficulty spike in order to continue playing. Pay to play in all but name. In the gachas I've played, the vast
I mean, like, the difficulty spike in these is it just takes way too long. So you you swipe to do more damage, so it's actually less unreasonable. Right? Like, that's just the reality, man.
Majority of the game is very much on the easy side and can be completed even with the basic characters you're given for free at the start of the game. The actual
Sure, you technically can. I hear that argument. Technically you can. But again, it goes back to this.
The game is fun. The game is a battle. If it's not fun, why bother?
Right? How many times did we play that Reggie clip today? How many times? Alright, I'll see you around, Kira.
is not tied to any form of difficulty, which requires you to use the gacha system at all. The only place where difficulty does come into play is the optional endgame content. The endgame is intended for dedicated players, and it does become a lot easier if you pull for things which make your account more powerful. But despite that, it's possible in the games I enjoy for even free-to-play account to reach a level where it's able to complete the endgame. In a sense, the gachas I've played have achieved a balance where the game is fun and accessible for people who don't spend at all, while
how do you know?
also being rewarding for people who do want to spend.
Alright? You can go send it up yourself. The quote is this: if it's not fun, why bother? Right? Like, that's just the reality. Right? This is just a mad copium over here, man. This is copium here. You know what? If you're gonna say it's fun, then play the thing that way too. You have to think that it's fun, exactly. Right? And not everyone's gonna think the same thing.
I've seen people argue in favor of indie games introducing a pay-what-you-want system so that people who have a lot of cash to spare are able to pay extra to support the game for those who are less fortunate than they are. If you look past the manipulative and unethical aspects which gacha systems introduce, they do, in practice, provide a system which emulates this kind of behavior. This is very much not the goal of gacha monetization, but it is an interesting benefit which emerges from the way the system is designed. One final benefit of how gachas are structured is that if you find one which you enjoy, you have something which can be a steady and
remove gear and clear it. Then that if that's the case, that means the thing didn't have difficulty in the first place. If all you're doing is making it so you have less stats.
source of entertainment for a long time. No matter how much I've loved any of those AAA games in the past, their shelf life is comparatively short. While the variety you gain from having to move on to the next game is valuable, the gacha update cycle brings a steady stream of new things to experience as well, so it's not as night and day.
New things, but it's just the same slop again with a different coat of paint. For the most part, it's just the same thing again with a new coat of paint.
As you might assume. Personally, I like having both. I still play those one and done games which provide a unique experience at the same time as having a couple of long-term games on the side. My content on YouTube is currently focused on the latter just because there's a lot to say about them, but I will be spreading out to other games as well, and maybe other forms of storytelling too, once I can find the time. In a world where everything is changing and often for the worse, having something you can consistently come back to can be absolute gold. There are, of course, many little things in these games which are manipulative and are carefully designed to nudge you towards feeling comfortable with spending money. They introduce the gacha mechanic early on, provide free currency for players to spend, and slowly work towards making people feel used to using the gacha system before asking them to spend any money. Then, when they run out of free-to-play currency, they're much more likely to spend because they're already acclimatized to the system. To some extent, this is less of an issue for the gachas I've played. The sheer volume of content available in games like Genshin means that it takes literal months of playing for many hours per day before you run out of the free-to-play currency, and since the game is consistently releasing new content, you still get a steady stream over time. Also, the gacha system is filled with flashy and exciting animations intended to give you a dopamine rush, and the characters you pull for are designed to be as appealing as possible. This is often via the physical attractiveness of their design, but even more so via their characterization, through relatable stories which make you care for them on a deeper level. This is both good and bad. On the one hand, good stories about lovable characters are one of the main things people are looking for when they play any story-based games, so this is one place where the interests of the developers and the players are actually aligned. On the other, the intention of the devs is slightly warped.
Social pressure, like people back in high school trying to get you to try hard alcohol, yeah?
Their goal is to make characters you want to pull for.
Is what it is, man.
Even if they want to tell a compelling story along the way, there will forever be a slight misalignment here. One of the most common ways this misalignment manifests is through power creep. As I mentioned earlier, this is not an issue for the 99% of the game that most players will spend their entire time on, and is only really relevant to the end game. But
I mean, that 99% of the time is... What are you even doing with that 99% of the time, man? You know, 99% of your time is spent just farming materials. Which, you know what? Power creep does help you farm it faster. You know, it does help you farm it faster. The faster you kill everything, the less time you have to spend on it. It does have an impact there. The faster you can clear something. Right? If you start looking at it as work, sometimes you end up in the mindset where you just want to get through it faster and more efficiently. And making something that can clear things faster and more efficiently is definitely a way to affect the experience there.
for those who do get into the game's harder content, power creep is
I have no
full
idea what the
decay
hell happened to
eating away
Genshin's
at the
anime.
viability of the old favorites. Often, the devs make each new character a little more powerful than the last, so that people who do pull for them get an exciting experience with their new toy. If they want the endgame to remain challenging, a natural consequence of making characters more powerful is that they need to make the enemies stronger too. And if the enemies get stronger, eventually the older characters will no longer be able to compete. The slow ambient power creep will have made them obsolete. There are solutions to this, role diversification for example, or game design which leans more towards player skill than raw power, but so far all the games I've played have fallen prey to this, perhaps aside from Wuthering Waves. There are also places where the gacha approach clashes with the expectations and norms that people build up when playing other games. Completionism, for example. Many people find joy and accomplishment in reaching 100% in every game they play, experiencing everything it has to offer and collecting platinum medals on their accounts. Gachas are both good and bad for this. In the part of the gacha, which is a game, there are loads of ways to scratch that itch. Achievements, exploration, quests, collectibles, endgame, all of which can be fun to do because it's part of the gameplay loop itself. However, if you start feeling completionist towards the items you get from the gacha, you're in for a bad time. Take Genshin, for example. That game provides roughly enough free-to-play currency to guarantee that you get at least half of the rare characters, though, of course, if you get lucky, you'll get more than
You never valued achievements, Yeah, because the achievements don't matter, man.
that. If you want to get all of them, you'll need to pay. This is totally unnecessary, but some people do want to complete the set. And where this gets really bad is that there's a very high ceiling to it. If someone wants to complete the characters they get through the gacha system, they might feel compelled to pull for the maximum possible strength, which would mean pulling 7 copies of the character and 5 copies of their weapon. Enough currency that it would cost hundreds or even thousands every single time. For someone wealthy, I guess that's not an issue, but for someone else, that would be really unsustainable. If you have completionist tendencies, I definitely say be cautious about it, and the moment you start feeling that way towards the gacha items, it's time to stop. I also feel that the social pressure in these games is a little bit toxic at times, especially from the most hardcore subset of the community. For anyone who does see the endgame as competition, there's pressure to pull for the strongest characters just to keep up, for example.
They're not rewarding enough, exactly. They're just
also
not.
an expectation from some that people who really like a specific character, they'll max them out by pulling for copies and for their weapon, and some actually look down on those who don't. Those people are easily ignored, but a more insidious type of social pressure comes from following content creators. Most content about the game is made by extremely dedicated players, and there's a lot of pressure on
extremely
CCs to cover
dedicated,
everything about the latest update the moment it comes out. People who follow them often feel compelled to keep up too, so that they can take part in the discussion. Personally, I avoid this. I take my time with the updates and focus on enjoying the journey. If I'm not in the mood, I'll save the new
You
content
feel
for
social
later.
pressure,
And
what?
this approach flows into my content too.
What?
For example, many people post
Copium
guides
players,
about new characters the moment they're released. Instead, I wait until an old character returns before considering covering them. This means I get the time and space to experience a character's story long before I make any content about them, and I can look at them from a much more holistic perspective. Those videos naturally get fewer views because they're not focusing on the new hot topic, but I enjoy creating them far more, so that's the approach I prefer. Social pressure in gacha games can be a problem, but as long as you're aware of it, you can make sure to avoid it. Those are the bad parts, but it gets worse. Gachas
Okay.
are designed to abuse psychological tricks that encourage the
Yeah.
behavior they want. To use the technical terms, the gacha mechanic is operant conditioning, which uses a variable ratio reinforcement schedule. In plain English, they aim to condition you to follow the behavior they want by providing
Yep.
inconsistent rewards. The inconsistency of
Inconsistent
these
one,
rewards
yep.
makes them far more potent as a motivating force than any other approach. This is, sadly, everywhere in the modern world. It's the
Yep.
fundamental force behind social media addiction. Every time you post something, you know you might get a reward in the form of dopamine when someone else interacts with what you said. So much of the world is gamified these days, and this technique is key to keeping people hooked.
It is. In
Which
a
leads
sense,
to
yes.
another dirty psychological trick they pull: normalization.
Which is not
I see
surprising.
this in gachas in
Let's
two
go
ways.
Wailing talk about
First,
this
they
if
want
you've
to
ever
get
seen
you
that
to
video.
accept the valuation they place on the in-game currency they sell. To do this, they give you some, even a lot, of that currency. When they tell you that the currency you just received is worth a certain amount of money, you're far more likely to accept that valuation subconsciously. And once you start to accept it, you're much more likely to feel comfortable buying more. And second, they want to get you comfortable with spending. They offer cheaper monthly passes or premium
Yep.
rewards from a battle
The
pass, which
Supreme
provide
shirts,
good
yep.
value for money compared to the other options. It's only a small amount, so why not? Then, once you've bought in once, it's a lot easier for them to upsell you to
Yep,
buy
the
more.
icebreaker.
They also make constant use of artificial scarcity. Each gacha banner is only available for a limited period of time, usually just a few weeks. Banners
Yeah.
do rerun eventually, but nobody knows how long you'll have to wait until they return.
Unless you're a ToF banner, then you're just like, oh yeah, sure. I just wait a couple more banners for the same element, and they'll be back if I care enough.
Some banners return after just a couple of months, but some may take years. This is designed to trigger the fear of missing out.
Depends on the
because
game.
if you do want a certain character, maybe because you love their story or just find their gameplay fun, then there's a lot of psychological pressure to make sure you get them. When someone doesn't have quite enough currency to get the thing they want, they may feel compelled to spend
Yeah, I
just
guess we
enough
have
to
been
reach
for
that
10
pity and make
hours.
sure they get that reward. And, of course, it's also
We're just
important
doing
to
our
mention
reacts
the
now.
obfuscation these games use to disconnect players from the value of the currency they've bought. In-game gacha currencies use conversion rates which are designed to be unintuitive. For example, in several of the ones I've played, it costs 160.
I mean, you just missed of the Void Piercer rerun. You just missed the Void Piercer rerun. That was on Carrot Patch.
Of the premium currency to buy a single pull. We live in a world where most people's mental maths is built upon base.
I mean, like, here's the thing, right? They're gonna rerun everything on the anniversary anyways, like they always do.
Is 10, and even those who are comfortable with running conversions in their head will.
So, like, what? That's just what? It's the middle of May right now. 3 months? Right? 3 months, and then you're gonna get the rerun again?
Still experience a
For
slight
August?
disconnect there. And worse, they sell an in-game currency in awkward amounts, which adds another layer of obfuscation between the money the player spends and the pulls they.
How did you spend... How did Linces take you 894 pulls? What the fuck were you doing? 894 pulls, what? You got one single off pity? Even then, that shouldn't take you 894 pulls. What the hell? Oh, you got 4-piece 3-star. Okay, never mind. You have 4-piece 3-star. I never do 4-piece 3-star. I almost never do it. I've only done it like twice. But like, damn. Worst banner so far, yeah. That's why, like, again, that's why I don't do 4-piece 3-star, because the gain is so minimal. It's not worth it.
Intending to buy. Thankfully, this is something that several governments are starting to crack down on. As the most prominent
Yeah, they went
gacha,
3-star
Genshin has
matrices.
recently
Because, like, if they had to do that much, you know, like, that's way too high for, like, A6. 4-piece 0-star. They went 4-piece 3.
been forced by the US government to display cash values to everything in the gacha system, which does a great job of pulling back the veil they use to obfuscate how much money they're trying to persuade you to spend. This is a positive step forwards, and I hope that governments worldwide start to follow suit. All of those tactics are, of course, extremely dystopian. If you hear all that and decide to never touch a gacha game in your life, then I wholeheartedly support your decision. If you do find one where the game part looks like it would be utterly
It was
compelling to
480
you,
flame
it's
gold
vital
for
to be
A6.
aware of these
Damn.
tactics and to regularly take conscious step back so you can reconsider from an objective perspective. Personally, I start.
Wait, you had to go to 480 flame gold too? God damn. God damn, yeah. Yeah, because we went to like 320 something pulls for A6. I'll probably post my video on my my lenses pull video later. Like I'll probably get that edited, do the quick edit. And by quick edit I mean just take the recording, slap the end screen to it, and upload it later. Worse than black nucleus rates. Oof.
Are
That's
completely free to
pain.
play, and if I ever want to buy something in the game, I pause and look at how much I've enjoyed the game in the past and think through what price per hour of enjoyment I'd feel comfortable with. If I've spent 100 hours enjoying a game, then maybe I'll consider spending £5 or £10 or even up to 20 if it's been a dream to play. It helps that I'm always conscious of the tactics they use, since anytime I start to feel that fear of missing out, it just makes me angry that they're trying to manipulate me and I'm less likely to spend. It's also important to acknowledge that it's easy to fall victim to sunk cost fallacy. People spend a lot on these games and often feel like they have to carry on because all of that would be gone if they give up. By taking that time to assess and tying your level of spending to the entertainment you've already received and the price point that you're comfortable with for gachas in general, it becomes far easier to decide to stop. It's important to know when to quit. Games are supposed to be fun, and the moment it becomes anything less than a joy to you, you should stop playing and find something else to invest your time and money into. You can make more money, but you can't make more time.
Yeah, you can make more money, but you can't make more time. So you gotta value your time.
And for those people who play gachas for the gacha first and find it frustrating when the game gets in the way, that's really not healthy, and I hope you find your way to a better place. Gacha monetization is incredibly
Yeah, alright, then I'll see you around then. Thanks for stopping by though, Sinisteria.
Predatory, and the psychological techniques they use to manipulate their players are a valid reason to avoid them entirely. Governments across the world are starting to take notice and are beginning to apply more stringent regulations which curtail the most problematic practices. And I think everyone who enjoys a gacha game should cheer them on. The developers have started to move away from their toxic origins, and some of the modern gachas are fantastic games in their own right. I'll always wish they would exist without the gacha model bolted on, but personally I'm able to enjoy these games while still retaining control over the value I place on my time and money. If I ever feel like either is not being respected, I'm out. You might still think this is a post-rationalization someone makes after deciding to spend their money, but I'm the kind of person who decides they want something and then doesn't buy it unless I still want the same thing several months later. If you struggle with that kind of impulse control, then maybe gachas aren't for you. If you don't, then there might be some fantastic games out there which you can fall in love with. Until next time!
Okay. Let's see. Do we do another one? We've been at it for like so many hours, man. I think we just make another bookmark here and we just leave these off. Because like, we've been through a lot of those. There's like a lot of these here, man. There's still more. It doesn't end. But you guys also want to do the React bingo to the NTE trailer, right? We can do that tomorrow. NTE React bingo. They actually thought that? That is actually kind of funny because you're not gonna play it that way. Because it's definitely not. The art style is so different. You really don't have to study in Italy to understand that, yeah. I mean, hey, it'll be funny when they realize there's no mint picking and stuff. Just because they have an open world and now it's in a city doesn't mean it's gonna be like Genshin in the city. At least from what I remember when I played the beta, there was no mint picking stuff, and there was also no random chest hunting crap. The developers even said before that they weren't gonna have that. I don't know if they changed their stance on that, but like, it definitely would be really out of place to just randomly put random chests in a city for the sake of it, right? It would be kind of dumb. But we'll see. Right? We've went through a lot of reacts at least. Yeah, you don't need another one. Exactly. Why would we want another Genshin? But yeah, there's the NTE announcement reaction there that we did earlier. The video is here. If you wanted to see my reaction to it. Oh, here. I'll give him that. You can find it on my YouTube channel. Right? It's right there. That was from earlier in the stream. I'll get my ToF video out later on my Linces polls. I'll probably make a thumbnail and stuff for that. We'll get that posted later. And then there's like... There's still the Duet Night Abyss reaction thing I also have to re-upload as well from the stream yesterday. And then there's like another thing too. You already play Genshin with 3 waves and ToF. Yep. Right. Oh yeah, my Nikki daily soon. The daily reset is in like 6 minutes. Which is just me logging in to claim everything and then closing the game again. I'll probably look at what the hell is up with that Nikki patch that everyone's mad with. Maybe in next week or the week after. You can barely play Wuthering Waves alongside Genshin. Yeah. Yeah, because the open world in them are shit. That's the reality, man. The open world in those games are shit. They suck. Right? Like, they suck. It is what it is, though. Like, it is what it is. But what can you do about it, man? It would be nice if they actually, like, bothered to give them purpose and everything. But, you know, it is what it is. So, though, I think, yeah, good place to end it off. I mean, there's still drops going on. We'll probably just do another day of, like, AFK drops for people, in case they didn't have that. But I think we'll just end it off here and I'll go get some sleep again. Because, like, yeah, we've been here for, like, 10 hours again. Right? I still have to do, like, 5.0 exploration stuff and finish the board thingy. Right? The event board thing for the Linces thing for the week. Right? Slowly doing it as it goes. Right, let me just pull it up again. Before we head off. Because, yeah, it's like almost 7 AM now here. The secret? I don't even know, man. I don't even know. I don't even know how I do it. Sometimes I can do it, and yeah, and sometimes I can't. I tend not to eat and stuff. I do everything from bed. I am technically in bed when I'm doing all this. I probably have way better posture than most people sitting at a desk because of how I'm sitting in my bed while I stream. I probably do. I wouldn't be surprised. Because I'm not hunched or leaning forward, I'm leaning backwards. So, like, basically here. Here, you know what? We'll bring out paint. Always bench stream. Okay. So... This is my bed here, right? We're just gonna rotate the angle a bit. Basically, this is me. Okay, my legs are not, these are not the correct proportions. Just assume they are. Right? And then we'll put, circle here for my head. Right? And then, I have pillows back here. Basically, I have these pillows like this behind me. Right? I'm leaning down, lying down here. My pillows are there. I'm basically like this. I have this like mini table. Over here. Right? I'm leaning back. Okay, maybe the table's more like this. Right? And then my arms are here. Keyboard and mouse here. Right? I'm leaning back. Keep in mind, I'm always leaning back. Oh yeah, I have a wall here. The wall is like here. And I have like another set of pillows up here. So like there's more pillows over here. So like I have a bunch of pillows stacked over here. And I'm like this. I then have a monitor on an arm. Oh wait, let me erase this part here. Right, so I have a monitor arm. I have monitor arms. And then over here is where my screen is. My monitors. Basically, I'm like this. Yes, actually, I've said it before. I've been doing this for years. I've been doing it for years. But effectively, I'm basically like this. Right? But yeah, they're like $40. You just get them for $40, but this is how my posture is like this. It's probably why it's a lot better anyways than a lot of you guys. Because I'm leaning back. And this is basically how I stream. If we actually go further in, I have my desk like right here. I have a table here. Monitor is like hooked up there. I have like my other stuff on the side here. Also back here behind it is a wall, but I'm at the corner here. And on the other side of the wall is actually the bathroom. The other side of the wall there. But like that's besides the point. But yeah, basically, yes. How far am I? It's about my arm length, actually. Actually, it's more like this. Wait. It's more like that. It's like this. This is more accurate. Right, and then I have my mic on a jank thing that comes out here. My mic would be there. no, I just made the table too big. This is too big. The table's too big. It's more like this. It's just demonstration purposes. There we go. But yeah. It's like that. Right? But yeah, it's basically like that. My mic there, and then I have another monitor to the left. And that's it. Like, all that's on my table here is my mixer. Is like right underneath the monitor there. That's what I'm like, sometimes when I'm reaching for something physically, it's there. And then underneath here, there's like the door for my mini fridge. But yeah, this is basically how my setup works. How big is my room? I think it was... I actually need to like replan my room stuff actually. Because I am getting new furniture and replacing stuff. It's what? I think it was like... How big again was it? Fuck, how big is that wooden thing over there? That shelf. Because then it's like 12 by 14 something. I don't remember. I need to like remeasure it. Actually, wait, do I still have that tape measure here? One sec. It's... Yeah, it's 12 by 14 feet. My room is 12 by 14 feet. Minus, like, a little bit for a support beam in one of the corners, but yeah. It's about 12 by 14 feet. So there you have it. My room is 12 by 14 feet. Roughly. Yeah, I just like... I just roughly took a measurement of something. I remembered like the ratio of something compared to something else. Which was the table. Like how long that table was. I just measured it quickly. And then I remembered, yeah, it's like, that's roughly 12 by 14 feet. I'm pretty sure it's a lot bigger than a prison cell, man. I mean, if we're to like, what? Right, 12 by 14. 168. It's actually a little bit more than that, but... Again, like, I basically didn't measure the full thing because of that support beam there. I'm just talking about the soft side of the support beam. But yeah, let's say 168 square feet. Uh, 15.6 square meters. Right? Right, 15.6 square meters. Or like we can do, yeah, that's 4.26 meters by... by 3.6, wait. Did I measure it wrong? Yeah, because this table is... One sec. Yeah, the table here is about 3.5 feet. It was like 110 centimeters or something. Yeah. Yeah, it checks out, yeah. It's roughly like, yeah. I was like just going by like my table's measurements. Hey, maybe we can do that for the walls. Room planning my room. When I like rearrange furniture and stuff in here. Because like, I am replacing some of my stuff in here. So that could be like a fun thing, maybe. Figuring out where I'm gonna place everything. But yeah. You're just looking at some pictures of prison cells. It's not so bad, really. I say. But did you actually get the measurements? But yeah, like the space, I think it's fine. The one thing that does annoy me though is like, I have a massive window. Like the window in my room is so massive. It's like 2 smaller windows and then like a gigantic window on top, above it. So like there's an insane amount of natural light, which is fine. It's just that during sunrise, unfortunately, where my room is, the position, I get a nice searing of the sunlight from that massive window. But like it is what it is. Because like yeah, like the window on like in my room, it's about 2/3 of the space. It's about 2/3 of like one side of the room is the window. It's massive. And it's just like so bright. Free vitamin D. Yeah. I need to change my curtains though to like be darker later on for the summer. Because it's only gonna get worse. But yeah. It is what it is. Okay, now that it actually has been more than 10.5 hours, we'll end off here and I'll just turn on the AFK part, right? For you guys. So people can AFK drops. Damn, Plex on that machine does not run or load. Okay. That's fine. Alright then. I'll see you guys. See ya.